165. Now you're just creating a new channel. So, you got to short the top, and I think you got to break this bottom with it, right? So, I don't know. It's a 25% raise over the next 4 years, something like that, is what's being proposed. They want 40. That's a big difference when you're talking about how much that will wind up costing Boeing and shareholders. So, if they're at that number and they're not even close and they're willing to hold out a month plus, it's going to wind up getting pretty expensive for Boeing, and I don't see I don't see a clear way here, a clear path for them to get going. So. And the stock will tell you, right? If it breaks above this 165, then I think you got to go. And then you just hope that the moments are behind them. But if you don't, then this short just continues to bleed through, right? So remember Micron, remember other names like Occidental. Remember what happened when everyone thought Occidental was going to hold Warren Buffett's 58 level? Well, I mean, now you've broken 58, and we'll get to energy, I'm sure, but you've broken 58, and then now a battle like this. It just did what Boeing's doing, trying to create a level, and then it broke 56. So it's just when sort of the support stops getting there for companies, this can be what's happening, and it's already happening to Boeing. So if you break below, then this could be the next stage. So this, to me, on Boeing was that 160, 158 area. So if we continue to lose that, then I'm looking for a downside push there. Of course, that's Occidental. But I just think it looks eerily similar, where you're just going to have trying to build a level here and then just break, and then it's see you later. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Boeing. But I don't think you can be stuck long here unless you're playing the long-term game.
Super long.
All right, let's have a look at the market. As we said right out of the gate this morning at 8:30, S&P holding up much better than the NASDAQ here. We'll talk about why in a second.
56.29, guys. We are basically just a little bit below that overnight high of 56.37. To the support level, we're going to look for that consolidation zone that we were in on the 12th, 5,600 as support. As resistance, look at this top end of the range here, 56.70. If we can break through that, we're looking at a nice move back into the July highs.
It's a tech-related story so far today. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video. Right now, there's a link there for the watch list. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free every single day. Right to your inbox, has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market daily. Apple looks like this, 2.5% right now to the downside. We're testing lows from, Wednesday of last week? Already through that level, but 217 trying to hold right now at the lows right now for Apple, and reports that, hey, guess what? iPhone 16 pre-orders may not be living up to what was expected.
It is that analyst again, Brendo, Ming-Chi Kuo, estimating that the first week of pre-sale orders missed big. The iPhone 16, the pre-orders came in at about 37 million, which is about 12.5% lower than its iPhone 15 counterpart from last year. There's also a shorter delivery time for the Pro version, which is the more expensive of the versions. So that's not a good look either. Basically, we're talking about 3 to 4 weeks of delays, Brendo, for the Pro version compared to the 8 for the 15 last year. So not a good look here. Some of the reasons being cited, possibly that it's not being released with Apple Intelligence, other China competition. So we'll see.
So I'm sure it's been done, but someone should do a back test on how many times pre-orders don't meet up to expectations, how many times that actually follows through to the downside. I bet you it's very few, but down anyways today, guys.
For now, 2.5 points to the downside. Last week, it was the story of the 50-period SMA on the daily for Apple. Like almost every single day, you were either opening or closing adjacent to it, and the last fail break happened on Friday. It's got lower highs going into it. If we lose 216.5, that's a flat bottom break here on Apple. But keep in mind, until we're actually breaking underneath that, we saw that with Boeing, although Boeing on Friday, when it was breaking a flat bottom, it had already made the bounce. By the time it got to the open, it was kind of bouncing higher. And in this particular case, we're just languishing on the low here. So if 16.5 goes, that's a flat bottom break. If it does not go, I think it can get all the way back in. It wouldn't surprise me to make a run at 220 here. I don't know about going green on the day, but the 220 level would make sense. If it never breaks that low, I think you'd have to wait until 220 to find some resistance there on Apple. But right now, it's setting up a flat bottom break at said open. Until the level breaks, It's support till it's not. That's always the way you got to look at things here. So we'll see in the long term how it works out. I mean, ultimately, usually it's a bit of doom and gloom, and then the numbers end up okay here. I think they're going to sell a bunch, but I'm not an analyst, so it's what it is.
They're going to sell a whole heck of a lot. I wrote down Apple. I don't even want to go short Apple. I just want to look for a dip by long. So I think that it will get washed out a little bit today. I wrote down 215. Everything else on this name is short. I haven't talked about it here on the sticky note. Let's go short. Watch out for SMH. Watch out for this iPhone story. Watch out for Micron heading lower, right? And so I'm still head over to it at Trader TV. Sean, grab the sticky note ASAP. But let's see this fail. So forget about all this. If you can get a 223 or 222 today, great. But I don't think that's happening. I'm pretty negative about right now today. Heading into Fed tomorrow, I think it will be a buy situation come Thursday for the Fed. I just worry that we had the best week of the year last week, and that was preceded the worst week in over 2 years in the NASDAQ. So volatility's here, and I think if there's going to be a name that you might want to hide in, it could be Apple. I think Apple's going to be fine. The amount of cash that they have, the services they have, these AirPods. It's not just the iPhones. Let's get that first of all. But at the end of the day, weaker story, not helping this name. I look for a buy down into here. This is 214, 215. So I want to look at 215 today. I think it comes in, and I think we can buy this level until we're wrong. I wrote down on the sticky note that we're going to be wrong at 214. So I want to give this one at least $1. I'm already on the bid right now at 215 quarters for Apple, and I just want to see if it holds that level. There's not even that much here. It's just you could see, there are some wicks in. That's a nice drop off. We recently sold some Apple a couple weeks ago into that Glow event at this 222, 225 area, which turned out to be a good sale. Not the best, not the worst, but pretty good right now. I feel like Apple gets bought up at some point, and I'm looking at 215. So let's let it wash down on. Do you know who made this report, first of all, here today? All right, you can go get our watch list on tradertv.live or something like that. It comes up on the screen in a minute. TF International Securities. So TF International Securities costing Apple billions of dollars. So yeah. Let's do some research on who exactly TF International Securities is before we start to hit the stock down 2.5 points. So I don't know. We'll wait to see what happens. But Apple's a buy at 215.
All right, let's talk about Intel. We've given it all back already. 2.3% right now. Still positive on the session, back above $20, but as I said, we gave back that initial move altogether. Yeah, $3.5 billion in government funding coming through possibly for Intel here.
Yeah, it's a security deal here. So they signed a binding agreement with the U.S. government. It's for the Secure Enclave program. Essentially, the program aims to establish a production of advanced semiconductors for military and intelligence purposes. Basically, there's the detractors of this deal are saying you're over-relying here on Intel, and Intel's unproven itself. Just to give you some context, Brendo, here's how much Intel's gotten so far in terms of money from the last couple of years. $8.5 billion in grants, $11 billion in loans, and now this $3.5 billion deal, which could help with liquidity issues. So a lot of money, Brenda.
Yeah, we were just talking before we came back here to discuss the 60.9% before at the end of the day on Friday on the year, negative 60.9% on the year. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Moomoo. They're shaking up the investing game with their cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7. You can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now. Snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Limited time. Go take advantage, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Moomoo.
Yes, sir. Randy coming through. He's already cheers. I've got the lesson of the day here.
You've got the lesson of the day. I've got just the regular.
But I wasn't muted, of course.
Just the regular Trader TV mug we got there. Thank you very much, Randy. We appreciate you, brother.
How's the weekend, Randy? Short and sweet.
How's golf going Friday?
Good. Some short, some long. You know what I mean? Well, the team shot -5, but we were just playing best ball. I shot some. I mean, I had some nice shots. Some nice shots. It was fun times.
How'd you do on our hole?
Don't golf enough. Oh yeah, how did we do on our hole? I mean, yeah, we only parred and birdied, so I have to find out. But yeah, hole 6 was sponsored by Trader TV Live. It was a great event for charity. They raised over $100,000 for Sick Kids Hospital and rare heart issues for infants. Emmett Foster. What's up, Ramin? Me and Ramin were both extremely. I don't know if she was late today or not, but I definitely was. What is that? Oh, you're only 5 minutes late.
What's she stealing over there?
She's writing. She's taking a highlighter from us. But you know what? I was just looking at this. That sort of surprised me when Brendan said that. Like Nvidia right now changed since January 1st. 140. If you come over here, this is kind of cool with trade ideas. I mean, everything has it very, very simple. Nvidia is still up 140% since January 1st. Google, right? Changed since January 1st. Google still up 13%. That's not bad. You know, I mean, you're panicking like, oh my God, what am I doing with Google? This is a complete dumpster fire. Let's go over to another one. Let's check out ARM right now. ARM changed since January 1st, up 96%. All right, what's the story on the screen? When Brendan said this, I was like, I went immediately to trade ideas because I know that it's here. We talk about this on the market recap show all the time. -61% for Intel. I mean, what a disaster sitting in this stock has been. But I think, you know, this is probably flushed out. I mean, let's just. You know, there's going to be bad news coming out. Imagine. I haven't heard anything about the Dow or about it getting kicked out or anything like that. But if that ever happens, obviously that will be another liquidity event that will send this name to the downside. And I think obviously just temporary again. But I wonder about this area. Like, if you're not in Intel right now, they got grants. You know, we're going to obviously through the election. We know that Donald Trump's been talking a lot, obviously, about keeping the chips inbound here in the U.S. They're already building these foundries. The story's already there for Intel. They've already pushed out expectations into 29, I believe. So there's, you know, like the bad news is in this name, isn't it? Like I kind of think, you know, if you wanted to play some like weakness in the market and this name can drop into like, again, 19-ish area, I don't feel like it's that bad as long as you get that stop at 1850. Like the risk to reward here that you just bump up $3 is very doable. And if you took this same logic just last week or 2 weeks ago, you're in at 1950, it goes to 22, and then you can just trade out of it if you didn't like it. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and hate on Intel, honestly. I feel like it's a good story out today. U.S. Department of Defense is someone you've seen Palantir start, obviously with the defense contracts and what they've led to as well. They used to have that commercial, Intel's Inside or something like that. They're still there, you know, they're still there.
Allegedly.
So I think it's a buy. And I think 2050 maybe on the break long. 2050, or you could take the pre-market out of 2020. I don't mind the stock.
Yeah, I mean, just from a pure setup standpoint, we always talk about liking smiley faces. Well, it's got a sly smile on it recently. And if you look at a 15, it's very, very, there you go. There's your smiley face. I mean, 2010 was sort of the key close price to start the month there, that it did the smiley face up and down underneath. So look, we always beleaguer them and all that kind of good stuff. On Friday was a consolidative day for a lot of stocks. So I think that gave you a bit of a base in case we dip, whether it's 19.8 or 20. I'd like it above 2010. I'd be, instead of buying necessarily a dip, I want it holding above that 2010 from September 3rd. If it can do that, then trending back into the upside actually makes some sense here on Intel. I know it's crazy to say, but hey, it's got the rounded bottom, at least temporarily, and up a couple of points. It doesn't matter what you think of the catalyst. It's what the market decides to do with the price. And if it holds above 2010, I want to be looking longs on Intel.
All right, let's touch on DJT coming back to $18 right now. We bounced off 18 back to 18.25. I mean, if you're with us Friday afternoon, we had this huge monster move up to 2020, or what was it, 21? I guess we're around the high. Trump was speaking in California, said he's not going to sell when this lockup period ends. And that caused that rip all the way up to 21. We come back in, end the day in the aftermarket at 18. An apparent new assassination attempt over the weekend in Florida. I mean, there's a bit of a gap up, but that's gone already.
Yeah, it's already retraced back here, Brendo. Here, just obviously, Donald Trump made statements on Friday to the effect that he's not going to sell, but I'm going to give you the details for the lockout period in any event. So if the price stays above $12, and right now it's trading $18.20 on my chart for 20 trading days starting August 22nd, he can sell his shares starting on September 20th. However, if those conditions are not met, the lockout period ends on the 25th, Brendo, of this month.
Yeah, we won't know obviously until after the fact, but remains to be seen what happens until then.
Yeah, and look, on Friday, if you were fortunate enough to get the I'm not selling rip really early, like it was a gorgeous one. It just gave it back almost instantly. It got to $20 and then essentially gave it all up, couldn't even hold the close price. The original halt price, and ends up closing pretty much at $18, and now all of a sudden you got $18 underneath it. It's a squeeze play. I think when we looked it up on Friday, it was a 20% short float. There isn't a lot of available shares out there, obviously, because former President Trump owns like 60% of them himself. So whether or not he sells, that's something that we'll find out down the line. But if people decide to get out in front of it, I think that 18, if it loses 18 today, it probably trends back in to $16. It was surprising to me that it didn't have more juice on a pullback than it did. I thought there'd be a little bit more of a push for some short covering, and I think it needs to take out and hold above $20. You know, like I think that's kind of the thing. If it's not holding above 20, there's not much squeeze potential there, and I'd still be looking for fades unless it gets out and about and starts breaking levels. You can't have shorts running to the hills if there's never any buying above a resistance level, and 20 is the first one, and 20 held like a champion on Friday. So if that never breaks and holds above 20, I'm just not really seeing the explosive long on DJT. I think you're just looking for fade spots again.
Okay, until this name gets to $10, this is all right. Yeah, it's not about character. It's not about integrity or anything like that. You know, when there's money on the line here, I don't, like, I wasn't here on Friday about this, like, I'm not going to sell, I am going to sell, all this kind of stuff. I just, you know, like, that's, if you're going to get that kind of a bump, halt, you know, all the way to the top, and then people realize that, you know, potentially it's not that exciting, and it comes all the way back down like that, I don't, you know, that's just a dangerous game to be played. Because what if the story comes out and says that, oh, that first opportunity to sell, all of a sudden, someone's dumping millions of shares on the market? It's just one of those things where if this happens on that story, I just wonder what happens on the other story. So you just, I guess you got to trust the process. And if you do, and you believe that this has some kind of value for a stock, fine. But it's obviously just a trading avenue here. They did less than $5 million in revenue or something like that the last quarter. And I'll have to look that up, so I'm not sure that's 100% accurate. But there's some number like that. It's not great. This stock is probably heading to sub $10 at some point, but for now it is a great trading vehicle, and you just wait for stuff like this. Look at it doing nothing, boom. It's like let sleeping dogs lie. When it wakes up, you get over to it. Hopefully there's more stories about this. Hopefully there's more proof or something about the sale or not sale, and you know, at the end of the day, just because, and I don't know if President Trump is like this, or you know, who's in his party that might be able to think like this. But like, okay, so he's not selling stock, but are there puts on this on this thing? You know, there's ways to hedge all of this. So I don't want to get too caught up in this war of words when we're talking about a stock. It's a great trading vehicle. Wait for volume.
Sharif was just saying, Micron just can't stop going down, and we've given back Friday already. I mean, it was a pretty positive day. We end the day at the highs, essentially. It's gone through 88 and then some. I mean, there was a downgrade and a cut in the group, in the memory-related group today. Micron feeling it off of that. I mean, a bit of a choppy week last week, but back to the bottom end of the range here.
So I mentioned this point yesterday, Brendo, from the top that we put in June to where we're currently trading, or we were on Friday. $70 billion has been wiped off the market cap here. Really, the idea is that there's just too much inventory for high bandwidth memory. They've been really producing this, obviously, for the AI chip rollout and the data centers. So Morgan Stanley chiming in today, guys, reiterating Micron coverage with an equal weight and a target of $100. But this is what sent it down. The downgrade to SK Hynix, the South Korean high bandwidth memory manufacturer. They have a relationship with NVIDIA. Morgan downgrading this to underweight. Make sure that you understand that this one trades in South Korea. It's not on the North American market.
Yeah, better part of 4% here, guys, to start here for Micron.
Not looking good. So like Micron felt like it wanted to fall off that 91.5 on Friday. It just kind of didn't. Like you could see like there was resistance up top. There's been a nice consolidation at the bottom here and resistance at 91.5. There was your double downgrade. Was it? Yeah. Oh, Thursday was a double downgrade. And then it wicked the bottom, held 85. And then right after that, it was just a inside start. Like it started right in the middle of the range, got to the top, and just would not drop on Friday. But I don't think we're going to revisit 91.5 today. That's the obvious area of resistance. I feel like if there is enough juice in the market to somehow get it there, that seems like an easy short. I just got to be thinking short. Micron, in terms of finding a place to join it, as I said, getting 91.5 seems incredibly unlikely. So if it ends up just trending down, you do have the opening range bottom on Friday, which was right about 89.20 or so. So like pop and fades back into that. I feel pretty bearish on, the chips, it tells a different story because it's trying to round a bottom breakout and it's counter to all the other ones. NVIDIA here, there was just a wall of selling at $120. I want to be looking short pops on that too, starting probably at the support of 118.25. So Micron might not be able to get up to that 91.5, but I can still look to short pops in that one back into 88.25. And then a similar thing looking at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA was just unable to go when some of the other chip names were running on Friday. And if that stays the same, I like this 118 to 118.5 for a sell zone on NVIDIA. Down 2 points already, almost for NVIDIA, and then almost 4 for Micron, both looking weak.
Yeah, I think you just keep on the same track here with the NASDAQ going lower, just now down point. Well, it's kind of the same thing, but 0.5. Nice downside move here for Micron. And we talked about this when it broke $100 and how great that trade was just a couple weeks ago. It was actually great twice. I think it might have been actually here we were trading it and not there. But there's that huge break. And we stopped at the same spots, and it was $85. And that goes all the way back to the beginning of the year. So, we mentioned how much of a disaster Intel's been and some of these other chip names. I actually wanted to talk about Micron because it's basically at the zero spot right now and could hold. Bad news, again, into the stock, down 4%. I would say you'd want to play this. And last week I lost trading, I believe, the 85 break because it did drift up into 87 where we looked to short it. So now you're at this 88 mark again. I think we want to short this name. I'd rather just play it with NVIDIA, but Micron, for sure, fading pops. You get an 89 level right there, the 200 period. We like that one, especially the fact that it is pre-market highs. So I'm shorting Micron at pre-market highs. Let's go find out some more about Upstart.
Pre-market lows coming into play here right now. 8.25% on this. 300 million new debt coming through, as you were just mentioning. They're at the point where they're raising new debt to pay off the old debt.
Yeah, it feels like a pyramid scheme, Brendo, or something to that effect. So here's the deal. $300 million to aggregate principal amount of convertible notes that are going to be due in 2029. It's a private offering. The notes will mature October 1st, 2029, unless earlier converted or repurchased or redeemed. But here's the look. Here's what they're going to use for the money for. They're going to pay some of the costs of capped call transactions. Not sure what that is, but this one I do understand. Another portion will be used to repurchase a portion of its outstanding 0.25 convertible notes that are due in 2026. They're taking new loan money to pay off old loan money.
This is another one that had, a decently green week last week, but we're giving all of that back already here in the pre-market.
Yeah, it's like somebody ran this up just for the offering. Upstart, it was weird. It was very strong late last week. Like every day, it just felt like we had lots of people in the chat saying, hey, what's going on with EPST? Look how strong Upstart is, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do we badly want the 50 period again down at $33? That's what it seems like. Usually when you have an offering, I've seen this pattern before. Like you can tend to make a bottom in the morning when you have an announcement like this. So I don't know that it gets down 10%. Although if it were to go down 10% for some kind of an SSR bounce, that's at 34.20. I want to say. I mean, loose math, like 34.20, like somewhere in there would go SSR, which it's close to a previous key level. So I think that would be a spot to look for some kind of an SSR bounce, maybe even underneath 34 to hold 33.75 or something. So many stocks, I'd rather be short than shorting something at a bottom on the offering. I'd rather look and be patient and wait for a bottoming pattern on Upstart. So if it's an SSR bounce, that's going to have to break 34.20 or even 34 itself to look for some kind of a bounce right in here, like 33.75. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens with this one. If it does make some kind of a bounce play before it gets to 10%, it likely means that I'm not going to be on that one. But I want to I'm going to talk about Tesla for a quick little second. We got some time here. Yeah. Tesla is, it's not down a ton. It's down 0.4. But it's still at the 230 level. And if it's at the 230 level, that means we're still a chance that we get this 235. And 235 was that big double top. Because my head's in the way, I'm going to do that so you can see it. That's that big double top. And you saw what happened when it failed this price the second time. Like, it was a huge pullback. You're talking about a $25 move off of that high. And now we've clawed all the way back in. I feel like this is the breakout that a lot of traders will be excited for. And you pull up the daily chart, and the 35 break is almost even better when you look at the daily chart here. So it's definitely converging higher highs higher lows into that 235 top. We're at 230, which does mean it's going to take something for us to get there. But Tesla 235, man. That looks exciting to me. Upstart, probably wait for it to go SSR to look for a bounce.
I wrote down Tesla 233. That's going to be on the sticky note. So I think I like to short that as well. UPST, we want to talk about this as well because looky, man, 32% short float. It's getting into a level where if it's going to be supported, you could get a great bounce here. 4.35 days to cover. We talked about that with Mr. Noss as well and how important that is. So, okay, no problemo. Right coming into here, Upstart, nice little pullback into 35. So we're, like I was just saying, into 33, into 33.50. Into 34, good cover areas there for the short, good support, bang, to the upside. I don't think my stream deck is on. Nope, I knew that right before I didn't hit it. There it is. Thank you, Sharif. One more time. Oh, there. Okay, and then.
Oh my God.
All right, so I think that's a good opportunity there for Upstart to go to the upside. And then right now, before we get going back over to Sharif to find out what that handsome gentleman's going to be teaching everybody this week during our midday show, we got PSNY sell. These just came out. So NVIDIA with a little bit of a sell. Not big volume, which is what I was going to try to get to. And that is that just 200,000 is the biggest name there. We had not looked at Palantir today, and I had not looked at this on Friday. But wow, nice to see where we are here on PLTR. Nice upside move coming for Palantir. It looks like today, again, breaking through these highs. And it touched 36 there on Friday. We'll see if the good old Palantir keeps trucking along. And I think a 36 break, I didn't even look at this today, but 5, 6, 7 straight updates for Palantir. Nice move to the upside here. I think it keeps going. So play dips on PLTR.
Yeah, it really.
Anything happened on Friday?
It wicked the 36 level is essentially what happened. So it basically, it got to 36.01 and then reversed the move almost all the way back into 35. Okay. Actually, the 35 dip was, it got to 35.03. So essentially went 35.03 to 36.01 and then almost back to 35. The even dollars are fantastic on Palantir. I forgot to
Typical Palantir.
Usually keep that one on. Let's go to Sharif and find out what they're learning about today. Teaching, I should say.
We finished last week's conversation of trends with reversal days. Now we'll start about all out reversal patterns. That'll be what we cover this week. So join Adair and I on How to Trade at 11 for that.
Hilarious. So we just had the imbalances drop, and nothing crazy as you just mentioned. I saw PSNY there, and the only reason I'm going to bring this up is because every time I've ignored this stock, it's actually done something, but it was trending higher into a potential break, and then it kind of came to the downside in here. I don't wonder if this stock is looking for a reversal, and possibly back to like 140. Like it just tried to break out this 175 this morning. So if it goes into a reversal, this stock could easily be back at 140 bucks. It was setting up for a 175 break, but with that little move to the downside, and there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA just took the lows there. Going into the open, it does not look like a good start here for the market. NVIDIA just ran its lows. Tesla just ran the lows. Apple holding on for dear life. I have Apple as just gently breaking that 216.5, coming right back and now retesting it again. So you just got a few names breaking some fresh lows in here. Not looking very good, but it's only 0.5 on the NASDAQ. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. There's some names that are down a couple of points here, but the NASDAQ itself not too bad, and the ES holding up. Financials are doing okay. I think if you're looking for some strength, so far I'm looking at some financials that look pretty good. We're going to be on Apple. Whether we get Tesla or not, I don't think it breaks out that high anytime soon with the way the market's going. Micron want to short pops. It just broke the low of the day as well. So I think we're going to have to be a little bit patient here. If you're looking to short pops, when the market breaks lows right before the open, that can be a signal that you might get sometimes a quick little reversal. We've seen this before. Market at lows, market breaking bottoms at 928, 929, and then you get a bit of an up move that you have to weather the storm if you're looking to short any pops. I think you got to be careful with that as always.
All right, I'm just fixing this candle on NVIDIA so it can make it look a little bit better. We do have some high wicks there, and again, apologies for that. I just put an offer at VWAP here. We'll short NVIDIA a little bit in case that does come in. Just a very, very small position going to be started in NVIDIA at VWAP. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, and of course, our bell today being sponsored by Firefly. So make sure you guys check them out. You'll hear more about them throughout the show. So Firefly, thanks. We thank them for sponsoring our opening move here with the bell. So, all right, here we go. It's 15 seconds left. Let's go. We are going to be shorting some NVIDIA just to see if we're right on that one. Tesla possibly as well, as that goes to the downside. With only 5 seconds left, there it is. Firefly, thank you so much. Firefly Neuroscience, revolutionizing brain health. And here we go. The market is open. And yeah. So that's it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Now that's been great. Okay, no, 116 trying to go to the downside. We are looking at the TQs as well, possibly trying to short this market. But hands off initially as we're watching NVIDIA. We're watching Apple. Apple just takes 216 now to the downside. So we are at 215 quarters. We said that there could be a flushed out moment here. Looks like it's trying to happen right now for Apple. Down now 3+%. The worst case scenario is here for Apple. It is a bad report on the possible sale of iPhone 12s and demand. So, I mean, this is what we were all waiting for. There's the flush. We miss it by a quarter.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Now, all of a sudden, I mean, the ES is about to go green with the NASDAQ breaking those lows. So it is wild. Micron tanked $1 and is right back.
Okay.
So this is what I mean about being patient. Like, that's a ridiculous move right off of the open. You're down at 86.2, back to 87.2. Coinbase, just double checking what's going on with Coin. It did a wick of the low of the day and now trying to work back higher as well. Tesla's absolutely tanking. But let me go back. Micron's not going to be that available. That was a pretty big reversal. Tesla now down 227. So that just continues to fall. But we'll see if we get a pop and fade here in one of the chip names, or even Apple back into that 216.5.
Yeah, I'm going to just start a new position. So we go like that. Oh, by the way, I have horrible news for everybody. Our position board's not working. So I don't know. Maybe we can just keep on talking about what's happening. Now we do have a new version that's getting worked on ASAP. I am short now the TQQs. So I apologize for that board not coming out, but you'll be able to see all the trades. I'm not going to trade too many names, but we'll wait. So now we're short against this, against VWAP. So we're short the TQQs right here at 66.20. Average price 66.20 on the NASDAQ right now, going short on the broader market. So that's what I have right here. I do apologize, Ramin and Fabian and everybody.
Teams, they're all over.
Yeah, we'll let us know in our ear. But oh no, Patrick, a company. I don't know what it was like on Friday, but it's a winner right now. As there goes the TQQs. It's 30 cents. It's in the pocket, baby. And there it comes down. Now it's 40 cents here on the NASDAQ. So far, so good here as we're back in the saddle and looking to see what happens. Good little down take there. Neil, we talked about volatility coming through. Let's just see what this NASDAQ wants to do here. Now down 0.7. We short, baby.
Yeah, the Apple just got to 3% downside. So remember 216.5? We got it. But as we said, the position board's not working. Over under at that 216.5. But Apple's finding a nice bid here at the 215 level. They're starting to buy this one back up. Coin's going, you know what? There's a bunch of things starting to go higher. I look over Apple. What the heck, Tesla? Okay, anyways, so I just got out in a bounce in front of Apple in terms of 215. So we take a quick dollar scalp trade. Tesla just broke 225. What the heck is Tesla is?
All right, Apple just broke.
Tesla just really flushed.
Yeah, the market is
Tesla, that's looking rather nasty.
We tried Apple there at 215 when we have to say fail because it didn't work. There goes the breakdown, but guess what is working, man? It's the NASDAQ is just spinning right now to the downside, and we have this trade. So we did try the Apple trade. I can't just be like, oh my God, we have one winner, no losers, because our board is not working. There's the Apple trade at 215. There's the dropout on Apple. So big move to the downside on AAPL. We do sit here now and wait to see what the story is with Kablamo right now as the money coming in on the future short. I mean, I guess we should have just done that and left Apple alone. But right now, Neil, looks like we're the right way here on the futures as that is really collapsing right now. The NASDAQ giving a whole bunch back, man. Apple down to 214 right now. I don't know if you're into anything else, but NVIDIA right now. Actually, NVIDIA's okay.
Everything is bleeding. One of the only things that's not bleeding right now is actually Intel. Intel's holding up 1.5%. Well, Apple just broke 214. Coinbase, which I was looking to short pops into, holding the low of the day, but it just dropped a couple of dollars. Tesla's on the comeback trail. I feel like Tesla is making at least a little bit of a comeback. And Daniel in the chat rightly pointing out Oracle, which on Friday, Oracle was a dump all morning. Oracle breaking this sucker out right now as the market goes lower and lower. Oracle decides it wants to break it out. I'm a little skeptical of that move, but going to let things settle down a little bit. I'm out of the Apple short and looking for some re-engagement. I mean, NVIDIA's about to break 115. I wasn't really thinking break down trades at this point. I was looking short pops.
Wow.
So if we're trying to short pops, we got to be at least a little patient. But Oracle, power move to the upside. So not everything is tanking here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I was going to say it's about being diversified, but of course, Oracle, big tech.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit strange. Man, oh man, good trade there on Apple over there with that short. Monster trade here with the TQs as well as the futures just continue to fly down. This is over 100 handles now in the money for this. But guess what's happening right now? Apple, 214. We're going to give it one more chime. One more chance.
We're going to celebrate.
We're going to celebrate something. We're not celebrating anything right now, but one more time is the name, and there goes Apple. We are long right now at 34s. We just take a piece out there at 65s or something with a nice pop up. That was really strange. We just kind of got a price we didn't think we'd get there. Apple, so long right now, 214.34. Offers at 214.80s, and then up to hopefully VWAP. But right now, Apple's spitting out of control to the downside as we talk about that with, the world famous TK Securities talking about a shipment problem or demand problem for the iPhone 16 Adara.
Lots of volume here for Zentalis Pharmaceuticals, ZNTL, right off the open here, making new day's highs up 65%. Earlier today announcing that the FDA lifted partial clinical holds on some of its studies and says that it does remain on track to meet previously disclosed data guidance for 2024. Worth noting as well, over a 17% short float for ZNTL, guys.
ZNTL, okay.
ZNTL, so new position for me, and it's going to be Alphabet. Alphabet just went right into the afternoon support on Friday, I should say, not yesterday, 156.5. So got a bit of a dip buy in here. Still looking, I mean, give me a break, Tesla. If anybody in Tesla's falling like a rock. It just made another low there. It's about to take 222 any second now.
Really?
But into
Wow.
Alphabet here, gonna give it to that 156.5. Want to be patient with this. Got to find something. I don't want to short bottoms. That's the problem with this move. So the only new position just now, I'm out of Apple. We're into Alphabet, but it's Tesla that is certainly ripping faces off to the downside. And just to zoom it out for you guys, it's at the 50 period on the daily as we speak. This wick in here is 223.80. I mean, if it loses this 223.8 again, you could easily see a 220 point in here. That was a decent support level before on Tesla. Taking it on the chin this morning. Nasty move for Tesla early, but I want to see if Google can make that bounce after afternoon support. Only down half a point, so half of what the NASDAQ is down, Alphabet is.
Yeah, I feel like this market could be turning just in a minute here. So let's,
trying.
We are now out of, we're out of about 75% of our NASDAQ trade. And we don't have very many good, I mean, we have some great fills. But we don't have the best fills. We don't have the 65.40 down here. But you know what we did? We got reloaded, and you got to stay sometimes with what you're trying to do. There's Apple. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Apple right back into it. So we'll say, shout out to all of our Canadian friends. There it goes now. There's 70 more cents on Apple back up to the upside right there as it's starting to go. We're long at 214.25. It's almost $1 right now. Nice upside trade here for, okay, I'm going to get these out. We're really starting to go. Yes, yes, yes. Good trade there on Apple. Let's get another piece out here on the futures. I mean, we're still well in the money on this one as Apple continues to climb up. So that's $1 right there on Apple. We just took that out at 215.15 or so. 215.16 there. 98 cents on Apple. Nice move to the upside again. Our position board, I apologize, not working right now, but short the TQQs. We just covered a little bit on that blast up there, maybe a little incorrectly, but I wanted to cover both at the same time. I wanted to cover Apple at highs and then the futures at that same time because one's short, one's long. So no matter what there, it should be like take advantage of one pop, and if it continues, great. If not, that's fine. So nice little trade there on the TQs and on Apple. So we'll still be down on Apple, waiting. We're still holding this position. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside now as the futures. Have they found a bottom? I mean,
they're trying, but
it's 940.
It's still looking pretty heavy. I was able to get Google moved into 157 even there. So it bounced off 60s, not quite the halves. I was able to get in at 74, just took some out in front of the evens for the first quarter. You're still trying to bounce in the overall market, but if you look at what's going on with said NASDAQ, I do wonder, like here, 19.4, that's the kind of level that can turn into a resistance on the way, like support from Friday could turn into resistance. Oh, Intel just broke. So Intel, which was not nearly as weak. Okay, well, never mind. I mean, it was actually up all morning. So now 3% to the upside. It just broke local highs on Intel here at 2020. I've got 2021s and I want to give it to 10s. With the market down, for its own reasons, it's up. There was, grant money, yada, yada, but that's nothing new for Intel. And they are presenting later this month their turnaround plan. So Mr. Gelsinger's got a lot on his mind there. But Intel up 3%. I just took this one breaking 2020 as it's trying to buck the trend of everything going down early here. If it gets to the pre-market top here in the 30s, it's going to start taking some out. So long Google, long Intel, and still looking to short some pops if I can in Micron or NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA did get to VWAP there as I was getting
trying
into
to give
Intel.
us those pops.
Yeah, Micron came right to the pre-market lows, and I feel like that was the one that I should have had Micron in here. But both Micron and NVIDIA did pull back, and they gave you entries. Maybe just a little bit too patient there. We'll see if we can get back in, or into for the first time, I should say.
Trust me when I tell you guys, we are working on the position board. I know how important it is for you guys, but there's another one, a little bit of a money dropper here. Apple out again at 215. So we're long at 214.20. All I could do is try to give you as many, and Neil's doing his best as well, give you guys the prices that we're in on. So the TQs, I'm short. Only trade I'm in right now. That's been a short. We have about 20% left on that one. And then Apple, we have the same 20% left on the long side. So we will keep you guys posted. We do have our tech team working on that. we had an upgrade on the software and it just didn't click with our sort of our board there. So apologies. And I honestly feel bad, like horrible about it, and wish we had sort of, it's nothing. I mean, I think we learn every time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like we had this version for many weeks and we could have upgraded and we didn't. And so it's our fault and we apologize for that. So I do want to say to everybody, we are working on it, baby, as it comes through. So I'm with you there. I do want to short a little bit of NVIDIA. I wrote down NVIDIA 120 short sell, but I always like to think about VWAP. And I know Neil mentioned that. So if we get a little bit of a bump up on NVIDIA, I guess I could cancel my 119.50 and my 118, but we'll wait at 115.70. So we're coming up right now. It's not quite going like parabolic yet, as we know NVIDIA can do. So we'll wait for that, and if it happens, we'll get out of the way, man. I mean, there's VWAP, and there's the 50 period at 50. So I kind of like where that 50 period is sitting, gives me a little bit of a pause and where to get out, and that kind of makes sense right at the bottom of the day as well for the pre-market. So 116.50, there it is, man. You can't see on the board, but you could just see we just took a 70 fill there on NVIDIA. How many shares? Decent amount. Let's put a bid out here at 50 if we can take that. 25 cents for our first piece, and then we wait for more, right? I mean, we're trying shorts today. And thank you to Mr. Westermeyer and everybody out there that said about the horse sense right here about going short. I mean, yeah, the futures were a big short, and we took advantage of that one, and then we lost on our Apple idea of sitting there bidding that 215, but we didn't lose that much, man. That just dropped in there once it broke. I think we got out like 80s or something, so not a great out for us, but here we go. We're in NVIDIA short with a 116.50 exit spot, so just so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, the only update for me is a new position in Micron at VWAP here. So Micron down 4.5%. They got the double downgrade last week, but if it breaks out 87.5, I'm jumping out of it. Alphabet's really starting to go here. So Alphabet's through VWAP. It's trying to take 157.5. That was pre-market resistance. If we lose that level, I'm going to look for re-entries possibly at VWAP or 157 even on Alphabet. But going to take some profit on this one as it's trying to make that dollar move here. Adara, what do you have for us?
Bit of a lighter volume move here, under 1 million shares as of right now, but CMG on watch. Chipotle, nice move up here, currently up about 2% right now on the day, near day's highs, debuting its Autocado, which is this collaborative robot being used to mix an avocado. This was initially used in a test kitchen, now being debuted in some California restaurants. So potential robotics news here coming out of Chipotle with that debut, guys, CMG.
$58 level. I mean, it had a nice bottom at 53 there. We'll look at that in a minute. I'm just trying to watch out for Apple here because we do have $1 plus. I know Neil's looking at that Google as well. This, it's just, I wonder, like we just got a great fill there. Oh yeah, we talked about that at 30. Okay, so we just grabbed that fill there on NVIDIA short. Sorry, I was looking at Apple on the wrong chart. This is what we're just debating right here on VWAP. So 215.50 for Apple. A nice little VWAP retracement play back upside there. We have $1. We're long right here, literally at that $1. So I am going to put an offer. I got to go deal with that NVIDIA. 215.50 or so for Apple. Let's just put an offer there. If it comes in, it comes in. If it comes in, it won't be necessarily great. We do have NVIDIA short. Our average price is 16 flat right now. So we're going to risk 50 cents. But this name is going, right? They got flushed out a little bit early. We're short at 116 flat, remember. So let's see if it can let's see if it can push back down in. We'll take some outs here at 116 just to ease back a little bit as the market wants to keep climbing. You don't want to be short this name if the market's going to do this, but maybe the market potentially heads backside. But you're not at VWAP. You're not even at the 50 period. This market could run just a little bit more. We're short the Qs and we're short NVIDIA right now in long Apple. So it's kind of a little bit of a dangerous thing. But our Apple concoction is down here at 214, so that's okay. 10% left only of, actually way less than that, of Apple now as we just got that fill. And it's NVIDIA, Neil, that's singing that tune that we like right now with a nice little downside push here for NVIDIA. So we just got some fills there in the 90s, so a good little look there. Let's see if NVIDIA will fall back in. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, definitely not expecting some of the strength to come back as quickly as it did in the market, but you're starting to get a bit of a roll. I'm going to put the, you know what? No, I'm not going to put the trail on. Sellers at 157.5 on Alphabet. That's the third time that this has happened. It's gotten to 157.5. On a 3-minute chart, you can't really tell it, but trust me, it's gotten up there 3 times, and each time there was sellers at 157.5. So I'm out of the stock. But I got some concerns with Micron. So Google, that works to the long side. Apple worked to the short side. But Alphabet here, Micron here, I should say, that looks like it's trying to break it out. So I'm short 87.17. And this consolidation here is trying to break the $0.50. I feel like if it takes out that half, while the market is trying to go back down, like
down.
just trailed down Alphabet there, the long, this is trying to go up here on Micron. So do have to have some concern over that. Don't like it when the stock is going counter trend to the market. If I like the shorts today, I want to find something which is not breaking back higher in here. I might look for refills in Google. Tesla is starting to go as well. So the market's trying to catch a bid. Don't want to get trapped at the bottom. Out of this thing if it breaks 87.5. But Google, that one, I think, if it dips right back into 156.5, I'm just going to reload it at the same price that we bought before. It's just Friday afternoon support levels at 156.5. Looks like we're coming in for a bit of a retest here.
Yeah, this market wants to scream a little bit higher. We did go, what's up, Urso, there in the chat? He's like, this guy's a crazy guy shorting NVIDIA. No, I know that. That's why we just covered a bunch. Like, we went into the 60s and 70s there to the downside. We're short at 116.25 right now. We were short at 116 flat. So remember, it's basically a flat trade. If you have this trade with me right now, we did cover some, put a little bit of money there, but right now NVIDIA is basically a flat trade. So you are Urso and company right about that one. So I mean, we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. I mean, we just went short again there. We'll take some more out on the bid if it comes in, but I'm just trying to go like 1-to-1 for a little bit here. We're getting out at 116.50. So our short is 116.25. And again, I apologize, and I know this is the first time in a long time that we haven't had the position board working for this much time. So all I can tell you is it's not going to be working on more Trader TV. I don't believe either. So, all right. Yeah, so everything right now. Okay, so you're just going to have to sort of take our word for it on the chart, and I know it's a little bit harder. Here it comes. If it breaks, we're gone. So there you go, Urso. All right, well, we got out there. I don't know if it broke or not, but it just triggered me out as if it broke. So I'm going to go one more short in case that didn't break, but there it is. You are 100% right. We got stopped out on that trade there. I'm going to check the trade log, but we're back short just a little bit. There it is. There's the official break. So now we're going to be out of NVIDIA right there. So yeah, good job there. We tried the short against VWAP, did not work. Against the 50 period. First starting VWAP, then the 50 period. Strong days ahead for this name. It looks like NVIDIA for now as the market shakes it off. And just like Taylor Swift, let's shake it off to the upside, says Apple right now, up to 260. This is $1.70 in the money now for Apple. But we lost on that NVIDIA trade. So big time trading on the TQs as that's come right back up as well. The market really resilient today.
It's very resilient.
You know, right about the short early, wrong late, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm close. The only thing I'm in right now is we got out of Google. Obviously, I got out of the Apple short a while ago, unfortunately. But yeah, all of a sudden, Micron, it hasn't broken yet. That's all I'll tell you. Like, it has not broken the consolidation. It feels like it wants to go, however. So once it breaks the 60s, I'm out. Still in the trade. It's the only position I have on. Oracle, every time I look at it, like, you're kidding me. Somewhere Obi is like, what the heck, Oracle? It's insane. If Oracle gets to the 170s, I've got to be thinking fate. The way that they dumped this thing at 173 on Friday, if it gets up there, it's hard for me not to be looking short. Thank you very much, Devian Wade, for the super chat. WHLR is popping to the upside. I mean, I'm looking at Oracle, which is popping as well. And if the way the market's going up, if you're looking for popping fades, I think you got to be very patient. Yeah, there he is. I don't know if he's looking at Oracle, but my guess is he might be.
Friday?
Oracle was, yeah, because Oracle had they updated their guidance. It was actually strong and it went to the upside, looking like it was one trying to break out. It failed a break of the post-market highs and was the biggest, nastiest reversal of the day. And now it's doing it in the other direction. So WHLR here has not taken out the top, but that looks good. 750 on Friday-ish, 740 today. Bit of a double top action here on WHLR. Don't know necessarily the story on it. It's done 1.6 million shares. The only thing I'm in right now is Micron still. Come on, get down, Micron. It just cannot seem to break underneath VWAP. I'm gonna get some. This is actually pretty strong. I'm gonna get some out in front of VWAP here because that's what the stock is telling me to do. I just don't love the relative strength, so don't need to be bidding at 86.8. If I'm going to take some out almost flat, going to look for 86.5. If it does break down, we want to see if we can capture some of that. So still just in Micron as the market is making a rebound as we speak. Thankfully, that pulling back into VWAP for me just a little bit.
Yeah, we're all right. Right now, just quickly, we are back into shorting the market right now with the TQQs. So let's just wait to see. You're up to the 200 period on the daily. On the 1 minute chart is something that I don't mind, and we're just shorting it again right now. We've just added to this position. We've already taken it out, so we're just kind of putting it back on now. I'm thinking about 66.60 as an area where let's be wrong if we're going to be wrong on that stock up into there. So let's give this a little bit of room. NVIDIA back into the short. What's up, Adara?
Mike?
Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also worth noting here, we have some range-bound movement to the upside for XCUR. This is Exequire or Execure. This company here has a market cap of about $2.7 million, so pretty small market cap, 951,000 share float, so below 1 million shares, and 7.5% of that is going to be sold short. Entering here into this debt for equity exchange agreement. So this sending Execure, XCUR to the upside, guys.
Execure to the upside.
Excuse me.
As the market goes higher, the first pullback in Oracle happens. So that's just holding counter trend. When the market was going down, Oracle was going up. Now that the market's starting to pull back up, Oracle makes its first pullback. So like I said, I took some out of Micron when it looked like it was holding VWAP. Probably a good decision because it's right back bouncing off VWAP. This is now looking a little bit trappish. Like you got the little bull flag, ignore what's going on in the pre-market. It's a dip and then a bit of a rip. If this takes out 87.5, I think we made the right decision to get some out. Checking back in on Tesla, which kind of came out of nowhere with the way that it dropped. It's starting to sell a bit again on Tesla here, losing VWAP. So I want to keep an eye on this at VWAP. It wasn't necessarily the plan to trade it anywhere but 235, but it's certainly the biggest move off the open that I saw. So it definitely should be on our radar. If it holds on to VWAP and breaks out up, I think it's got some obvious room to set upside. But strong move here all the way back up on the futures. That's going to lead me back over to AAPL because 216.5 load. 216.5 was that over-under price. It broke down immediately to give that initial trade. If it gets back above 216.5, that could really explode. Feels like a little bit of a liquidity grab could have just happened underneath support levels. Oh, there was something one name we forgot to look at here, still just in the one position for me, but it was Upstart. Yeah, so Upstart broke down. And it did go SSR, and it just made a bounce off 33 even all the way into VWAP. If it retests that low, I think that can be the bounce spot. So Upstart did go 10% to the downside. I was looking at other stocks at the time, mainly Micron and Google. But yeah, looking pretty weak is Upstart. Might have made its bottom here at 33. It is short sell restricted. Needs an uptick to hit the bid to go short.
All right. All right, so let's just go over what we're doing. I mean, it's tough because I know the position board is not working. We're $2 now in the money on Apple, but we're getting lighter on that. That's just up to the 50-period moving average. We still have that same 10% left on Apple. Again, I said maybe less than 10%, but we had 3 fills down here. It's like a typical 10% here for me. We'll see if it does continue to work out. NVIDIA has just been back and forth here. I mean, I'm not super happy with this stock, but it's at the 50-period moving average. We won and then we lost, so pretty flat on NVIDIA today. We just taken some more out here as we keep on bouncing off that 116. I want to wait till this 200 period, which is 117.30. So hopefully we get some more fills up at 117 if it does come up there. We've just been getting lighter on it because look at the futures, man. I mean, giddy up. Man, we were right early, but then now they want to come back to the upside. So I'm fine with that. Remember, we do have the Fed rate coming on Wednesday. So we'll wait to hear if there's anything sort of, I don't think we're waiting for like a whisper. It's already about 60 points, 60% chance here that we have a 50% cut. leaving 40 on the table for that quarter, right? So it'll just play out the way it plays out, and we're going to be here for you early tomorrow, I guess, in and around 1:45 for that announcement. Wednesday, yeah, on that date. So that'd be important. All right, so just as the futures keep going upside right now, wow. Okay, did we just get a number or something? The market just like extreme poppage right there.
Technical break, maybe?
So we'll be flat now on the TQs. We just gave that short back on that break. NVIDIA shares popping. We're not averaged in, so we are averaged in, but our average price is 116.75. We did real good, man. We waited for this pop-up. So let's now wait to see what winds up happening here. Market really on one to the upside right now. We're still fine. It's just we did get stopped out of our TQs there on that break of the 50 period, of the 200 period. Nice move up, man. I was not expecting this turnaround here in the market today, but it happened and we're dealing with it. There we go. Short the Qs again. Good trade. We only got out to 75%.
Yeah, so on that spike, I got taken out there on Micron. Micron finally broke that resistance level, so out of Micron, and it's right back underneath. So might have just gotten wicked out, but I'm going to be a bit patient. That was a spike across the board in the market. Everything I looked at caught the same technical break right into those previous highs. So I want to see it hold underneath that price before we jump back in. I can tell you, Intel, first trade good, second trade not, flat on it, but I want to get back on the dip here. Intel's still going higher. It's at 3.5%. Check that, 3.8. It was up 4% at one point. If it pulls back into pre-market, or just call it overnight highs, 2030, or into VWAP at 2010, still like both of those if we can get them. This has been trend up the entire way. The other thing that's been trend up the entire way is Oracle. It's trying to find its way back into VWAP for a potential test. So I'm out of Micron. No more Micron short for me. Unfortunately, we slapped the L on that. But I want to get back over to Intel. Stock that we liked long is breaking out. So looking to buy dips here. Whether we get VWAP or not seems unlikely. Should have held maybe to 20. Didn't on the reload. We'll look to see if we get 2030. Just want to take the stairs to the upside on this. You've got higher lows trending up, and the market's starting to join the party as well. So Intel seems like it's found a little bit of a bottom. Oscar Plays just said Palantir 36 short. Palantir can't be at 36. Well, Palantir is at 36. Yeah, man, despite the market move down, Palantir is breaking out this 36 level. You know, don't make assumptions. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me, or I think that's the line.
The greatest stock of all time.
No, and the assumption was when the market dumped, Palantir wouldn't be breaking 36. Well, it is. But it tested above this 3 times, and 36.10 is now the local high. So the breakout would not be here. It's already happened on Palantir. I still feel like I like Intel better. So I'm going to stick with that one. But Palantir looking actually very good to the upside, despite what the market seems to be doing.
Yeah, we should probably head over there to Palantir and have a quick look. I just want to remind everybody that we apologize because the position board is not working. We are well aware of that and wishing for speedy recovery to our position board. All jokes aside, it's just we had a software upgrade and just didn't work out the way we thought it would. So, all right, TQQ downside push right there. We are starting to get filled on that. We are still short NVIDIA at 117 right there. We waited for it. We got that fill. We got a great fill down there at 116.15 as well. It was an averaged out price. So right now our average price is 93, but we've been taking hits on NVIDIA. We're not going to be up on it, and especially if it takes out that high right there of 117.50. That's our stopping spot for NVIDIA. And wow, this market wants to keep on climbing higher. I think it was Urso or somebody there in the chat that was like NVIDIA's climbing, and so far you've been 100% right. The market really taking off upside now. Let's go over and see what Adair is up to.
It's some pre-market weakness. We do have a push higher here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ to start the first half an hour of this week. Key this week will be the FOMC meeting and rate decision on September 18th. We're going to get that decision coming through on Wednesday at 2 p.m. and then press conference here with Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 p.m. No major economic data on watch today. We did get a higher than expected New York Fed manufacturing index print at 8:30 a.m., but that's the only print on watch for today. Some companies, though, to keep an eye on include Intel. This one basically at high of days here with some reports from Bloomberg suggesting that this company may have qualified for $3.5 billion or up to $3.5 billion in funding for some of those U.S. military chips. So INTC on watch with some potential funding coming in here. We have Upstart, definitely off its lows, but still down about 10% here, announcing intentions to offer $300 million of senior convertible notes. So interesting look here for UPST. Last but not least, Micron on watch has been kind of chopping and turning here, still at about 4% after hitting new 2-week highs there on Friday. Potential sympathy with SK Hynix after Morgan Stanley double downgraded that name with regards to some DRAM concerns. We know Micron had a double downgrade over similar concerns last week, guys.
Double downgrade.
Double downgrade. But that just means like, whatever. Sometimes you're playing catch up. Remember, Micron was down like 60% off of its highs. So sometimes they play a little bit of catch up and they're just late. So big move down, they do a double downgrade because they hadn't been doing their diligence. But Intel, now it just broke another high, as Adair mentioned.
This market is.
So like this one's flying, and it is what it is. I know we beat up on that stock all the time, but right now it's one of the stronger ones out there. I don't know if we're going to see VWAP. I'm just going to cancel the VWAP bid. If it gets down there, probably still like it at VWAP, but I got to start concerning myself with the aftermarket or the overnight highs. If it pulls back into the 30s, I think that's going to be the more likely spot. Micron still hasn't retaken where I got stopped out, the 87.5. So it's still underneath there and looking relatively valid that you can have resistance at that same price. So I think I got wicked out, obviously. If we come back in, fail that same high, I just jump back into the short. So that's the only short that we put on outside of the early one on Apple, but it was an L. Apple's starting to look really, really strong. There was just a big pullback off of 216. And then immediately it's back above that 215 hold and back above trying to break out this 216. It feels like if Apple breaks out 216, it's pretty much gone. But you can see the wall of selling happening at the 16. There is no size on the offer here. Like I'm looking at it, there's nothing there. It's probably just a bit of a refresher. That gets taken out. I think this is probably going to fly, but it's resistance till it ain't. I came in looking shorts on Apple. So I'm going to short it in front of 216 even. If it breaks, you know what? And then Micron, we're also going to reshort that one through VWAP because they just wicked us out. Just going to jump right back in where we had it before.
Okay, in your hallelujah moment of the day right here. Hallelujah. The TQs just fell in, and look at that price that we got. Oh my. We just got 66.15s or something there on a downside push there. We were getting close to being in a problem spot there as this market was coming back to the upside quite nicely. And then we just got that flush into the 200, but it was bought up immediately. So that's a warning spot for sure for all of these trades. So I am starting to get weaker now. We've been short. I mean, NVIDIA's almost out. Here it goes right now. It's going meme crazy to the upside. Like it just went down and we were able to get some out in the 20s. Our average price is 15s, but we will take a hit here again. I don't know why I'm even short this. There it goes. Did it break? Yeah. Like we wrote down 120s for NVIDIA. So it looks like right now it's just going to come right back up to the upside. We're still in that Apple long, but we have to hit a fail on the short again for NVIDIA. I mean, we just stop doing it. That's all. Apple with the long, we're still in this one trying to go, but it's NVIDIA that's taking off. We stamped a buy on Intel earlier, as you guys know as well, talking about that. Shout out to Shakib and everything, saying that I think Intel's a buy today and hold, for quite a while, potentially on that one. So I do like Intel. Micron, I know Neil's been on that and it's been a little bit choppy. We do apologize about the position board. I still really want to short NVIDIA, but really off to the races now, only down 1.15%. NVIDIA going upside right now. Yeah, Intel's looking
It
good,
might want
man.
21 today.
All right, let's see what Adair's up to.
Carvana, speaking of meme crazy, this one really strong this morning, up about 6%, near day's highs with increasing volume here. We have Evercore ISI maintaining an inline rating, but raising its price target for Carvana from 142 to 157. CVNA also has about a 6.7% short float, getting lots of social media attention this morning. This one on watch, guys.
New highs. Oh. Yeah, NVIDIA making new highs. We're hearing that in our ear. Apple's pulling back while NVIDIA's making these highs. It's giving me a pause again about this short. I'm going to take more now on the futures. Futures have been good, man. We had that short. We talked about getting stopped out there. We had it back. We just got a great fill there. Still waiting to see about taking out this pre-market high sort of here on the TQQs, which would be, the pre-market high is all the way up here, but I'm kind of just talking about since we sort of dumped from in and around here, 66.80 or so, maybe even up to 67 for the TQQs. I feel like you got to give it a little bit of room. Been wrong going short, so we'll wait, man. The market, I feel like, is good. We had the move down. Now we have this move consolidating right into here. Let's see if we break 1970. 19,700. If it does that, then good on you. Still $1.70 on this one. And still watching out, man. Is NVIDIA's top 118? I don't know. I don't think I'm willing to sit here and predict anything right now. We've lost on NVIDIA today, so we're going to give it a little bit of a break, but 118 looks like it doesn't want to hold either, man. It's just straight up, man. Every drip is a buy. So we did good covering some of this, but at the end of the day, we'll be red on NVDA. Yeah, Palantir and Oracle. I mean, those are both names that I own, but yeah, both names.
Palantir really shot. So, look, obviously, I'm not back into Micron,
36.
but Micron broke back out again when the chips went. The Nasdaq's about to go and take 19.4.5, or sorry, 19.46, which is a local high. I feel like Apple, while it's been scalpable in this range, if it takes out this 216, I'm short here mid 80 at 85. If it breaks that out, I'm just going to get out. I think the initial short was the way to go. Now you're kind of bull flagging it to the upside. Intel's doing a dip right now, but I wanted to make sure that we covered Oracle, because Oracle, I thought Oracle might dip into VWAP. Silly me, tricks for kids. Oracle's going to break 170 any second now. So I thought joining the trend would be getting it maybe back at VWAP. Instead, Oracle has other plans, and they do not involve me getting into that party. The dip on Intel is the biggest one that I've seen so far, as it's coming right back in to that previous breakout price at 220.30. So looking for some kind of a consolidation. Don't want to get in on the front end. We got a breakout trade that worked, and then a dip buy where I got in on the front end, it ran the stop, and then immediately went higher. I'd rather see it wick other people out than jump in to the reversal here, as Intel's trying to pull back for the first time. So just in Apple, short in front of 216, but you got VWAP in here that's holding at the half this entire way. Like, look at it hold. You got halfway, and then you've got and then you have 215 even on Apple. So if that's the range, I want to make sure that I'm covering inside of this range here on AAPL. It's this wick that's skewing the chart a little bit here. I can zoom in, you can see a little bit better. You got 216 up top, you got VWAP at 215 half, and then you have support at 215 even on Apple, which makes it clear what the range is. I'm hoping it stays range bound, because if it breaks out the top, then I'm getting out of this, out of Dodge. So we're just going to ring the register here, halfway to VWAP on Apple. Only about 27, 28 cents in there, but this is trending higher now. Like everything else, it seems like it's trending higher into a flat top break. Resistance, at least for now, on Apple at 216.
All right. Yeah, Intel's pulling back. So is NVIDIA now bouncing off that 118. The only positions... Oh, I thought it was working, but it was the Bitcoin at the bottom changing colors there. Okay. We're short 66.57. We talked about going short right here. We said that we were going to leave NVIDIA alone. Maybe we should get out of some Apple as it's trying to break lower. If Apple breaks this 115, 215, sorry. Let's just get out of Apple at 215. We're long down here at 214. So I'm going to cancel that. This trade is 214.20. My stop I just canceled was 20 cents lower. So we'll go 5-1. If this breaks 214.99, let's get out. We do have that 10% left. We're going to get out of that one. But right now we are bleeding lower here, which I like. I like a lot right now in the futures. Let's see if it wants to pull back a little bit. We talked about it getting a little overheated into the open range there. So we'll bid 35s now as we just shorted up here, 66.60. So we kind of shorted this 19.7 area. So did we just get filled at? Oh, no, we did not. We're at 35s. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, did we get it? I think we just got it. Okay, so we just got it there. So nice fill. Okay, of course, as it goes lower. We are still waiting for something in the 20s as well. As here we go. Nice push back down in, man, making our net just a little more comfortable than we were before. There's the futures. Only trade I have on right now is Apple and this TQQ trade. So again, made money early, gave it back in flat. Had a huge, not a huge trade, but a huge print down there because we only got out of like 10 or 15%. And now we'll wait to see if we fade back into the 50 here on the NASDAQ 100. So good movement there, 58 on Bitcoin. I feel like we could look at Coinbase.
Again?
Is it? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Like, what is Coinbase doing? So Coinbase 156 up to 160. Still down a little bit. I was going to say, where's the data? Yeah, 162 and change. Not super ready to do anything yet with Coinbase, I feel like. So let's wait on that one. See if we can't find some better opportunities. I want to stay away from all the big cap names because I'm already short the market. But
the market's trying to break it.
We talked about Upstart ripping today.
So there goes. Just as soon as we got the $0.50, Apple broke out the top. Look at the candle on it. This is a 3-minute candle. Okay. But look at that move. Like it was grinding lower, put in that lower high, and then just broke 216. So I'm out of it, and I'm not even in. I'm no positions right now. Apple was the only thing that I was in at that moment.
That is nuts.
But that was a big volume spike just there. That's why you use stop orders, everybody, because if you try to manually put an order through to get 216s there, you're probably getting 30s or something like that. Thankfully, ours worked as they're supposed to. Intel, there we go. Intel just made a bit of a higher low here again. So I'm trying to get it in on the other side, which would be let it bounce and then try to get the bounce play. I'm sitting at 35s, like to give that into 30. But that was a big, hefty move to the upside on Apple. I'm just going to double check to see what NVIDIA is doing here while I'm on the bit of Intel. I'm no longer in position. Yeah, it's not really. Oh, not this. Oh, what's going on with this chart?
Bad thing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, I have it here. NVIDIA's not doing anything, guys. It's at 117.50. It's trying to go back and forth from 118. It's too bad. Like, our last draw on that was 117.50, so kind of glad about that one. We're still now, we're almost $3 in the money there on Apple. Like, I don't know what that spike was about, but yeah, huge move back up to the upside. As someone in the chat said that Sean was going to poo-poo that Apple story. Well, we're long now, Apple, and it's a good one. $2.50 now in the money on Apple. And we just got reloaded again. It's too bad. I do apologize, everybody. I know we sound like a broken record or a raspy record, but at the same time, man, our position board is not working. So all I can tell you is the trades that I'm in the NASDAQ 100, which is this short right here. Just trying to play off 19.7. We talked about that sort of move that we've just had, trying to barcode, but just bounced off VWAP, so I'm not super happy about that one either. But we'll short the NASDAQ 100 now with the tool, the triple Qs, and again, triple levered. So I just prefer that. Just the pricing and everything. I mean, it has nothing to do with the leverage because I'm trading numbers here, right? So it doesn't really matter. And I prefer, to trade the Qs is just so much more expensive and so much more difficult to find your key levels because if you're going to have a 40-cent stop or something on the triple Qs, you're going to get stopped out of that almost pronto. And again, it's just the same type of thing. Just trade what you feel comfortable with. Right now, we're short on that one. Apple just continues, man. There goes Apple. Let's go. Let's do a little face slapper there for that one. Hard to imagine that we lost early on 215 long, but as we wrote down on here, 215 was a spot, and I said, watch out for 214 break, like as if we're long right now, 214.20. To have predicted to hold all that is so tough. Like when we went back to 215, that's when we basically cleaned out of all of it, but there goes the futures, man. If we didn't have Apple, then we would be red on everything. But the TQs is a flat stock, and NVIDIA is red.
Yeah, for me, Micron's the red one. But you know what? Looked over and NVIDIA wasn't doing much. AMD's going. So like this is just broken out that 153, the wall from Friday. Now NVIDIA is breaking the high of the day, but AMD broke it $1 ago and looks like the stronger one, at least to the upside. I still haven't gotten the dip buy in Intel. I am on the bid, trying to catch the mid 30s there, but have not gotten filled. So still looking to join that one. But look at AMD go. Feel like if this is the one going and the market's going to go green, then play the stronger one. I know a lot of times this is what happened on Friday where I was staring down NVIDIA, looking for the NVIDIA trade, and it was ARM that was going. So you can stare down NVIDIA all you want, but if we take out these highs, it's AMD that's already gone. So I want to be able to join the strongest name. It's trying to pull back off some higher lows. We'll see if we can catch a bit of a fill there. As you mentioned, 58,000 on Coinbase. I'm like, again, all we keep doing is going 58, 58 over and over again. But you do have coin over 160. That was the over-under for me. So no short for me in Coinbase now that it's over $160. That's absolutely flying to set upside. Where's Intel? Not really giving me any fills yet. So I'll let you guys know if I get into Intel, but I'm also looking at AMD here. But just moving away from NVIDIA the way that AMD is going. I feel like that is going to be the stronger of the pair as we're now just waiting for a little bit of a dip buy coming in here in AMD. Got the higher lows, I think 153.5, where pre-market broke out is going to be it. So sorry about the position board, everybody, but I'm just on the bid Intel and looking for a dip in AMD for it to tell me where to get in.
Okay, just real quickly here. Yeah, Ponzi sent me a message. I'll have to deal with that after. Okay, so, oh yeah. It's $3 in the money now for Apple, as that one is just like, okay. And again, we just retweeted it out. We put that out for you guys as well one more time. And that was the fact that the sticky note today for Apple was buy the dips into, and again, like we just should be up more than this. It's just all that it is, man. Buy the dips into 214. Watch for break above 219 if we can get that. That would be nice. But there it is right there, 214 support, 215 long. We lost early on the 215 long, so we slapped a fail on that one, only to get back into it and watch what is happening right now with Apple taking out 217. Possible move up there to 219. So maybe we should just like trust ourselves and wait for that. We did reloaded a little bit here on the TQ. So let's put something back in the low 50s here. We just got a 65 or so there on this, or even higher than, 65s. And we just put a 51 out. So we'll see if we can get something there on this level. So far, so good here, but not much happening. There we get a 51 fill there on the market. So a little bit of a pushback there. I'm hoping for a bigger flush than this. Okay. All right. Well, that just happened, and we just got, that's crazy. I was like, let's just hope for a bigger flush, and then flush came through. So, okay, we're back, baby. We got reloaded on this NASDAQ play, and so far, so good right here on that trade. So nice downside push. I'd comment on Neil's positions, but as he had mentioned there, we do not have the position board up. So Apple 260 for me, probably thinking about a spot now to get out. What about 216.60? If it breaks 216.50, maybe we should do it. But we're singing the tune right now with the TQQs. My number one stock, and really the only one that will be up a decent amount on as we wait to see what's going to happen now with Apple. We'll come back and check on Neil in a second after Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Shout out and a thank you to Trade the Pool there. So I want to give an update on Alphabet because it was the first
of all, because Randy made.
I am 100% down for a refill or a coffee. Thank you very much for asking.
As well.
Alphabet, which I have not been in since the original dip, did not get to VWAP, so no re-entry there. I know I was in it the one time. It pulled 156.5 to 157.5. It's now continuing its stretch run a little bit higher to set upside. AMD finally in a bit of a pullback right into there's your opening range top 153.18, and then it dipped off that once, looking for a dip the second time through. If it loses that 18 level, I do want to jump out of it, but it's starting to pull back in here. If there's going to be a short, it's weird, but as I was saying, AMD going. Sorry about the chart. You know what? I'm just going to show you guys a black chart for NVIDIA because this one's fine. So this is NVIDIA. Check out what's happening here at the 118 level. It just keeps on trying to break, It's starting to roll over. NVIDIA is starting to look a little bit weak relative to these other chip names. And I think this one's probably a short to me as the market's trying to pull back. As long as it does a bit of a head and shoulders here underneath the 118 level. Micron busted it out on me, so I'm not going to go back into that until it sets up again. And Intel still looking to grab these 30s if we can on the bid. It just double tapped the top though. You know what? That's a double top.
Bring it.
Oh, this has come down. No, double top on Intel, wick. No, that's a reversal. I'm off the bid of this stock.
All right. Yeah, I agree with something's going on.
Clear double top.
Nothing's going on, but it's just, the market's making some moves right now. 216.40 is my out now for Apple. We just wicked down there a couple times. This sort of, back and forth here. We just want to make sure we grab that profit, right? So a good trade again for this one on not Boeing, but here we go. Coming through right now for the market, not crashing by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a downside push. And all we've been doing is shorting. Oh my. Good one. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, who was that? You, Patrick? Yeah, my daughter yesterday comes over to me and she starts going, Like she's finally starting to learn how to whistle right there. And I'm like, great. Like I'm so happy and so proud that I taught you how to whistle. Now stop whistling. You know what I mean? But
it's so much fun, though.
yeah, it's so much fun though, right there. And anyways. You know, it's like when your kids start walking around. It's like, oh my God, they're walking. And then you take the videos of them and it's so great. And it's like, oh, they're, and then all of a sudden it's like, man, I wish that kid just started crawling again because now they're into everything and you got to monitor them.
Be careful.
Yeah, that just reminded me there. But there's a nice move right there. It's not Weed Batman, but the market sure is getting a little downside action. We have to watch out for MSOS. That was moving around a little bit as well, but a good move back there. When you can get high of day, and we always talk about this, I should have been sitting there. We're at 17s on that drip down because we did not have a bid there, but you should always be at VWAP or at a 50 period moving average. So let's go back. I mean, we were bidding 30s, which is good enough, but right now things have changed. So, all right, Adara's over at the screen. So let's go find out what she's up to.
Nice look for the Russell 2000, which has been pretty strong over the last few days. IWM making a nice bottoming tail candle here, now currently up about 0.5% and near day's high. So let's see how this one unfolds from here. Quite a few interesting names on the small cap recap today, including Micro Aljo, MLGO. This one generally making some higher lows here. It has run in the past, currently up about 50%. Not seeing any news on this one, but worth noting about a 13.7% short float. Market cap here of about $1.6 million. So MLGO on watch here. Next up, we have Nucana, NCNA. This one's also run before, announcing that there was some positive results for its melanoma treatment here. So NCNA up more than 150%. Last but not least, Bone Biologics, BBLG. This is another repeat runner, up over 100%. No news, but lots of pre-market social media attention. We've got a $1.7 million market cap and a 1.44 million share float. So pretty small float and market cap for BBLG, guys.
There we go. And by the way, Bitcoin is making a bit of a move to the lows here. Just there you go, trying to break these lows. So when I was saying, I may not short that Coinbase after all, well, something changed when the market made that little bit of a reversal, and now Bitcoin is at that bottom. I'm watching Mara here. It looks a little bit better than Coinbase because it's a very clear, there's your rounded top, there's your failure over 16. Now it's putting in a bit of a lower high. Any failure to break the high, I'm looking to short back into the high of the day. The initial plan was I actually preferred Coinbase to Mara, but suddenly this one sets up a little better for a fade off of those highs. I canceled the bid on Intel when it looked like a reversal play. So I was on the bid, and then I saw it double tap 2050, go right up to the high, wick the high, and then fall back down. So that looks like a reversal to me, and I'm not really feeling that long anymore. So we're not on Intel long, or at least on the bid anymore. Just jumped over into Mara, just liked it a little bit better than Coinbase with Bitcoin taking out that bottom. A little bit of a head and shoulders action happening. Looking for VWAP retracement here, short 1602. The only thing we're in.
Bang. How my futures traders doing right now, baby? This is a good one. Again, we're short literally the high of the day there. So if you're going to be a futures trader and trading with us, that's 19,690. You're now at 19,630. So it's 60 handles right there for you on the futures. Yeah, Warren, you just worry about Oxy and whatnot, and we'll get that all figured out. Yeah, that's tomorrow, my guy. All right, these guys are very, very excited about these futures trades. But you know what? Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. You are starting to go a little bit lower. I'm going to get something out. I shouldn't do this because psychologically this makes no difference on the TQs. But it is dropping back into the lowest spot we've been at in the last hour. So we should take some profit here, I feel like, right? As we start to go to the downside, the biggest trade here of the day will be with the TQQs for me to the downside, obviously, as this is the profitable name. Apple, we did get out on that break. So Apple does break. I mean, let's go, man. That's another props there for Apple as we'll go long at 214, out at 216.50. That's a $250 winner on that. And we are getting lighter. We only have about 30% left. Maybe a little bit less than that on this triple Q position, but I think the market can fall back in. I mean, you're under VWAP, you're under everything. So I have no more bids on this name until we get to 65.80 So I'm going to put one there right now, 65.85. Let's put a bid there, see if we can sit there and get that fill. So right now we're looking for that one. Nice move back in, man. It's 70 cents on the futures. It is almost right now. We're in 80 handle winner right now. Let's see if we can continue to make a move. But Apple, mind blown right now. And whoever that individual was that said that this was possibly a story to look at a little more carefully, it was on our watch list, obviously. Both of us looking at Apple there today. We lost early, won late. And now it's trying to give some back underneath. But look at this, man. There it is. We could have a dollar winner. There it goes right there. Wow. Into the gates of hell goes the futures. If you're trading futures, then hopefully you're with me on this one. Big move. We're now almost 100 handles in the money on this futures trade. Good job, anyone that hit anything on that way. And again, Neil, myself, and the whole team here apologize as our board.
It's being
let's just hope it gets up for the midday.
It's being worked on.
Yeah, it's being worked on.
We apologize for that, obviously. I know everyone's used to the same standard that we've been given every single day, which is be able to short. All we can do is tell you what's going on, right? Like, that's the best we can do. So I'm only in tomorrow. I canceled bids on Intel after that reversal. That said, it is holding up. So good for them. Intel did not break lower as the market went lower. So this is, I cancel my bids because it was looking weak on a double top 2050. But now all of a sudden, it's looking like this should be a reversal play. All I'm going to do here is say this is VWAP, this is the trend, and it's breaking the trend. If it does not break back above 2050, I feel like Intel is going to be a short. But the only position I am in is Mara, just above the 16 level. Bit of a head and shoulders. It just failed Friday afternoon's tops right in here, and then pulling right back underneath. So underneath 16, I think VWAP is next in play. If 58,000 goes, there's no reason why this can't be back at its low of the day. I know we've been ignoring Tesla a little bit here. I thought maybe Tesla was going to press back into 230, but no luck in sight. It's consolidating underneath morning support on Friday. So I think this is an easy over-under here for Tesla. Either it breaks that 227.5, or this one's going to fall like everything else. Randy, thank you so much for the reload on the coffee. We appreciate you. We're about to get... Oh, wait a minute. We're about to get the crypto update in a second. I'm kind of curious to see if this 58,000 holds. Because if it does, if it does, then I feel like VWAP's going to hold on Mara. I'm short Mara just above 16. If 58,000 does a bit of a bounce, I'm expecting VWAP to bounce here on MARA.
I've got Sharif right beside me, and I know Sharif likes 100 handle winners on the futures. So there it comes. It's a nice push down. And I was going to say something to Randy. We wrote down on here, we're feeling short. We're feeling short. We talked about that all day. We like the long on Apple at those levels. We took it. Other than that, man, we've been feeling short. We write it down on here. So this is what makes me happy, because the largest position here today, obviously, most profitable position for me are the futures short. So when you're feeling that way, you got to take it. Unfortunately, at NVIDIA, man, why couldn't we get those feels at 118? But there's a nice push back in for NVIDIA. So if you've been short this name, I gave it up for that 50 cents there. But if we had just held it, it's making the move back down in. Again, we're pretty proud of the trading today. We got out of the way of a lot of these trades. But right now, as Neil mentioned, we are getting ready for the crypto minute. And for that, we go to the desk with Adara.
Third straight day to the downside here for BTC after climbing above the 60,000 level to end off the week there on Friday the 13th. We're currently just pushing below 58,000, so just around 57,900. Still this currently at day's lows here. Actually, interestingly enough, on that Friday that we ended up to the upside, we actually had the highest single day inflows since July 22nd. For those BTC ETFs. So FBTC, which is the Fidelity Bitcoin ETF, leading the pack there with 102 million in inflows. Then next up, we had ARK, ARKB, so ARK's Bitcoin ETF there with 99 million in inflows. So some different groups leading the pack on the largest inflows in almost 2 months there for BTC ETFs on Friday. BTC, like I said here, now pushing below that 57,900 level, down about 3%. Ethereum down about 5%, giving up that 2,300 level. Generally pretty weak across the board for a lot of these names. Tron slightly positive, but you have Dogecoin down about 5%, Ripple down about 3%, Cardano down about 5.5%. Not a great way to start the week for crypto, guys.
No, not a great way to start the week, and taking out those 58,000 just got taken out to the downside. So I got some at Mara, and it's now testing VWAP in there. ARM is now down 7%.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so looking a little bit nasty on ARM, as strong as it was on Friday. This just lost the 50 period on the daily. And if we make some fresh lows, this feels like it's a bit of an event happening here for ARM. 140 was that 50 period moving average. This is going to trend down. I keep looking over for, like, if NVIDIA is going to do something a little bit bigger, but it's ARM that's making the biggest move here in all of the chip space. I feel like that one should be the one to trade. Just like on Friday. On Friday, stare down NVIDIA and ARM was a bigger move. Same thing here on Monday. You stare down NVIDIA and ARM is the bigger move. So I'm slapping the fail on myself because I should have learned that lesson and been ready. I was looking shorts on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's not giving them to you. ARM is the one that's giving it to you. So I want to look to short pops there. Intel's still, like, it's still looking like a reversal. It just hasn't really set up a short that I like until just now. When I tried to grab it on that trend reverse, I did not get the fill, so I can tell you, hey, look, people got short. No, that's just me trying to grab the fill here at 2040 as it broke the trend a little bit to the downside. So double top on Intel at 20.5, technically 20.55, and looking to short pops back into VWAP. But Mara is the only thing that I am in to the sell side as it's testing VWAP. Fresh lows there on BTC. I think this is a short that pops. As long as we lose that 50 or keep underneath that 58 or at that 58 is the short that pops all the way into the lows. But man, it's an ugly day for ARM. That's the one I got to short any pop into. So we're only in Mara on offer of 2040 of Intel and then ARM looking to short back in. So here comes that 1 point already in Mara trying to break VWAP as we speak.
Boy, oh boy. Oh man. I mean, I really like golfing, but I think I like trading a little bit better. I mean, we're short at the top of the day, and we're getting out at the bottom of the day right now. So top of the morning to you, 66.60 short, all the way down to the bottom. It is now $1. It is now 100 plus handles on the futures to the downside. So there it is. What's up, Adam? What's up, everybody there in the chat? As it just keeps on making them sing, baby, to the downside. So Neil talked about some trading there on Friday. I'm sure there were some bangers. This is a big one right here on the TQQs. I hope you guys enjoy that trading. I hope you enjoy this dip buy on Apple as well, as I'm thinking about breaking this top actually on Apple right now as it wants to get going backside. We are near the bottom. I don't even want to, I don't even want to give this one up yet. Wow, Neil. Oh my, right now. The damage is being put on the futures. Stay in your lanes right now, as there it goes right back into the downside. And again, we talked about this early, man. We wanted the short. We wanted the short on the TQs. It's all about right here. Stay short, looking short. Even a note about the FOMC. Stay short. And that's what we did. We are short. We are short. Did I mention already that we have over almost now 180 handles on the futures, as there it goes to the downside. Also been, Dewey printing. I mean, everybody right now, it's a print factory. We need something where we're firing off a print gun, a money gun or something around here. John Travolta's like, wow, that's short. We have this. Oh my, Neil. Wow. These shorts are really coming in right now. Bye-bye market. Now down one and change. It's always nice when that's sort of what we've been talking about all morning keeps going back and forth.
Bye-bye.
There it goes. Huge move down on the TQs. And we're sitting in there cashing it out. I mean, this is the trade right here. So let's see what happens next. But there goes the Qs.
Yeah, there goes the Qs. Great look over there. And I'm out of Mara now. Bitcoin made the break of the low. There's your break of 58,000. There is your next bottom in here. This is a 15-minute chart. Let me get that. Whoops. Now you want to show me other ads? There you go. So it just made another bounce or attempted bounce off the next support at 57.6. Once that came in, Mara was pretty much right on the line, bouncing off morning support, morning breakout levels of 15.65. So 16.02 all the way down to 15.68. Goes a couple of points very quickly, goes to the next spot. I'm out of it. Tesla, yeah, I mean, Tesla didn't really give you that much of a chance to get in that 227.5. That's now rolling over again. I feel like Tesla is still a short. Don't know if we're going to be able to grab that one. So out of Mara, I said we're going to go ARM short if it does any kind of a pop. Well, ARM's pop was very, very muted, and it's still heading down into the downside. So it's been one of those mornings where all you had to do is be very, very particular and patient. I actually wanted coin short at that 58 level, but picked Mara. Coin was at the moment looking a little bit stronger, and I think it was the right decision. So coin, you could have had it through 160. It's already back in through VWAP. Meanwhile, Mara is just trying to bounce and go back into VWAP. So I feel like we got the right one to look for that short trade. ARM down 7% and looking rather nasty, but the market is trying to make a bounce off of those lows. I'm going to look for some re-entries on the shorts. VWAP can be in play here. If VWAP doesn't hold underneath on Mara, then I'd want to short back at the 16 level where we got that one before. 1320 Wolf saying Moderna's moving. Oh my goodness, forgot all about Moderna and its continuation. Moderna caught a bid like wildfire after getting the dump city on Thursday, I think it was. Caught a big bid on Thursday, but it has yet to break out from that level. It's like $71, I think, on Moderna, or maybe 71.5. Yeah, 71.5 that it would need to break through, and then all of a sudden you can start to fill in a little bit of that gap. Yeah, 71.5 is the big level here for mRNA. But good luck, 1320 Wolf. You want to find something relatively strong because the market's weak.
All right. Yeah, we got back into NVIDIA here. We're long at 116.70 just off VWAP. We're going to try to play off of this bottom here of 116 flat. So we'll see if that wants to come in at some point here for NVIDIA as we're underneath. And we had talked about some of the levels that we liked on our sticky note earlier, and there was 120 short. We didn't write down anything on the bid side for NVDA. So just trying to have a look. Forget about these wicks, obviously. But right into there, 116, 117. We've already breached those lower. So that tick tonight will have to be that 115.90 or so, breaking a little bit lower through there. Let's see if we can hold on. We still do have, I mean, we only have less than 10% left now on the NASDAQ short, which is why if, you know, it feels like it's gone down enough here, we will try to buy some more NVIDIA. I don't know. I feel like it's a little early to do it, but we'll buy some 64s, 65s here. We'll give an average price of 70 if we get this fill. We bought 74s. Now we'll buy 64s. Did we get it? No, not yet. There it is. Now we get it. So we're just long right here at VWAP. So 60s. Let's see if it holds, man, against 116. We're going to try it down there. Hopefully it does. So a little bit of a bid here. If we're getting more at 50, we'll do that. We don't want to average in at horrible prices. We'd rather get in a much closer to that bottom, and if it breaks, it breaks. But I think it's probably worth a VWAP hold now. Futures at this bottom. Let's see if it comes in. So there it is. We're now long NVIDIA 116.58. So if it fills higher, we'll get something out around 117 because that's where we stopped. And then we'll wait for, again, like bottoms. We already talked about this. Back to the 50 is good enough for me. So right now it's 10 cents in the money. We're not going to do that. Let's see if it gets back to 90s. And then maybe O's, and then we'll work on it after that. So here we go. Nice little dip buy opportunity there for us on NVIDIA. Back in the money, 25 cents. All right, well, if it's working, it's working. Nice push back up there for NVIDIA as they came back and bought the strong names. I'm going to get a piece out right there at 79 ahead of 80s, and then we'll put a 90 out there. One more print upside. We just bought, oh no, we just missed our 79s there. Oh, there it is. All right, good trade right there. Now 30 cents in the money on this NVIDIA buyback. So yeah, making a little bit of coinage right there. 1040 Adara.
Lots of weakness here in some of these sectors, particularly ones with Mag 7 names. We have Apple sharply to the downside, Nvidia, Tesla, and Amazon all particularly weak as well. Let's start here with electronic technology. Lots of weakness in a lot of these semiconductor names, particularly Broadcom here, pretty weak. AMD to the downside as well. It's a little bit more mixed in the technology services sector. Oracle staying strong after their earnings last week and some other strength. We also have here lots of strength in the finance sector, pretty much great across the board here. Health technology with some standouts, particularly MRK. Process industries, communications, utilities, energy, minerals, all pretty strong here as well. Retail trade on watch a little bit here. We have Costco earnings in a few weeks. Amazon bringing this group to the downside, but generally pretty muted as a whole. Let's see how this shapes up as we continue to await the Fed meeting on Wednesday, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate it. We are getting a bit of the market just wicked the bottoms in there, and VWAP just came into play. Another bounce here on Intel, as this might set up where we don't get a chance at the dip buy, and end up having to take the breakout at 20.5 here. So I'm on the bid. I wanted to see it bounce VWAP first, make those higher lows that we can play into. If we don't get the bid in the 30s, then we're going to look for a 20.55 break. What's going to happen first, however, is Tesla. Tesla, that's a huge reversal on Tesla here just now. If it breaks 60s, breakout right here, 227.60. This felt like it was one of the weaker names all morning, and the reversal candle that this just put in, there's no news here or anything. It just put in a monster reversal candle, and this resistance at 227.60 looking like it wants to break out. So anytime I see a V shape like this, I feel like it's trapped some shorts underneath there. You had to grab that last little breakdown, I think, on Tesla if you liked it. But suddenly this looks like higher lows into a flat top break. As I said, I'll be on the bid of Intel one more time in here. Still like the bear move. Going to leave up Tesla because it might break out. Still like the bear move on Mara. It can't seem to get back above VWAP. I'll give it another chance to retest it. We're still under 58,000 on BTC. So I'm still favoring the shorts here in Mara as it's starting to lose VWAP. But that was a big time reverse on Tesla. I think this was setting up a breakout into 229 and then maybe even 230. Has to give me the break, otherwise we're not going to get in. That's a limit order that I have through. Like, I'm not filled on this position. It's a limit order. If it breaks the local high, I'll be going long on TSLA. So just looking at that for the break, and then shorts here on Mara at VWAP, which I was just showing to you guys, back underneath the 15.8 price. If we take out 58,000, I might decide not to be shorting Mara anymore, but as long as we're underneath, I still like that. I feel like every time I stare down a breakout trade, it decides not to. Got within 8 cents of breaking out that high, and now it's pulling back.
Tesla. I like Tesla. Good stock to trade. I like Nvidia to trade as well. We just took 50 cents on that one, or more a little bit on it as it came back up. We got 117 flat. They're still 48 cents. What am I talking about? And then we just stopped. We said that our target would sort of be the 50-period moving average. Not to think that it would bounce directly off of it, but that is exactly what happened. So again, buying the dip and then out on the upside here. Not great. We're only out of 40% of it. We'd like to get out of a heck of a lot more if we're able to do that. So I should have had an offer up there again. We're still $1 in the money on this one though, which is nice to see. So we'll see if we can hold on to our push on the TQs now. As we shorted that one, we already got the bottom. We have the top of, this is futures trading. You guys want to talk about real trading. And I say to myself too, like, I don't want to scalp as much out. So when you have the top of the day and the bottom of the day, that's not scalping. So right there, boom and boom for that. So we'll have to wait for it. Nvidia's pushing back down. Don't really like that one at all as we've faded right back into VWAP, but maybe we do get an opportunity. That's still 66s, so we're still a little bit higher. I'm going to take an opportunity to buy some down here if we can get it into the 60s. There it is. We get it right there. So that was quick. We just get a 67 reload there. We'll see if it wants to hold again. We're just getting a little bit lighter up there. We'll reload it again. I'm going to wait for 116 to see if that wants to break. If it does, then we will get out loading up down here, 116.30 if it does come in. So that's going to be a good trade, a next opportunity for me. Good reload at 67 if it can hold. So that's something else that we're looking at. We could check out Boeing. Boeing's been a name that we talked about earlier, and I don't think looked at it.
Kind of a
flat on the day. So yeah, Boeing not going, just doing this potential break there of 158. I guess for Boeing is looking pretty good. And then not much happening there.
This Till stock.
Yeah, what is that one?
So last week, Till did some ridiculous things and then kind of failed $90 right at the end of the day, it failed 90. Huge gap to the downside. Now remember, this was a $15 stock. I want to say, no, it was a $10 stock just going back to September 9th. So it feels like it's on the other side of the trade. I know a lot of people are looking at this for a long, but that was a big gap downside. It's trying to break it back out. If it can't hold above like the mid 70s, this one might be in some trouble. Anytime you trap longs in a stock that went $10 to $90, if you're trapping anybody on a breakout today, that's a very dangerous trade. It could always go to $100. If you're in this long, good luck. I'm not looking at this for a long trade at all, but some volume just came into it. I did just reload Mara. Tesla still hasn't broken out. Mara at VWAP, so reloaded the short, just trying to play a lower high game as long as 58 is in the rear view. Going to get bids back in those 60s. That's where the support seems to be, those mid 60s, 1560s on MARA. So no breakout yet on Tesla. That's actually starting to pull back in here. So we jumped in back into the Mara short. Tesla doesn't want to break it out at all. So Mara's probably going to end up working out. And then Intel also not trying to break out the highs. So I'm waiting for VWAP or a break as well on Intel. Intel at the high of the day when the market's at the lows. Said this morning it was a bit of a bizarro world. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why. Because usually this is not a stock which is at the high of the day very often.
All right, we're getting close to, again, like, it's like, instead of dip buying things, like, I feel like NVIDIA could still work, but it's right at that 116 level. We're long at 116.40s right now. 116.45 is our average price. We told you we'd get some 30s. We just got some out at 30 there to give us a little bit of a better price. We got it of 10% because we almost broke 116 here on NVIDIA. So we're long right here right now. I'm going to put another offer at 40 just to take some out. That was really close, man. We almost got stopped out there. So let's wait. Hopefully we do get a bounce back up. We're still short the futures, but it's the NVIDIA trade that we're much more focused on right now. Like that VWAP is at 65. Like that would be nice to get something there. We're long right here at 45s. So we're flat on this trade right here, but we just took some out at 30s and we took some out at 40s. So we're down about 10 cents overall on about 10% of the trade. So hopefully we can get back upside, take something out in the 50s, like 55, 56 to make back what we had already lost. But for right now, it looks like NVIDIA having a hard time getting going. Can it go? Obviously it can, but at the same time, it's down 2.3%. So let's not let our opinion on like dip buying NVIDIA be too affected by what we see in the market. And the market right now is underneath and pushing lows. So right now, it doesn't really make much sense to be really layered into this. So we will ease out of some here and correct the wrongs or try to and get out of a piece of that while still holding to see if we can have a winner. We can't just get in and out of things every time by panicking and being like, oh my God, we're wrong, punch out. I could do it right now and basically just put my hands up and say, I'll take a 10-cent hit. But let's just wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. Give it a second, but the futures are not helping out the cause. That is for sure. We're $1.50 in the money. Look what we're doing right now. Again. Like we're doing this right here on the futures, but we are doing this on NVIDIA. So big, huge trade on the futures. We should have just stuck with those and only traded that. But, we're here and we are trading NVIDIA. So right now, out amazing 20 cents now on NVIDIA, waiting to see if it can go. Sorry, not 20 cents, just 10 cents. Okay, come on, NVIDIA. Get back above 116.50, man. Just one little push on this and get people thinking that they should be long also. And then we can get this name going back upside. NVIDIA trying to go a little bit more here. We're long NVDA with only 10 minutes left.
Apparently, it's well. I'm gonna get to Tesla in a quick little second, but let's go to the desk. We've got Money Talks with Adara.
The DXY continuing to bounce around in this range off some pretty clear support and resistance areas on the chart here. We have some strength or the resistance coming in here, 101.75s. Continued support here at 100.6 and actually getting some wicks here at the bottom side of this range. So interesting area to watch out for. The only economic data we're getting today is the 8:30 a.m. New York Fed manufacturing print. This came in much higher than expecting. So we got 11.5 for September compared to the forecast of negative 4.3 and the previous print of negative 4.7 for August. So positive, surprise positive print here for September. Tomorrow we'll get retail sales for month-over-month basis at 8:30 a.m. But key is going to be this FOMC meeting that we're getting on Wednesday with the rate decision at 2 on Wednesday, September 18th, and 2:30 we'll get the comments from Fed Chair Powell. We have Goldman Sachs here actually raising their 6-month and 12-month price targets here for the SPY, so some bullishness there. And it's also worth noting some Democratic senators, including Elizabeth Warren, apparently urging the Fed to cut rates by 75 basis points on Wednesday. We're expecting anything from a 25 to a 50 basis point cut. So let's see how this all turns out, guys.
Not to disappoint you, Elizabeth, there is not going to be a 75 basis point cut on Wednesday. I'm just going to go out on a limb. I feel like every now and then you got to go out on a limb and say that. I mean, it's nonsensical, but whatever. Headline's a headline, and now she just got a headline. So I guess that's
what politicians want.
No,
right?
that's a win. Like she got the headline, and now we've just said her name 3 times. So it is what it is. There was just a bounce on Tesla off of VWAP. It was wild because it nicked VWAP and then flew to the upside. We threw to a dare. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It wasn't quick enough to catch the fill. Intel just took out the top. So look, if I didn't get it the first time, just going to cancel. Whoops, I canceled the stop order in addition to the bid. I'm just going to cancel the bid at VWAP. If it bounces again, I'll try to pick it up, but I'm not just going to sit there. We'll see if we can catch it the other way. I still like a break of this local high. It doesn't seem like it wants to go just yet, but I'm going to throw that one back in there. It's 220. It's not 227.5. This local top is 227.60. So it's actually a break of 227.60 that Tesla would have to do. As quickly as it was bouncing off VWAP, it's going to retest it here. So I'd like to see it hold VWAP, but I do also want this breakout whenever it does happen. Just going to throw this back in so you can see. There you go. And then INTC, Intel, I should say, broke out the top. So it broke out 220.55. It's not necessarily a blue sky setup because you still have levels at $22, but you don't have much of anything else standing in its way outside of, like, there was a dark pool wick up at 21, and when you zoom out this rounded bottom on Intel, there we go. When you zoom out this rounded bottom, once it clears out about 2070, you've got here at 21 even, and that's just the day that it dumped off 22. So I think you can get to 21 here, but it's going to need to buck the trend of the futures the rest of the way here because it's trying to break out highs when the future's on those lows. So Intel's trying to go. It's at 55, and I'm long at 56, but up 4.5%. And yeah, Tesla's still back at VWAP. Maybe we don't get this breakout after all this waiting for the Tesla break of 227.60.
It's up to Walter, and for my next trick. There it is right now, abracadabra. There it is right now. It's NVIDIA, it's 50 cents. We just took some out at 116.80 right there. I'm not even waiting for the 200. Let's blast through 117. I'm gonna wait for the 50 period, which is above at 117.15. I'm actually sitting right there right now at 117.15. So let's go right now on NVDA as it's trying to make them sing back there up to the upside. We had already stamped our buy on Intel at the beginning of the day right there. So that was a good one. Good trading over there on INTC. Let's see if that keeps on going upside. We also said Upstart would find a bid down there near 35, 36. Right down into here into 32, 33. That's exactly what it did, man. It went into our exact level and then shot up 10%. So we have to be a little more prudent about our plays on that one. But oh no, right there, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. But right now, we going off on one round, baby. There goes NVIDIA up to 117 again. So it's starting to get going to the upside with the market. If it can break 19.6, that's a good one. We're $1 in the money on the futures still, waiting to see about this 16.8 break. Maybe back up through VWAP, we'll get a piece out. But again, by far, the number one name here today will be the TQQs. I don't know what the number one stock on Friday was. It sounded like you guys were looking at Oracle, so that was probably a good one. And then NVIDIA right now, trying to get going. My stop is down here. But I'm looking to get out at 117.17 or 117.15, and then I do have another offer at high of day near 118. Sharif, what are you guys doing today? reversals. So we had a couple of those today in the market. So if you want to figure out how to maybe find said reversals, we had one right there, and then a couple up top where this one's a little slower, this one more dramatic. So an instant flush down, probably something to do with some of the sell imbalances that hit off the first 5 minutes, and then a move right back up to 19.7, which guess what? That's exactly where we're short in the futures at 19.7 right now, printing over 120 handles in the money as we speak. So, yeah, it's at video long. Maybe we're being stubborn, not getting a piece out again at the 200 period, but let's be like that and see if, well, this might actually come down. All right, let's go to 117 flat because now the 50 period is getting into that area. So we'll put out an offer into the 90s. We'll go 96. Cancel our 15s, and then see if we get something a little bit higher. Waiting for 118, man, high of the day.
Yeah, and thank you in the chat for all the symbols and all the ideas and all the things you're throwing out to each other. We can't cover absolutely everything. I'm just in Intel. I'm going to go back over Apple in a second. This JBDI is under, I mean, it's halted multiple times in here today. So I know this was one of the ones moving in. Actually, it looks like it only halted the one time, now that I look at it. I thought it was multiple, but it's like the one time. And then rejected this whole price at 39.4. So you don't often see this where you have a halt and a reopen as the actual top, which gives you this weird double top. The last time I saw this and something like that broke a high, it was pretty nasty in terms of how far it went. I feel like it was Siri back in the day. I'm pretty sure that was the symbol, but it's all green candles on the 15-minute despite this retracement on JBDI. I'm just going to double check. I feel like this is like a recent IPO or something because we only have data from this until August. Pretty sure this is like a recent IPO, but if it takes out that top, should be a nice and interesting one. Now it's going to lose VWAP because I just said it. Tesla still hasn't broken top, but it is trending towards this 227.60 breakout. Higher lows all the way through. Tesla down a point, but certainly looking like it wants to bust out the top here. I'm looking breakout through this half and then into 229 to be sure on Tesla. Apple, which I said I would get back over to. I've only shorted Apple twice, once off the open and then another time off 216 here. That one only gave us to VWAP. Now it's holding underneath VWAP on Apple. So the 216 looking like resistance again. So early break could not take out those pre-market highs or resistance levels, I should say, and you're getting lower highs back in on Apple. The news just being some concern over iPhone 16 and all that stuff. But suddenly this is looking weak again on Apple. It was a big rebound trade, looking weak underneath this 216. If we lose a 215 flat bottom break, I want to have been short back into VWAP first. We only have about 2 minutes to go. If Tesla doesn't break, I'm still leaving that order there. Unless news happens on Tesla or the market just starts breaking fresh lows, I'm taking that breakout on Tesla.
There's a great point in the chat, and we do apologize. Can we please, Ramin, put a pinned comment for sure the after show? We should have had it in there. Thank you, Ramin, for that one. Yeah, the position board is down and will be down for until further notice, right? So Sharif will be trading there and updating you, as will Adara, on their positions, as I hope that we did a decent job of that as well. I'm only short the triple Qs. Right now, 100 handles plus in the money. We talked about that. That's the NASDAQ trade. And then we're waiting for NVIDIA to pop. It just went to 116.80 there again, and we're waiting at 117. So hopefully we'll get that fill coming through. And then I don't have anything else on my mind right now other than the fact that the market pretty slow. We talked about it being choppy, but preferred short. So being stuck long on NVIDIA, I don't know if we like this trade or not, but I do have my targets, 117, then 118 and change. And if we drop 116 right there, which we almost got stopped out of this position, man, we were like a dime piece away from getting stopped out on that trade to begin with. So yeah, man, reversals is what's going to be the talk. I hope you did enjoy the show. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll be back obviously at 2 p.m. Plus, if you're looking for some trading on Fed Day on Wednesday, we'll be back 1:45. Neil and I will be taking the reins a little bit early from Sharif and Adara. But if you're also looking for lessons and whatnot, Adara and Sharif all week talking about reversal patterns, which I think will be very, very important, especially come Fed Day, because we always get that little reversal off of Fed. Like the market goes down, then Powell speaks, and then they wait for him to leave, and then pop, vice versa. So we'll wait to see the action on that.
The podium should be big.
Yeah.
The podium should be really big on Wednesday.
And of course, as they say in the chat there from Mango, buy DJT. I don't know.
No.
I haven't even looked at it.
No. DJT was the biggest missed opportunity. It was the
downside?
easiest short. I don't know if you could have gotten filled here. I shouldn't say it's the easiest short because there's been a couple of breakdown trades to even dollars that we weren't able to get liquidity on, but it broke $18 right away at the open and bounced off 17 just recently here. So it's moving to the downside. It is 11 o'clock. We do need to get on over to Learn to Trade. It's
Market.
Sharif. It's Adara. Let's go.
Buy some more, but market going down.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara in the lovely suit. And I am Sharif. I'm going to wait for everyone to weasel their way on over from the other chat as we do wait for, Streamlabs to do its thing. Shout out to Live Trading, the OG Darwin dancing up a storm. We got C Battles and Pattern Day Trader. What's up, Hey Davis? Mad Marmot. And we got Benson Naps, the beautiful Gate, Matei Slane, Vicyan Novak. Shout out to my man Adam DeLu, Cesar Sandoval, and Omar Jeremy Newman. The Electric Camel. Yes. Oliver Costaros, we got Gorev, we got Chef Joe, Barry, Adrian, Valdi, BJZ, Glenn Smith. Shout out to Glenn. We got Jonathan, we got Alex, Jay Lee. What's up, my man? Shout out to the OG Jay Lee. We got Picky Eater, Mary S. Lineman. We also have Ron John, JF Trader, College Physics for Everyone. He's teaching everyone physics, Adara.
I like that.
New Mexico Misfit. I do love that name. And Johnny Aguilar. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Cannot complain. It is a nice day. It's beautiful outside. A little humid, but hummy. I don't know what I'm saying. Humid, but I'll take it rather than the umpteen amount of rainy days we had. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a couple things. The first thing I said I was looking at when Sharif asked was Apple. Apple I am still looking at, but Apple's not the thing that I'm actually have an order set out for. I'll get to that one in a moment here. Also, peep my makeshift position board. I'm going to try to update this. So this is just going to be long in green, short in red. Pretty simple. Yeah, Apple I liked because I love that 217.20 kind of repeated rejection here. That was a bit of a level in the pre-market. Now, though, if we reject hard off this 215, there's probably something here off that 215 rejection. We're kind of trying to hold on to it now, so we shall see. But the other long I'm actually looking at here, not the other long, the actual trade I have an order ready for is Starbucks. So SPUX, I like the fact that we have these slightly higher lows, especially on a wick basis. I'm willing to get long. About 96.41s, I believe, is where my order is. I'm going to risk into 96.31, so risking about 10 cents using my, there was a word I had, the risk unit, so percentage of my total risk here. I always, and then basically would be taking out some if we got to that 55 area, switching my stop to break even, and then continuing to add and take out these previous areas of support and resistance. Also worth noting, areas, things on my side chart, because I like to tell everybody what I'm looking at on the day. Adobe for a day 2 move. Micron, SPY, Oracle, Broadcom, IWM, Starbucks, and Intel. Those are my side charts. As of right now, you guys know those are subject to change. And thank you to Adam DeLuz for the £2 super chat. Hit the like and subscribe, chat. Fantastic show. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll also be texting my positions in the chat when I can, due to the fact that we are having some position board issues. Also, I just got filled in Starbucks, so we'll see how that goes. How you doing?
I'm good. I want to point out a couple of different things I'm seeing on the Mag 7 here before we start the lesson du jour. So I want you guys to notice what we're doing here on Amazon. We're really coming into that 183.5, and we're finding support. Now we're starting to print lower. But I really wanted to point out the difference between certain Mag 7 stocks and their patterns on the day. Have a look at AMZN, Meta, and to a certain degree, Microsoft. Then compare these three over here to the likes of Google and Tesla. They are opposite. Even though they're down on the day, they're all down on the day. Look how Tesla is putting in higher lows and has a flat top at 227.5. Likewise with goggles, putting in higher lows with a flat top at 158. The opposite is exactly true for Meta and Amazon and Microsoft, and obviously Apple, which was weak on the day. We are putting in lows that are bouncing off with lower highs as opposed to higher lows. There is a distinct difference between the charts of Tesla and Google intraday as there is with Amazon and Meta. They are almost flipped despite the fact that most of them are negative. Google's the only Mag 7 name that is positive, albeit just marginally. We're talking about 25 bips here that is keeping it in Greensville. So something looks afoot to me with respect to some of these chart patterns, how we capitalize on them, an entirely different story. Shout out to Big Spile, who really wants me to feel bad about myself today. How about them Cowboys? Yes, I know we got murked yesterday, but I cannot say the name you would like me to say because, well, we all know how that goes. So shout out to the Commanders. I know that you were living in around there and you are our fan, despite the fact that you're in Pennsylvania. I don't know why you're not. Why aren't you cheering for the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Eagles? Exactly. Yeah. So shout out to you. But tell me later. Eagles Falcons tonight. NFC game, baby. And a nice NFC game there. Obviously, I'd like the Eagles to lose, but the Eagles have done very well this year already. So we'll see exactly how that all works out. Sorry, Sean. I know we both. Yeah. So that's a look. All right, let's start with the lesson du jour before I get into my small cap gappers, because we'll get to that after the lesson. So let's get right to it, baby, because we're starting an entire 2 weeks on reversal patterns. We spent 2 weeks on trends. Now we're really going to get nuanced with these reversal patterns. And I like the fact that we're starting the week with reversal patterns because last week we ended off trends with the reversal day to end the whole thing. So let's get right to it. Today we'll be exploring the concept of reversal patterns as explained and as articulated by John J. Murphy in chapter 5 of his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Market. So reversal patterns are what we call key formations on price charts that signal the end of a prevailing trend and the start of a new one, right? They provide traders with valuable information on potential market turning points, helping to anticipate and capitalize on the change in the price action direction. So by the end of this lesson, we aspire to understand the key characteristics of these reversal patterns, as well as be able to differentiate between reversal tops and reversal bottoms, as well as gain insight into the role that volume plays in confirming these reversal patterns. And we also want to get introduced to the practical application of reversal patterns and how we can use them intraday as well as for swing trading. So let's get right to it. Let's talk about some of these key concepts. Obviously, for a reversal to take place, there has to be an established pattern. So the prerequisite for a reversal pattern is a trend. So a prior trend is necessary for any reversal pattern to occur. There has to be something to reverse. Without a prior trend, a pattern may be misleading, like coming out of a consolidation. The application in this particular instance, when analyzing the chart, the first thing to do is to identify the prevailing trend. Are we moving up or are we moving down? Without a clear trend, any reversal pattern is likely not valid. So first step to identifying reversal patterns is to see what's the trend that preceded it. Simple as that. And here's the look on META. So somebody, I don't know who, bought Meta in and around this area, okay? And then look what it did subsequent to that. And this is what I want to say. If there is no down and to the right where we're making lower lows, lower highs, how on earth can I know that this can be a bottom reversal day and use all the rules that we're about to explain? So all of them are based upon a previous trend coming to an end. The second thing we want to talk about here, and what usually is the first sign or the first signal of a reversal, is a break of a key trend line. So a break of an important trend line is often the first indication of a potential reversal. However, just the mere breaking of that trend line doesn't always confirm the reversal. It may signal consolidation, right? We don't have to reverse after making a trend. It is not incumbent. We can consolidate, move sideways. So the application of spotting the first trend line breaking here is to look for other confirmatory signals, such as a volume increase at that level or a change in the price structure to avoid those false signals. And here's the look again on Meta. So before that, I kind of cut out this particular area. We make this big move here. Larger patterns lead to larger moves, right? So the first signal is the break of this trend line. We're putting in those higher highs, higher lows. We get that decided break and we never come back to even test it. What we do just, 2.5 years later. The other rule that we want to keep in mind here when we're talking about reversal patterns is that larger patterns lead to larger moves. That is kind of one of the most ubiquitous things that John J. Murphy talks about all over his book. So the size of the pattern in both height and width can predict the magnitude of the subsequent price move. So height reflects volatility, obviously, because that's the price, while width measures the time that it takes for the pattern to develop. And the application here is quite simple. When a large pattern, reversal pattern, appears, be prepared for a more significant move. Smaller patterns suggest smaller moves, making them more suitable for short-term traders. So really important here. If you see a pattern that has been established, like a triple top, a quadruple top, that goes, months or even years, be prepared for when that top gives way for the move to be, equally as big, as important. Let's talk about the difference between spotting reversals at tops versus bottoms. So topping patterns, for whatever reason, tend to be more fast and more volatile, with price declining more rapidly than the rise. Who's noticed this, that the sell-offs seem to be way more aggressive than the buy-ups, or tend to be far shorter in duration, but more or greater in volatility. Bottoms take longer to build, but they do offer more sustainability. And the application of this kind of theory is that while tops offer quick opportunities for the intraday trades or the shorter term trades, they require swift decision making to make or due to their volatile nature. Bottoms, however, allow for more cautious entries and are generally a little easier to trade. That is not a hard and fast rule. Volume, last topic we'll talk about here with respect to the key concepts for reversal patterns. It is a critical confirmation tool. There's no doubt about that. It plays a key role in confirming reversals, particularly at bottoms, and a significant increase in volume confirms that a breakout or breakdown is genuine. So if you see the break and it's confirmed by above average volume, you can tick that box next to your list of things, prerequisites, and then look at the balance of the evidence at the end. Conversely, a lack of volume on an upside breakout, could be certainly a red flag. So you should watch for volume spikes during the breakout. For example, if a bottom forms and you see the volume increasing as the price begins to rise, this can confirm your reversal. Without volume confirmation, you should be on the lookout for the pattern failing, okay? So volume, super important here. I would put it ahead of mostly everything else other than price, obviously. Now let's talk about the practical application of how to use these day in and day out. Well, spotting the pattern is the first. And I haven't presented to you any patterns. Those patterns are going to be presented daily in their own individual lessons. So we'll talk about head and shoulders, bottoms, tops, etc. All the different reversal patterns on their own specific day. But spotting the pattern, super important in the practical application of these reversals. When analyzing charts, look for classic reversal patterns such as a head and shoulders, a double top, a double bottom, a rounding top, a rounding bottom. Always start by, first though, before you look at any patterns, identify the existing trend, whether it's bullish or bearish. Why? If I see a regular head and shoulders after a downtrend, I should be on the lookout. I should be very suspicious. Why? Because we know the head and shoulders is a reversal pattern. It can't reverse a downtrend if it's already on the way down, right? So we need to see an uptrend most of the time before we see a head and shoulders. We need to see a downtrend most of the time when we see an inverse head and shoulders. So it's incumbent upon you to identify the trend before spotting these patterns. And if you do spot the pattern before you identify the trend, go back and look to see what the trend is so you can make sure that it jives. Okay? So spotting the pattern first and foremost. Second, confirming the signal, right? So once you spot a pattern, wait for confirmation. In most cases, it'll involve a break of a significant trend line. That's not a hard and fast rule, but usually you're breaking these trend lines on the way down before an outright reversal. So pair this signal with other indicators like volume and moving averages, even oscillators like RSI and MACD to confirm that the trend is reversing. The third, measuring the target. We're going to spend more time on this, but I just want to introduce it to you today. Use the height and the width of the pattern to estimate the potential price movement, whether through the break to the top or the bottom. It's all the same. For instance, if a head and shoulders forms over a 100-point range, the expected downward move could be around 100 points from the neckline. Again, we're going to spend entire days on this, but I just wanted to kind of introduce the idea to you here. And risk management, also equally as important. Set stop losses based on pattern structure, not willy-nilly where you want to put them. For example, in a head and shoulders pattern, you can place the stop above the right shoulder. Risk to reward ratio, extremely important here as well. Because tops are quite volatile, especially double tops, triple tops, whatever, ensure that the potential profit is worth the risk, especially that the price tends to drop faster than they rise. Where have we seen that before? Oh yeah, every day. And volume-based strategy, the last one we're going to talk about over here. We're going to spend more time on this, obviously, but introducing it during a reversal, particularly at bottoms, an increase in volume indicates that institutional buyers, institutional traders may be entering positions here. Use this, possibly, if it's accurate, as confirmation that the pattern is valid and that new trend is gaining strength. Conversely, if the volume is low at that double bottom, be cautious entering that position because we could probably continue to see new lows. And just to conclude here, the key takeaways, reversal patterns are certainly an essential part of TA, technical analysis. They provide traders with early signals of potential trend changes. And by combining these chart patterns, these trend line breaks, the volume analysis, and other indicators that you want to employ, traders can effectively predict and navigate these here markets. Adara.
Yeah, I love when you end with these here markets, which is a phrase I actually forgot I started.
I know you did.
Because Sharif has taken it over beautifully. So shout out. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been updating my position in the chat. I also I have it here. As you can see, I'm long Apple 215.58. Initially, I was long Apple 215.51, but I added it 66s, and here's why. So I said I've been trying to do a thing where initially, because I was trying to add to my positions, I was being pretty aggressive about it, I'm not even gonna lie. And how I was doing it is I was adding basically every time we'd even remotely clear any previous rejection area. I've stopped doing that because I've noticed it's really gotten me chopped up. Where it's like instead what you could be doing is taking out some of that area or waiting to see a better clearance of that area. So here I watch. We wick in to 215.93, which is basically the top of this pretty hard rejection here on the 5-minute chart. I watch a couple times, Sharif.
Yep.
We cannot even crack that thing. We do not even care. It does not matter. I was like, okay, Apple, do your thing, 21, cool. It just gives me the opportunity to add here. So I added at VWAP once we bounced off there, moved my risk up. So right now, we still have 60% of the position out, Takadera. And we're going to kind of continue riding here. I will now be risking this. I'm going to move this kind of whole area to this VWAP area here around 66. If we could stay above 66 on Route 66, I will stay in route upside for AAPL. I like now it looks like we're clearing the 93. So what that means, Sharif, is if we bounce off this 93 area in any discernible way that I see in the book, I'm going to be adding to this position here. So please just punch with that. My current average, just to update you all, is going to be 215.64. So I'll be taking a cool 2 cents in profit with my new stop. I can live with that. Also, what else was a good update? Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get long Broadcom. That's almost definitely not happening. I liked this 90 MA hold. Broadcom was like, yeah, cool. I like it too. I'll push higher. So we're going to cancel that. Yeah, we are going to thank our pals at Benzing in a few minutes here. The other area I'm watching here is 162.30s. That was a pretty hard reject shown area earlier. If we can clear this, I do like this look, but I'd have to figure out where I set my stop. Also, Starbucks, which I mentioned, I got in and then immediately was stopped out. This one continuing to top and churn. I do think there's some potential, reversal play here, but if I get back in, I'm going to wait to see what we do at 98.60s. That was a bit of a wick area here and kind of formed to a hard rejection. So let's see what happens here. Happy with Apple right now. NVIDIA also coming into this 117 area that I kind of like. I drew a line here earlier. Let's see if we push above this this 117. But my main trade that I have right now that I like is going to be the trade I'm in, which is Apple, funnily enough. Also, one more to talk about before I hand it over to Sharif. We have Oracle here. pushing below the 9 EMA. If we break below that area, I think it could be a decent short. That being said, it kind of looks a bit bull flaggish, and Oracle's one I generally find harder to read. I also want to shout out Satya for coming on last week and killing it. So shout out there. Happy. I will be trading for the entire duration of the midday today. And yeah, shout out to her for killing it. Let's see if Apple can motivate me to give it a shout out, Sharif, because right now we're just chopping and churning.
I like it, Adara. I'm going to get to the small cap gappers in a second, but I want to make this point, okay? So we were yapping about the 158 flat top break on Google because it was putting in higher lows. We were talking about that 228 or 227 and a half flat top break on Tesla because it was putting in higher lows. Well, look what just happened. Good strength on both of them. I would submit to you Tesla looking a little bit better than Goggles here, even though Goggles is literally, well, Microsoft just went green. I can't disrespect Microsoft. It's marginally green. I was going to say Google is the only green Mag 7 name, but the soft one just barely went green, breaking above that 430.70 print. So good strength on both these names, but I do like this area of resistance for Tesla. So if we do weasel up to 230, I'd be very interested in a short here because we consolidated to no end in and around there with TSLA. So good look for the Mag 7s as they recover a little bit, but I'm liking Google, I'm liking Tesla for a possible, well, not the flat top breakout anymore because it did flat top break, but for possible continuation. Now, let's get to the small cap gappers du jour, baby, because we in it right now. All right, REE looked really good to start off the day, 38 some odd percent, kind of looking bull flaggish. Cannot use volume weighted average price with this. There's just far too much disrespect between REE and VWAP. You're going to have to base it on something else. Or I see a bull pennant. Okay, so if you want to base your trade off a bull pennant, that could be possible as well. I don't like it below VWAP. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Here are the deets on REE, or REE, excuse me. It is market cap 55 million, 6.75 million shares traded, float 8.2 million, and the short float, let's find out what it is here using trade ideas, 1.5% negligible. BBLG, the other one I'm looking at as well. Good look for this one. Nice. This one is kind of doing a little bit more respect for the volume weighted average price, but you know, you can see over here it kind of looked like it was respecting the 20 more than it was VWAP. In any event, it is above VWAP. It is above the pre-market high. It's got everything right for it over here. I do like it at $1.75, kind of just where it dipped into, owing to this area crest over here at $1.72 and where the 10 exponential on the 5 is hanging out. This one looks like it wants to go more. So this one, BBLG, let me give you deets on BBLG, it's up 127%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. $3.25 million market cap. It is monstrous. 110 million shares traded today with about a million share float. That's pretty small. BBLG. Short float, 2.43%. Not the biggest, but not negligible. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's going to stay out on the side screen. I think I just got pushed out of NYCB. I was in an NYCB long, but it dipped obviously below 1130. If it continues, I'll move back up on this one. I was long NYCB, got stopped out right now as it broke 1130. Keeping my eye on this one as well. This is not a small cap gapper. This is New York City Bank, but it's moving up big boy, so I had my eye on it. JBDI, I don't even want to talk about this one. It's halted 3 times now to the downside after starting off pretty strong. Closed out Friday 26.5, 39.41, the high of day. That was, of course, before the 3 down halts, all of which have made newer lows. So this one bleeding up a storm on JBDI. BNRG, this one wasn't also another small cap gapper, a little bit lighter on volume, no discernible pre-market high, and quite frankly, I don't like it because trading below VWAP, and you can tell just looking at the candles, I don't even need to look at the volume. I can tell you that it's low volume based on the candles. So this one on my you-know-what list. Donald John Dang Trump. Keeping my eye on this one. It's obviously giving back the entire move. It has, I would say, resistance at $18, seeing that as it closed there on Friday, it did bounce off $18 multiple times in the pre-market, in which it was active, by the way. So if it comes up to 18, I'm probably going to have to look to the Katina Man or the Neil to get me shorts on this bad boy, but we're going to wait till they're last. And certainly least, on the day, GEVO. It feels like 2020 again, and this one, it feels the way I do, because now it's 4 days in a row that GEVO has been positive, putting in higher highs and higher lows. The fun started, sadly, on a bad day, September 11th, but subsequent to that day, it has been putting in incrementally higher highs and higher lows. In fact, using the previous day's top as a pre-market consolidation area, pre-market low, whatever, take your pick. So this one's going here. It's about how we get in and when we get in with GEVO. Looks good though, Dara.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to do the I'd read. Oh, crap. Yeah, take it for a sec.
Yeah, I'll quickly just mention here. So Apple, I am back into the Apple one. I'm just going to adjust my faux position board because I got long here 216.01s. I'm going to be risking this into 215.75s. Basically, I did, as I said, I was going to set my stop and then accidentally fat fingered it and closed my whole position. So all good there, baby. I'm actually watching to see what we do at 40s. If we hold on to 40s here, I'm going to add to this position. Wow. Okay, Apple moving nicely here at 40s. So we're going to add to a little bit to this position here. Let's see what goes here. 41s. I don't think we'll get filled, but I would like to see what AAPL does in this area. Really, what I'm watching out for is going to be what we do. So we push into 65s. Then this whole previous support area in the pre-market at 216.70s. That's what's going on here in AAPL. Let me adjust my faux position board, but we are long Apple 216.01s. Happy with this so far. Sometimes you get wicked out. You just got to keep going. How are you doing over here?
All right. So are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you can, or if you do, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Adara.
Nice. Oh yeah, so I just added to Apple a bit here. Added at 216.40s, then we kind of threw up a little bit. My average position right now is going to be 216.15s. So I'm going to risk this into 216.01s. Let's just get that order set up here, which is, my initial area of entry. And I also think kind of a fair, we'll do 215.98s. That's what we're going to do here, just to kind of give it a skosh of wiggle room. And did I have a typo? No, I did not. Good times. Isn't it fun when you don't only fat finger your actual orders and entries, you also fat finger your stops? Living our best lives over here.
Always, Adara.
Yeah, no, I'm joking.
But, the position board is working.
Oh, it is now. Okay, dope. So I'm going to be adding here to, I guess we'll get rid of my fake position board. Thank you, Juan. And also thank you, our whole production team. Thank you guys also for your patience over here as we got that set up. We're going to take out a third of this position here at 54s, which is an area that kind of barfed. So if we get there, we'll be taking out some of that position. I am closing my fake position board because we have the real one up now. So again, it's not showing up still just because I haven't taken a fill since it popped back up here. But I am long 216.14s on average, risking into just below 216s. Let's see how this goes here for the Apple one. The other stock I like that is kind of coming into areas here is Avgo. Avgo is looking like it's going to bounce here off 162s. We are rejecting view up, so I don't want to rush into that, but that is still on watch for me. Not much else in Mag 7 land, as Sharif might say, that I'm interested in. Google, a little bit disappointed. I missed this bounce here off 157.70s, which is kind of the pre-market area, but it's all good there, baby. This was it. It's all good there, baby. You just got to keep finding opportunities because it's not always going to be a dream, but trading can certainly have those awesome moments if you're ready, if you're prepared to take those fills. Also, guys, if there's any tickers that you're looking at, wondering, hey, what would Sean do? What would Neil do? What should I do? Well, get into that chat and vote and let us know what you're looking at. Exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker, so we can know what's making you tick today, because maybe it's NCYB, maybe it's XCUR. I know Jay Lee was talking about that earlier.
Jay.
Whatever tickers are fancy, whatever ticker is making you tick, as we said, get into that chat and let us know what you are looking at. Guys, I am also not short Apple. I am long Apple 261.20s, risking in to that 216.54 area. That is what the deal is. I got out at 216.54 for a third of my position. I am still long Apple 216.21. So I'm going to let you guys know I'm keeping my stop right now at 216, or just the area just below 216. I think that's fair for now. We'll continue to adjust as Apple continues to adjust. But that is what's going on here for, let's see if we keep Tim cooking here in AAPL, because I don't love this continued rejection of 216.50, but this book is still bullish to me as long as we keep bouncing off 216.40. I don't have any plans to add right now. I want to see how Apple continues to, bob in that Apple, bobbing for apples. Weird analogy. How are you doing at near 2
Good. I took a print out right now at 91s on BBLG. I'm waiting for I'm front running too. That's the idea. I'm trying to front run, but I'm looking for a high of day. So it's a bit of a riskier out over here because I'm asking to print a new high of day, which may or may not come. We weaseled up into 95s. We were met with some selling there on BBLG. I'm waiting to defend or to wet my beak in front of 2s. We'll see if 80 holds. The reason I got into 80, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this crest. You don't need to be a charter market technician to see this consolidation and bottom at 80s, and the fact that 80s was defended. So quite frankly, I don't even think I have a good entry. So got into this based on the previous area of resistance holding up a support. Let's see if we can weasel above that 198 area, which is currently the high of day on BBLG. I'd like to weasel up into there. I am out of the money by 3 pennies on NYCB. I'm looking for this one to make a higher dang low and possibly hold up above the volume weighted average price. That may lead me to getting stopped out. And I'll tell you why, because my stop is in front of the volume weighted average price. I'm trying to base it off the off areas of price action support, previously resistance. We'll see if VWAP features here with NYCB. I don't even know why NYCB is moving, man. It behooves me to know. Let's find out. All right, Flagstar Bank expands commercial and private banking leadership team with key executive appointments. What does that have to do with NYCB, though? So Flagstar Bank subsidiary of NYCB, announced today the expansion of its commercial and private banking leadership. Okay, so this is a subsidiary of NYCB, hence why NYCB is moving. Fine, fair. Okay, so sorry, guy, the position board went out again. We're going to do our darndest to get that done for you, but we just got the print on BBLG, taking out that new high of day, baby. What do we get there? We got 98s, so I'm pleased as dang punch with this trade. Obviously, it's not the biggest position in the world, but it executed very, very well with the previous area of support. Took it out for the moment. Top wick. We'll see if that ends up being top wick. My suspicion is it's not, and that we continue to trend up. Essentially, guys, $2 right now is the level of resistance on BBLG. It is obviously technically 198. Let's do some charting. Wow. This is a former runner if I've ever seen one. As you can see, it has these days where it breaches the 50 exponential, but it's quickly giving back whatever kind of gains it made. You can move on. You can, approach it with that kind of thinking. Clearly, I've put in a ticker for this one already in early August, late July, so it was running then. But, my bad memory, I will not be able to remember that. So it's a former runner. Treat it as such. It's around for a good time. It's not around for a long time. But with this $2 resistance of the day, is that the resistance level off which we're going to base? Well, kind of. I mean, there's a lot of 2-ish resistance. You have these days over here that come into that mid 2s. You have this day over here on the 9th that breached this level. You also have the day on the 7th that got into 2.25. So we'll see what 2 does, and then we'll talk about it after, because 2 seems to be, at least for the moment, Adara, a bit of a resistance level. Coming back into that 180 area again, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 2-ish resistance. I like that. Yeah, I mean, Apple right now having some 216.50-ish frenzies. We're a little bit above, a little bit below, a little zig, a little zag. Either way, I've moved my stop to 216.37s. That is the prior bar low on the 5-minute chart. So that's what the deal is there. I just want to address why I moved that, because, sometimes you're going to have a bit of a change in the tides. I did not like what Apple was doing with that 216.50s. Like, no, sorry, Bob. We'd get a bit above it, but not in any kind of salient way. And look, now, Sharif, we're bouncing off 216.30s. my stop, 216.37s.
I like
we
your
get to
short here.
216.38 and we bounce, Sharif.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say, like I said, my stop hasn't hit. I have no reason to quit as of right now. Also, though, I do want to address this. And there's nothing really to address. I made it sound all fancy. One thing I am going to do, too, though, is in addition to my stops, still trust my read on the book. Because if there's something I see in the book that I'm like, I don't want to wait, I have no reason to wait for this. So case in point, Adobe last week, I was doing an ad read. I had the book up. I had a stop filled. And I was like, oh, no worries. You got your stop. Don't worry. I see stuff on the book that is gross. I was short. I knew this looked bullish. And it turns out that is actually the lowest we ever got in the day at that point. We only went higher from there.
Wow.
But I didn't cancel my order straight because I was like, well, the stop's in. It's all good. It's fine. No, Adara. Don't play like that. So if I see stuff in the book that I really dislike, I will be getting out earlier. Also, we got out of our Apple long, got stopped out 216.37's power bar low. I have no qualms. Like, we might continue to bounce around here, and that's fine. But I already had one trade in Apple kind of cut short because of a fat finger situation. I didn't want to bungle this one as well if I saw stuff I didn't like. So we're not going to force ourselves back into this trade. 2 trades on Apple, both, worked out. So technically it was supposed to be the whole continuation of one trade, but fat fingers exist. And it's all good. And Apple looks like it wants to bounce now, but honestly, I really am not feeling like too FOMO-y about it. I made my choice. I'm on to the next trade. What's your guys' next trade? Not the rinse button, because we didn't even get rinse on Apple. Let us know, guys, what your next trade is. Exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. We want to know what's making you all tick. Please vote for your ticker of choice. And, even if you get rinse, it is worth remembering that we have ebbs and flows in the ocean, right? The tides, ebbs and flows. So there are times where I've been rinsed. It's like Adara, just wait for the tide to wash you back ashore. AFGO is AFGoing here. I have been watching Broadcom for a while, and now we're going to go, you know what, Sharif?
What?
What are you
doing?
We're going to go long on Broadcom.
Okay.
And we're going to see, I don't know if this trade is going to be the bomb.com, but I think it is worth a long year if we can stay bouncing off that 162.15s. Well, we're going to see what happens here. I'm watching to see what we do at 50s and risking into 50. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Shout out to whoever is printing back there.
I think it's Wayner's.
Wayne. I was going to say it sounds very Wayne-like. Wayne is a very distinctive laugh and all that.
It's distinctly different, Adara.
It is distinctly different. Shout out to Obi. Also, shout out to Hog Rider, who is mentioning Tesla being super strong. I agree. Look at this kind of push above here, that 227.30s. Then we get this chop and churn here, push higher. Then I noticed what we did. We initially reject this line I drew earlier here, that 229.50s. But then we come right back up. So we bounce off 229.50s. That could be a long for me. But right now we are AVGoing in AVGo. It looks like we might immediately be AVGone. We're seeing what we do at 162.10s. And it looks like this area might be a bit of an area of rejection, potentially where I should have gotten into the trade instead of where I actually did. But let's see here. It looks like Broadcom might be broadly saying no to our long. So we'll find out what happens there. We will keep you guys posted. We will get stops set up and we will get orders ready to go. We'll see if we bounce. How are you doing, Sharif?
Good. I took a short on Apple, Adara, as it weaseled its way back into the 50 dang exponential on the 5, and it had shown you its propensity to reject it. And it's not a level that I typically use intraday. It is mostly for daily charting for me. But look at this, 10-10, 10-15. It comes right into the 50 and it rejects. So I was like, all right, man, fine. Apple wants to do that. It wants to play with the 50 today. Fine, let's go. And it got back into the 50 and I punched short and I weaseled my way out of 30 pennies here on AAPL. I think I can do a little bit better because I think it can work its way down possibly into a 216 break at least to touch the volume weighted average price, which currently on my chart is around that $0.75, 215, $0.75. We'll see if the weakness can continue on Apple. But here's what I see. I see a downtrend followed by a compression pattern. Why do I see that? Well, I see lower highs vis-a-vis the 50-period exponential retracement, but simultaneously, I see higher lows. That 213.92 double bottom comes back into that 215, defends 215, so I have higher lows and I have lower highs, but I have that preceded by a downtrend. To me, that means likely a breakdown to the low side. We'll see if that manifests or not. On AAPL. Obviously, you guys know I'm involved in AAPL long term, so I'd rather not see it bleed, but watch. I think today it is awfully negative and we likely get a break of this pattern to the downside. So compression patterns usually resolve in the direction of the trend. Whether that happens this time or not, we'll wait and see. But I do like the respect that Apple is paying to the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart today. That is the second time it's proved that it's rejecting off it. We'll see if there's a third. or what we'll see if it bounces off VWAP. It is putting in higher lows, so we could theoretically look for the bounce off a key area of support to maybe take it back and then get rejected again. Maybe this time at 216.25 rather than 216.5. Who knows, right? We're making lower highs, so that would stand to reason that way. We'll pack our patience and look there. Goggles. Also coming, Goggles is putting in a range, guys. I mean, like the higher lows are nice, but there's obviously something afoot here with this 158 to 158.25. There's a double top there now. You got the first touch there at the IB high into that 158.25. Then we just had another harassment right there, 11.25 into that 158.25. So we'll see. We'll see with GOOGL and the other Mag 7 in general. You have, quickly, I just want to mention that we got a 19.4 rejection super quick there as we tried to weasel our way back above the volume weighted average price and above that 19.4, the 100-point level on the NQ September contract. Are we supposed to roll to the new contract today or what? Let me find out. So we're going to do a quick test. Right now on the NQ September contract, we've done 205,000 contracts, all right? So now let's find out what the new contract has done. NQ, come on, Sharif. You can do it, bro. I promise. NQ, we're going to go E-mini, we're going to go Future, and then we're going to go to the December contract. And that's done more shares, Adira. Then the NQ September contract, 205,000 done on the September, 222,000 done on the December contract. By September contract, we're moving here. So I'm just going to show people how to do this. If you're on IBKR, obviously, you hit futures right there under NQ. You see the E-mini, you future, and then look how you have different contracts. I have September, I have December, I have March, and I have the continuous. The continuous is only for charting. You shouldn't be executing on the continuous, but we're flipping here to December, Adara, and we're going to do that as well for our friend, the ES, because, well, you know, we got to put some respect on that one's name. So we're going to put that there, and I'm going to take off the ES, and I'm going to switch into the September or the December contract. And the reason we're doing this, guys, so typically we have a rule on the floor that we roll on the Monday prior to expiration, but I think that the hard and fast rule is which one is doing more volume on the day. Neil, by the way, did you switch your contract or not yet for the future? Oh, yeah. The new one, the December one, is doing more volume. I thought of you when I know you do. You're the one that told me about it. That's why. Shout out to Neil. He's the one that actually got me to do that, by the way. So shout out to him. Anyway, we're now charting, guys. So I'm sorry. I'm going to be talking about the December contract now. That is a whole bag of new levels. Just to give you an idea, the difference between the contracts. The December contract is trading currently at 19,593. The September contract is trading at 19,364. So about 230 points difference between them. So I don't know if you guys want to move over or what the situation is, but that's what I'm doing. I hope everybody is able to understand when I say different levels of Darius.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, shout out to Sharif for that. We're about flat here on Tesla, and it looks like we're probably about to get stopped out. Basically, what I did was I said I was interested in this kind of chippity-choppity we had here. I went long Tesla 229.30. This popped. I waited till I saw us break above 30s. I'm risking to 229.05s. I've not moved my stop as of yet. We'll wait and see on that. We're still holding 229.20s pretty decently. If we break below 20s, that might be where things change. Because as I said, I'm always going to trust my read on the book. Because I find when I don't, that's where sometimes things get dicey. I'm not saying I know all or anything, but I'm saying the book knows all. So I'm saying if I see stuff I don't like in the book, that should be something to file away. Is what I'm going to say with that.
Fair.
Anyways. So I got long 229.30s. I added at 229.50s once we broke above that level. And then I am currently trying to get out here at 229.70s. I like that level because of, well, initially, to be fair, I like 229.90s. And I had my order set there at 229.89s. Did we get filled? No, we did not. We actually made a lower high, which is why I moved my out here. So basically, again, we're risking to 229.05s. Our stop did not get hit. So we're chilling, we're breathing, we're vibing. I have said, I do feel a lot better since I started implementing stops. I can breathe. My skin is clear. I can look at so many more charts. No, I'm joking. But the other thing, too, is you don't want to get overboard. You still want to be able to trust your levels that you like, and you also still want to make sure you're not going into a million different stocks. I traded like, 8 stocks on Friday, and then I spent forever doing screenshots because like that's so many different charts to look at, right? So still trying to find, strike that balance there and figure out exactly what works for me in that regard. But yeah, happy to have stop orders. Still continuing to implement stop orders that work into my trading style. So again, guys, make sure you're voting for tickers. Make sure you are confident. Make sure you're all that jazz there. But yeah, still just trying to find trades that work on the balance of the evidence. You guys know what I'm going to do here?
Get it,
Yeah, you do. Thank you very much, Sharif. I appreciate that. Tesla now rejecting it up to 29.30, so I might have to change my tune on that one. But right now, we're going to keep singing the same old song. We're going to switch over to ORCL. Thank you very much to Willis Addison for the $2 super chat. Swung 170s. Oracle calls Friday, September 20th. Expiry 5 watt. We've got hands up emoji, hard hat emoji, money emoji. Yeah, I mean, great look for you for Oracle. We get one bull flag, another bull flag, and now another push up. So really good look for ORCL. This one has been on my side chart. Nice little levels on that one is to be sure. So also looking at Broadcom, I mentioned I fat fingered my stop in Broadcom and then immediately got stopped out of it anyway. So, or I would have gotten stopped out anyway. So it's all good. If we keep rejecting here at VWAP, this actually might be a short for me, but I'm going to wait and be patient because I find my first read on Broadcom is often not correct. So I'm trying to like live and breathe here. Tesla, we did get stopped out of Tesla. So that's fine there. You win some, you lose some, and you do keep pushing and finding new opportunities. One real quick one before I switch over to Sharif, Carvana. We had some mentions of Carvana in the chat. I mentioned this one earlier on the big desks. I noticed this one popping. We had a price target increase from Evercore ISI. They maintained in line. It wasn't a crazy bullish note, but CVNA making new days highs. Carvana, somebody on my side chart might get a boot because I like what you're doing here. It's a great move up here on CVNA. But yeah, in terms of what I'm watching right now, Tesla's certainly on watch for me. Starbucks making some lower highs. That could be a look. And Broadcom. How are you doing, Sharif?
I'm just feeling really stupid, Adara, because I had Carvana all wrong. I mean, let's have a look at this. Yeah, Ram, that deserves that kind of... Bro, I did not have anything right about this stock. I was looking at the price of used cars. I was looking at double-digit deflation. Where have we seen deflation in anything? We've just seen the slowdown of inflation. We had all-out deflation. I'm talking double-digit, 15, 18% year-over-year drop in the price of used cars. This company knows what they're doing, and I clearly didn't have a read on that market all that well. It looks like one hell of a rounded bottom on the daily. Let's flip to the weekly. Yeah, it's equally as good. We haven't even gotten, and we may not get to that handle part of the cup, right? Because sometimes we get the full out bowl, right? The cup, and then we get that consolidation pattern to the side. That's the handle, and then we break out through the top end of the range. I don't even think we've done that yet, quite frankly, because we're still putting in higher highs and higher lows on the weekly. We haven't got into that consolidation phase. Unbelievable recovery for this company. I'll tell you right away when I'm wrong. And this one I was all sorts of wrong on. And I was looking at this not from a technical perspective, but from a fundamental. I mean, I don't know how they're doing so well, but whatever. We're gonna give them a shout out because clearly, company knows what they're doing. Anyway, now intraday. How are we going to trade this? Let's look. First of all, it's not loading on my screen for whatever reason. Current price action, 152.53. The only way I weasel into this is if it comes in to this area crest over here, 151. That's also around where the 10 exponential moving average is hanging out on the 5. Thank you, Adair, for pointing this out because I took off one of the other small cap gappers that was doing bupkis on the day, gave back the entire move. I like it between 151 to 150 and a half. Reason is the wick on the area crest is quite lengthy. It takes us to about 151 and a quarter, whereas the closing or the opening print, I should say, a little bit above 150. So if it does retrace, first area I'll look is what it does at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. If it respects that, great. Then we'll look to get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. If not, if it keeps continuing, I'll look to my area price action area support before I weasel into this trade. But I really do like Carvana. I'd probably never own it in my personal account because I know I'd probably have to deal with a lot of volatility. And what's the short float on this thing now?
It was like 6 from what I saw this morning, but there's...
Yeah, well, Trade Idea is saying 12.5, but that could be dated, Dara, right? It could be weekly. It could be a couple of weeks old. But we gotta put some respect on this one's name. Neil, this was like 30-something% a few months ago, right? It was 30-something%, guys. So a lot of people have been pushed out. And I wasn't just wrong on my own here. There was a lot of people who were wrong about this. In any event, it's proved us wrong. Time for us to get on the right side over here. How are we going to trade this today? I like it at 150, 1 to 150. Let's see if it makes a nice little move back there, Dara, and we can weasel into the trade.
Yeah, I mean, I just got weaseled out here of Tesla. I wanted to clarify why I went Tesla long, because my initial instinct would be to short it. I watched this predict 229.90 or 220, I guess 229. But I was like, no, the book was holding up really nicely, 228.80. So I said, get long 228.80s, risk it into 228.60s, which is another area of support there. Take out 40% at 229s and then hold a piece for the dream. I still think Tesla could be a long here. I'm not trading it here unless I see some crazy confluence, because I just don't trust my name on this read of this stock as of right now. Broadcom, still kind of curling here, sitting pretty on this 90 MA. I think this might be a long if we hold at 162, but I'm going to be patient. Apple, though, Apple, you got to push back. I like Apple as a short. I love when areas I'm previously looking at show themselves to be interesting again. 215.50s was an area I really liked here. I was initially, is that where I got long on this? Yeah, I think I got long here once we pushed above those 50s. I thought that was a pretty strong look. I honestly, in that 216 area, to me is pretty interesting. I'm more interested, though, in 216.90 because that was, 215.90 because that was an area we initially rejected hard. Then once we broke above it, it was the longs in control. So I want to be watching this. What I would do is probably go short 215.66. That was another level I liked here around VWAP, and risk it into 90s. And you know what? That is what I'm going to do, Sharif. I'm going to risk into 91s. I'm going to go short.
Okay.
Apple 215.66. So let's see how this goes on AAPL. We are short. We are going to set our stop here. 215. Let's not do typos because that has been a thing. 91s. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Get it, Adara.
I don't know. I'm saying let's go. There's really no reason to let's go yet. But in terms of where profit
anyway.
we take it, I appreciate that, Sharif. 215.70s. Any of these kind of previous lows are going to be areas I will be watching. Let's see if we can make a lower low on Apple, because it's also worth noting, when in doubt, zoom out. Lower highs. To be fair, slightly higher low, but a lower low when you consider this area here, 215.90s. Are you trading Google, or you just felt like putting the goggles on there? Because I know sometimes these are Google goggles.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling whimsical, Adara.
Also, it was funny. So some of us went to the Money Show over the weekend, and one of the speaker actually said, like looking on the Google, and we were all like laughing.
Love it. Love that.
Right?
Love that.
It was pretty funny there. But yeah, so shout out to the Money Show in Toronto.
Yeah,
Good times were had there. Tesla having some good time. Oh, wow. Tesla, 228.40s. Okay. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I said that I'd be hesitant about going long here, but I didn't say I wouldn't go short here, so I'm going to take a really small position if I see step set up. Right now, we're seeing what happens on Apple. I have a feeling, I've got a feeling that tonight I'll be getting stopped out.
No.
We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I know, not a super fun song. But I mean, honestly, as long as you have you're risking appropriately, you have your stops ready, everything's ready to go. You just gotta take the trade, take the emotion out of it, and do what the trade has to do. And that's why I'm okay singing, because you know what, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. As long as you're taking those strides towards progress in whatever way, I can live with that. Broadcom rejecting 162. I just typed average, AVG, like average. So yeah, we'll see if we have to average in Broadcom. No, I'm joking, I'm not even in Broadcom yet. Watching at 162 though, because I actually don't mind the idea of this as a short, really small position, initially risking into 162.50. That's the game plan right now. Let's see how this goes. Also, guys, remember to vote for tickers, ! Join, space, ticker. What about SPY, please, says Jesus Lopez Navarrete. Let's take a look here at SPY to see what we can spy on that SPY. So SPY here, what are you doing, SPY? SPY, I don't have much on this. That 560 bounce, I said this to Sharif, I thought was gorgeous. 560 was a level for the SPY a while ago. I also like the fact that we rejected hard off of that 562.50. Also, I got stopped out of Apple, looks like. So let's see what we do here in SPY. To me, it's not really interesting until it's at those extremes of 560 or 562.50. That being said, since we made that bottom at 560, we've had higher highs and higher lows. I think if this can reclaim VWAP decisively and then crack that 562.50, not a bad look. We got stopped out of Apple. Broadcom now climbing up above 560 or 162, so I don't have a ton of levels over here, but we're going to wait and see what happens on these markets for me, Sharif, because there's always a next trade if it makes sense and if you can find it. How are we doing?
I just want to shout out Jet Voy Limited. Thank you for pointing out to me. Carvana is now back at the 10 exponential on the 5. That happens to be that 151 area. This is the area where we're looking at. So let's pack our patience here. I do like this trade. Is it exhausted though? Is it 7% that we're going to hit on the day, or is there more to it? Well, it's already jumping up over here. So this one's already going without us. It doesn't give you all that much time to make a decision. It's already 50 pennies above that area. Shout out to that person though for calling it out. Jet Voy Limited, great call out there. Basically, jumping off that 151 area, it hasn't really made any new highs. So I don't think that we're too late to the party over here. The thing is, we're going to have to risk 50 pennies to make $1.50. Is that what you like? Is that the move? All right, it's already going over here. So wow, man, Carvana does just not give you time to make these decisions. Intraday, it's a spready one too. Look at this. We're looking at a 20 penny spread right now on CVNA, 6.89, 6.79. Jeez Louise, what's the move here? Well, we're going to have to risk. We're going to have to risk 60 pennies. That's just the way it is. There's no other way. Well, unless it drops down a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to give this one time. I don't think it's really... Yeah, it's really I'm undecided. More like this thing's not undecided. I'm undecided. I'm going to pack my patience, guys. I'm unsure how I want to execute this trade, whether I want to wait for another test of 151 or this is the test. This looks like it is the test because it's now at 152, so that's okay. That's my fault. All right, let's pack our patience and see if we can get. Yeah, I know, Ram. It's on me. It's on me. But thank you for making me feel bad. It's okay. She's mocking me. That's what she's doing. She keeps telling me it's okay in my ear, but I know she's mocking me.
I think you always assume she has the worst intentions.
Are you kidding, Adara? Are you kidding? You do not know her?
I do know her, to be fair. Well, I know how you two are.
Do you know how her intentions are with me?
With you?
Which is nefarious most of the time.
People, though, she is, in my opinion.
You're a pure soul, Adara. I got to give you that. 1125 is what I'm looking at there. I think you're not seeing her for the real person she is. I'm kidding, Ram. We're kidding.
11 dram going.
Yeah, Dara, it's a show. We're having fun.
I know.
1125 is what I'm looking at over here on NYCB for this one to print above because it's been having all sorts of trouble printing anything above 1125, and that has been the case for the better part of 25 minutes or so. So if this one doesn't continue to put in these higher lows and round off the volume weighted average price and print something in the 30s, I'm not going to have much patience longer with this name, and we're going to look to weasel our way out. So that is the trade I'm in right now. Let's go back and have a look at Carvana. And Carvana kind of doing what I anticipated, bouncing off 151, coming right back down. That's why I didn't want to be the first person to get into this, because the bamboozlement is real fast and furious. Let's see if it's able to hold a very clearly defined area of previous resistance, which should now furnish us with some support. That is that 151-ish area. If it holds there, fantastic. If it doesn't, we'll look something a little bit different, maybe the volume-weighted average price of there. So we'll pack our patience with CVNA.
There's one ticker I've been watching here. I was in a trade in this early, but I haven't been in it since. And I got basically immediately stopped out. Starbucks. Now, I said initially I was looking, I tried to go long here when I thought it was reverting. Since then, it's basically been a short all day, but I'd actually be interested in the long of Starbucks again here if we can clear the 90 MA. If this slips from support to resistance, I'm getting long. If not, I'm not touching it because, they say the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. This trend is still to the downside, but I don't have a really clear area for me to get in to be comfortable with. So we're going to wait and see. I have a feeling Starbucks is just not going to be long, and that's fine, but I don't really have my short idea on it. So Broadcom, isn't it fun when you try to give, okay, so for context, I had an order here 162.46 for Broadcom. I was going to risk into 162 even because that was an area of support that worked. So we get to 43s on the bid and early 50s on the ask. We never get filled, Sharif. The thing pops to the upside. So I was like, okay, whatever, fine. Breathe, Broadcom, breathe. I didn't want to chase waterfalls here, so I did not. We're going to give this game some TLC. We're going to let it wait. If there's anything that sets up, I'll get involved. But Tesla. Also on my watch here. I said that I feel like my read on Tesla as a long has just been incorrect, so I am much more tempted to go short here. And Tesla's a bit bamboozling, though, with that in mind, because we do have some lower highs, and we have some clear resistance support areas as well, but we also have higher lows. So Tesla, one level I found really interesting in the book was 229.20s. The second we broke below that, all bets were off on TSLA. So I'm actually going to go short here. I'm going to risk into 229.20, so risking 20 cents, trying to get some out here at 228.40s, and then we'll save a piece of the dream. I can live with that, Sharif. I can certainly live with that. So let's see what we do here. I have a feeling we're not going to get filled because it looks like we already pushed below that level, but we're going to have a stink bid or a stink ask, I guess, in this case. See what happens here on T to the S, to the L, to the A. If we bounce off 80s, I might even cancel my order, but let's see what happens here because I do think there is some weakness in the Tesla one. Also, I was mentioning being interested in Starbucks. Look what just bounced here, up 96s. Starbucks. So like I said, no involvement until we push above the 90 MA. I'm really trying to look only at these four tickers, being Starbucks, Apple, Tesla, and Broadcom, just because I don't want to push myself into too many tickers. Apple kind of bouncy here, so we'll see. But the other ticker that I'm considering, I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm considering trading, in case you couldn't tell from the way I misspelled it here, Intel is kind of on watch for me here. I like Intel as a long, I know, shocker. But I like Intel as a long here at 2043s. Why? Resistance, we had this resistance and support flip here. Let's see if this continues to push. I would be risking it into the top of this kind of little shelfy area. So we'd be getting long 43s. We'd be risking into 38s. That's something I can definitely live with. So we're going to actually try to fill this here. Let's see if we get filled and what the DLEO is for that Intel to 2043. So there we go, risking this into 38s. Let's get that ready. And I do like this as kind of a curl back to the upside. We do, Intel is strong on the day, which is like kind of never really a thing for Intel. So that's worth noting. One thing that Neil always said to me is if you have a name making like clear kind of moves here directionally, especially if it's in opposition to what the rest of the market's doing, that's something to be aware of. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to take a quarter of this position out at 51s. Should we get there? I know that's kind of aggressive, but I've sized into this a bit aggressively. So let's see what happens here on INTC. I don't know if I have the intel in Intel, but right now my read on the market is telling me this is a short. We got filled on Tesla. Now I'm actually thinking this is probably going to bounce. So we'll watch the book here. I was going to set my order here, my stop at 229.20s, but I have a feeling we might get immediately pushed out of this. This might have been a bad call on my part. What are you looking at here, Sharif?
I'll take over.
Are you banking on New York Bank?
We're not banking on New York Bank. Sadly, Adara, we're still out of the money, but it's not breaking VWAP, so I'm holding it. This is the trade I'm upset about. I tried to weasel in. We were at 50. We didn't cross. I waxed poetic about the fact that the spread is a little wider on Carvana than normally other stocks. Right now, we're not talking too much of a spread, about 13 pennies wider at the at other times, 30 pennies I've seen. We did get into 50s. That's exactly where my order is. That was mistake number one. I'm not going to have it at 50s. You know better than that, Sharif. You don't keep it at the whole dollar or right at the area that you want, especially the half dollar as well. I should have had it a skosh above there. Probably had me lower on priority than some others. Now it's well above that level, 152.15. I tried to get in at 155.50. What really had me confident about this is I saw two bottoming tail candles, one inverse, one kind of, just bottoming tail, one inverse hammer, one kind of bottoming tail, that were all off the 10 exponential, that both closed green. And we know what bottoming tail candles mean. They mean buyer exuberance, basically overwhelming sellers at that particular level at that particular time. So, and then the subsequent candle made a new high, albeit not by much, but I still like this trade. I don't know, though, if I like it off that 150, because I think if it weasels into 150, then we're still putting a higher low if we get into 150. I just don't think it makes it down there. That's just my guess. Nothing more than that. So we'll see what we get here with CVNA up 7%, trying to get into this one and weasel my way up, but it is not letting me in. So pack our patience there. Up into 124 we go here on NYCB. We're long 126, but I made the point very clear. There's somebody selling at 1125. I think I said 125. I meant 1125. There's somebody selling, and they have been selling since essentially 1135. So that puts us almost at half an hour worth of this level being rejected. However, it is the volume weighted average price off which it's bouncing. So if it wants to find support here and put a rounded bottom or curl up, whatever, just find support at VWAP. That would be good for me because we literally have, few pennies above the volume weighted average price. So I'm good with that, especially with that 1150 high. We'll see what we get. The stop is already set. The beak wetter is already set above that 1136. A bit of a bigger position here because we did dollar cost average into that. Initially, we got in RAM at around 29s. Then we hit the buy button again at 22. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. But ideally, I'd like to print. So that's a look there. My man there, I forget who it was yelling about Texas Jet fan. Yes, I remember that. I remember thinking like, what? How come you're not a Cowboys fan or a Houston fan? But in any event, he is a Texas Jets fan. He's telling me about BBLG RAM, and this one we already had a trade on. Did really well, have literally top wick of the day so far. That could change, but this one did come into the volume weighted average price. It did generally defend that 70 penny level despite the breach there on a wick basis, not a closing basis, and now it is curling right back up again. So shout out to Texas Jets fan for shouting out BBLG. This one is still certainly in play. Higher highs, higher lows, respecting areas of both support and resistance, respecting moving averages. It looks like there's a whole lot of respect for whatever reason. Maybe it's the algo that's trading it with the 20 exponential on the 5. Area hold over here, except from the wick basis. Area hold here on all basis, and then another area hold over here, all of which were the 20 exponential. For whatever reason, it's trading off the 20. Don't care. I'll base the trades off of it until it doesn't work. So BBLG, thank you for pointing that out again. Kind of hard to have my eye on everything. So that's the look. We'll keep an eye on BBLG. Back to NYCB, and yet again, we're at that 11.25, and yet again, we're unable to ascend. Finally, now getting a 26 print. Let's see if the bid can climb up with us. I have my suspicions. So we'll see if we can weasel up here through 26s, through 25s on the bid. It's not forthcoming. We definitely took out whichever seller was sitting at the ask on 25. Now there's another hidden seller with which we have to contend at 26 because, look at these. These are all single digits sitting there on the gateway. So it's likely an iceberg that's preventing us from going up a dare. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. NYCB, looking at BBLG as well. Had one trade on AAPL, but for the most part, it's been these small cap gappers.
Yeah, so Intel here, we are like a hair away from getting stopped out. I think we probably will. And I think, honestly, Dara, it's like when you saw the support resistance flip, regardless of the strength at VWAP and the higher lows, maybe you should have gone short. Either way, though, so 2038 midpoint is my stop. We have not gotten there yet. We'll see. I'm not moving it. I'm just going to breathe. I'm going to wait. We'll see. I'm risking 5 cents because I had a bit more size on this because I really did like that look at the time. I would be taking out a quarter of the position at 2051s, but again, I'm about 97% sure that is not going to happen, but I don't want to get out yet. Also, I want to mention, I guess Tesla, I mentioned I got out basically the second I got in. And the thing is, we would have gotten stopped out either way because I was going to set my stop at 229.20s. And we got as high as 229.30s here. 1320 Wolf in the chat said paper hands. I honestly, maybe I did have paper hands, but I think you have to respect what you see in the book. I did not like what I saw in the book, and I would have gotten stopped out regardless. So something to learn from, of course. You always want to say, where's the next trade? How can you learn and improve from these trades? I think that's fair. But you're going to do what you got to do. So I do appreciate, I honestly do like being called out because I think it makes me reflect and learn. But yeah, Tesla, I did what I had to do on that trade, and I did what I was comfortable with because, like I said, if I don't trust my read in the book, I honestly, every time I haven't done that, there's been some kind of iffiness. So Starbucks. Very happy with this trade, but also I'm even happier to hear what Neil is telling us about in his lesson of the day. So long Starbucks, we're going to take out a fifth at 2096. 36, but we're going to first find out what Neil's talking about in his lesson.
Hotline dropper coming up.
Hotline bling.
Welcome, another lesson of the day coming at you, brought to you by Moo because, hey, rate cuts are on the horizon. We might get that 50-point cut this week, as a matter of fact. And look, the market's about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA. Down 35% one moment, then bouncing back the next. To protect your gains, you need Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Available on the NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders, ours move up as the stock rises, locking in profits before a drop. And it works for options too. Plus, enjoy 0 commissions, 0 contract fees, 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. check the link in the description or scan the QR code below. Thank you to Mumu, our partners there. And look, sometimes at the open, I shouldn't say sometimes at the open, often at the open, you will see very, very large moves. Now, the liquidity in the first couple of minutes might be relatively good in terms of volume, but oftentimes in individual stocks, there might not be a lot of shown liquidity. So volume's going to go off, and usually the biggest candles of the day are at the open and at the close. But because the lack of liquidity at times, you will see these very large moves. Now, usually we wait for those to happen right at about 9:30. But what happens when you have the move kind of bleeding down into it and then a complete wipeout in one direction or the other? A lot of times you have to adjust your plan when you have a massive, massive drop at the open, because the release of bids has happened a couple of times. We saw it on that August 5th. Whatever you want to call that. Sometimes we're calling it like the Manic Monday or whatever, flash crash morning, where it was just a huge reversal at the open. This was similar to that. And I think when you were looking for short opportunities, a lot of people were looking short. I know we were off of the open. When you have the stocks just drip, 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 and then plunge at the open, you have to be very, very nimble with what you do next. Because when you have that kind of a liquidity event to the downside, if you liked shorts back at open areas or off resistance, when it gets to that price, you now have a V-shaped recovery on volume, which can be very, very dangerous to get into. So as I said, you've got to stay very nimble. Every now and then you're going to find reversal opportunities, but in terms of NVIDIA, I can tell you, if you were looking shorts underneath a 120, like, oh, we're going to go pop and fade. When it drops like this, sometimes you've got to get out of dodge. And once it pops in back to the upside, acknowledge the fact that that was a wipeout bottom and then wait for it to go to a significant level. In this particular case, it doesn't happen to go into the 120. You end up seeing Friday support levels turn into resistance. And that took a $4 and change move to the upside before that even set up that short trade. Now, the most extreme example of that, and I'm burying the lead here, apologies to my Tesla 3-minute chart. I'm going to go to the 15-minute to show you. Tesla was maybe the most extreme example of that. Tesla, and this is on the open at 9:30. It dropped 230 down to 223 and a half. Once this happens, you have to consider the level of panic that goes in. An upward trending stock for the last week that dumps like that at the open, and certainly would have trapped some shorts underneath a 226. Now, whether or not you came in looking short, if you did and were sitting at the open, great, you might have had yourself a win. But once it does that reversal and shows the strength back, oftentimes you almost have to look for the long after the trap was set. So you would have heard me say, oh, Tesla looks like a short back in the pops. But once it put in some higher lows, and those shorts that were trapped, now the chart wants to work, and those shorts were trapped, like it goes right back into the Friday bottom, holds that low, consolidate, then tries to break that same low at 226, consolidates again, bounces off VWAP, I know because I was in the VWAP trade, and then gives you a nice clean break. Now, oftentimes, you look at a move like this to the downside, you're thinking it's got to be a short. But when you have that much of a dump on volume that recovers, there's so much pent-up liquidity and demand, and people that are likely short that pop consolidation, thinking they'll just go with the trend, that the breakout screams to the next level. And whether you came in looking one direction or the other, if you came in looking short, you got to be willing to take a breakout like that when it goes for you. Because that's a huge, huge trap that got set. This was the most bearish name off of the open. For it to now hold higher and then consolidate back above Friday's support levels, you can get this type of a rally. And that's why we're looking for the breakout long in this particular name. And the other thing I wanted to talk about here is when you have a wipeout move to the downside, one of the first things that you should do is you always want to know, did something that should have dropped not drop? So yeah, once something that went down like Tesla did or like Nvidia did and gave you those big pop opportunities, Oracle was easily the weakest stock that was out there on Friday. At that open, you'll notice Oracle did not drop with the market at all. It was a huge flush on Friday after what seemed like it was going to hold the gap upside, and all it did is start breaking out. The sooner you can identify when the market does a capitulation bottom like this, that you've got a super strong stock, when the market was putting in those higher lows, there you are 166. When it put in the breakouts, there you are able to dip into VWAP. So when you have these outsized market moves, right at 9:30, be willing to adapt by saying, hey, if it's going to V-shape bottom and rinse people out, like panic sell, I've got to be able to join some longs because you just wiped a bunch of people out there, and the way to go is going to be up in a situation like that. So best thing to do, of course, is if you can find something strong like an Oracle, great. But the other thing that you also have to be willing to do is take some long opportunities like that Tesla in there, which gave you basically clean off VWAP $1, then another 2 off that higher low. So we've seen this before over and over again. 930 is going to have these big wild transactions one way or the other. You can like that original direction, but if you're not sitting in that short when it dumps, when it snaps back up like this, the relief rally are some easy winning opportunities in there. Instead of having to fight the market, you can just join that party back into the upside. That's the lesson of the day. We love liquidity at the open and volatility. Sometimes you have to very quickly change your plan of action to adapt to the fact that the short already happened and you're starting to come back into the upside, and that's the play you have to make.
Thank you, Hotline Dropper, a.k.a. Neil Roberts. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, around that noon hour, lunchtime, he does his lesson of the day. If you like what you heard, join us again every day around that time. So shout out to Neil. Now, the position that I'm currently in, NYCB, making me feel a little bit better about myself, Ram, which is good because it's putting in higher lows. And it did breach, if I can show the people the chart, Ram, that'd be fantastic. It did breach that 1125. It did work its way up to 1128. Higher lows starting to round off. Let me show you exactly where on the 5-minute. Yes, that white line is the volume weighted average price. So my thesis, I'll continue with my trade, let me just put it that way, if it holds and remains closing above the volume weighted average price. If it closes below VWAP, I'm going to end the trade. I don't want to sit here and fight with this one and have it divert my attention from other stocks that I can be trading. So if it doesn't manifest in the way that I want, or if it breaches my level, I'm gone. But I did like what I saw in the fact that it was holding VWAP and putting in higher lows and higher highs. We'll see what happens there. The other one I want to show, WHLR, while Neil was dropping said hot lines, I looked over to Adara, and basically said, look, Adara, this one's putting in higher lows with umpteen amount of wicks through that $0.50 level. It looks as if, whoever's taking profit or getting short on this name doesn't really respect a price level, but more like a price region, because all the wicks into 60, and they vary from where they stop, but they wick maximum into 60, have been rejected. But the buyers have been overwhelming sellers incrementally, not by enough aggression to break that 60 penny area on a closing basis, but enough to get my attention and to show me the higher low pattern and the flat top pattern that's manifested right here on WHLR. So I'm unsure exactly how to play this, whether I want to take it on the dip, maybe off the 20 exponential, 730, 7.25, whatever, or whether I want to wait for that flat top above 760, above 750 to finish on or to close on a closing basis, or to breach on a closing basis, what I'm trying to say, lacking eloquence. Unsure how to play this, but I know something is up over here. Dollar on AMD, you're short 152.25.
$1.50 is on Tesla.
Aw, come on, bro. You lie to me a little bit.
We're 70 cents.
The Katina man 70 cents in the money on AMD, and he's over $1 in the money on TSLA. He took a 229 short.
Yeah, 229 core.
229 and a quarter short on TSLA as it knocked on the door, Katina Man, of that 230. So shout out to you taking that bad boy short. The Katina Man taking that. And as the Katina Man took that trade, look what WH dang LR did. It took that 760 pretty aggressively there, going into 784. So the flat top, at least for the moment, has been breached on WHLR. 760 was the level we were looking at. Let's see if this 5-minute candle closes in this fashion, or whether we get a big boy topping tail candle and reverse back to the downside. WHLR, you look over to the Katina Man's trade for a second, and this thing breaches. I mean, like, these things are around for a good time, not a long time. Why am I surprised?
Yeah, I mean, this market has just been really spicy and really surprising and interesting here. Apple, we are about a cent away. In any second, we should be getting filled. Are you filled? Apple, you going to fill me? Apple? Cool? Okay, no. Thought that'd be happening. We are set to get out of this here, 215.11. There we go.
Nice.
215.11, then we floosh to the downside here. So you might be asking, Adara, if you think this market is bearish for shorting Apple, why are you into other longs? I'll talk about it. One of them were basically, oh, wow, Intel really does not want to stop me out. Okay, this is the second time. Now, I'm going to say that, we'll probably get stopped out. Second time here that we've bounced off 2038. To be clear, my stop is midpoint 2038. And then we push higher. We are a second away here from getting, that wick into getting out a quarter of our position at 2050s. I am saving here these orders. We'll see what happens here with that. Also, I am long. Okay, we got stopped out of Intel, so that's fine. We're also long Starbucks. The first long in Starbucks, I did. I was looking to set our stop here. We got filled there, 90s. So we're going to be risking. No, we're going to be risking. I forgot my position size here. We're going to be risking 20 cents here. We're going to be risking 96.05s. And that's just because I have a smaller position. I'm willing to give this guy a little bit more wiggle room. So we're going to be having that wiggle room here. If we get to 96.05s, we will, again, midpoint stop. We're getting stopped out of this. But I like these higher highs, higher lows. I do like this kind of curl we have going on here. Let's see if this one keeps curling in our favor to the upside. In terms of Apple, what is the plan now for Apple? You may ask. We're going to be using basically prior bar highs for the rest of the stop here. So 47s right now will be my stop. Initially, I was risking 25 cents into that 215.75 area because that was kind of an area I liked. I mean, Sharif, if Apple gives us 215, I honestly think we could go into that 215.40s level. Let's see what happens here, though, because we have had lower highs for quite a bit. This 215 area, a pretty key area of support and resistance. I'm not adding to this position right now just because I don't really feel any reason to, don't really want to. I just want to wait and see what manifests. Intel, also another one, like I said, I have been watching. If we break decisively below that VWAP level, I might short this. We'll wait and see what happens here. Happy I stuck with the long. Waited until I got stopped out, didn't get stopped out. This Tesla, though, I mentioned, and, shout out to 1320 Wolf. I got out of this short basically the second I entered. And to be clear, the way I was risking, I would have gotten stopped out regardless. But basically, maybe I did have paper hands with this trade. That's the thing, but you have to trade your style. Based on what I saw in the book, I did not feel as comfortable with the short as I felt like I should have, and that was what I had there. So I always want to shout out people in the chat because we do love having, all these different eyes and ears and perspective in the market. And if you want Sean and Neil's perspective in the market, get into that chat.
Oh, yeah.
Please and thank you. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $. So that is what we want to hear here. Let us know what you are looking at. Starbucks, we're still long for now. Again, stop at 96.05. Apple, we're still short here. Let's see what goes on there. Broadcom also. Shout out to Rivian Millionaire for telling me, hey, you were right about Broadcom. It got to 163.50s. Indeed, it did. I had this on my side chart. I didn't want to chase this. Like I said, we're cents away from getting filled. I had no interest in chasing it, so I didn't. We did make a nice move here off the lows, but we do still have lower highs as well, which I think is worth noting. So I don't have any reads on Broadcom right now. If we breach, though, VWAP, which, like I said, that 162.60-ish area was an area I had on watch. Let's see what happens here. But, I mean, Tesla coming into that previous levels of support. Apple falling. Starbucks existing. Intel trying to breach VWAP here. So lots of plays, Sharif. It's hard when you're only one person and so many different trades and ideas on this year market. Let's figure out what to do next year because I certainly have some ideas and some reads. I need to figure out where I'm going to strike next. Where are you striking? Because I see you involved in this Tesla. I can keep talking if you need.
Yeah, no, you're good. We have the stops in play, Daryl. We're going to let this manifest. So NYCB weaseling finally up into that 1128. I'm waiting at 1136 for an out, Ram, because, we got in 1126. 1126, and there's really no point in taking anything out over here. We're looking for this curl. Rounded bottom is what we're looking for there. So shout out to the Katina man who's printing up several storms. There's multiple thunderstorms and a whole bunch of rain happening on that side of this. We're going to shut him out, and we're happy for him there. Basically, what I'm looking for this one is to curl into the 30. Show me something here proving to me that you're going to rounded bottom. Otherwise, you know, we're going to really run out of patience with this trade. So packing my patience on that one. The future just dipped aggressively into that 19,550, getting a bit of a bounce back up. We'll have to see whether that trade can manifest back to the high side, but it's been lower highs and lower lows, as Adair made very clear with her Apple trade. That's why she weaseled her way into Apple. And that really has been the case for the majority of the names. There are some exceptions like Tesla, like what's it called over here, Meta. It doesn't have lower lows and lower highs. In fact, it has higher highs and higher lows in this most recent pattern. Once it took VWAP on a closing basis, it started using, for whatever reason, the 10 and the 20 to make incrementally higher highs and higher lows. It did find resistance, though, at that 524.25, which is the Friday closing print in and around that area, about 25 pennies short of that IB high. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons there. So we'll pack our patience with the trade that we're in right now and see if we can print on it. The Katina man's getting all excited back there, and we're very excited for him, printing up several storms. We'll see if we can get our print as well. Let's see what else we got over here. J. Lee long JBDI at 970. Let's look at JBDI for J. Lee. So let's go do that. JBDI, what do we got over here? JBDI Holdings. Oh, God, it's this one again. Yeah, I had this one on the small cap gapper chart. This is a one that went awfully green to awfully red on the day. It started out its life at 26 bucks, weaseled into 39, basically knocking on the door 40. But it has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what I can glean on the 5-minute chart, 5 down halts. Let's make sure we're accurate there. So 1 up halt. I stand corrected. 1 up halt, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down halts, 2 up halts. Okay, so this one's really bleeding. Shout out to Jay. Looks like he got that to defend that $10 area. Where's the low, Jay? The low there at 966, 968, 962. I think the low of the day is that 962, or there it seems. Hope you print out multiple storms. I think that, you know, with a 972 area and a 962 low, you should be all right there. I hope you print. Let me know how it goes, Jay, and if that one is able to catch a bid possibly back into the high side there. Bang! 30 pennies in the money on Tesla. Happy with this trade. Took it off that key area. So the Katina man's printing several storms. But yeah. But we took it off there, Katina man. I don't know if you can see the chart on your side. There was this consolidation area. So while you were printing, I was like, oh, all right, this is an area as good as any. All right, we're about 40 pennies in the money here on the Cybertruck. Let's see if we can take it out, and we will. Happy with this trade. I put in the stop where I wanted, and quite frankly, you know, this was a bit of a tougher one to hold on to because the Cybertruck can drop dollars at a time. Everybody who's traded Tesla knows that. So happy with this trade. Yeah, Darren knows. We all know, right? We've all been on that side, right? So we haven't been in the Cybertruck, Adara, but we've been on that side of the trade, right? So there it is there. By the way, I went to Yorkdale. I don't know if I told you, but there's no more Cybertruck there. They took it out, Adara.
It left.
They took it. They put a Model X. I don't want to see a Model X. Model X we've been seeing the Model X since like 2017. I've had enough of it, Katina, man. I want to see the Cybertruck IRL. What's your Model X? I don't have a Model X. Joker. Anyway, so on this, happy with this Tesla trade. Now let's go and nurse the trade. That is, yeah, well, okay, it's in the money. It's in the money, but it's boring me to death. Boring me to death. We just printed 1128 there. Oh, we got 29s now showing up on the ask. All right, we're long 1126. So if we print 3 pennies here, we'll be good for retirement. No, kidding. We're looking for an 1136 move up. The reason I say 1136, not a random number. Look at this consolidation area low at 1138. We got into that almost 1150. We zigged and zagged. Seemed to have some initial buyers at 1138. So I said, look, if 1138 is a level, front run it it by a couple of pennies. Here come 30s. Finally, this thing is curling off the volume weighted average dang price. Let me show you what I'm looking at here on the 5-minute chart. Looks a little bit better in terms of the curling, the rounded bottom kind of thing. So we move up into that 1150 or thereabouts, 1149. Technically, we come down, we hold VWAP, and what I was really looking for was not a parabolic move up. I know how NYCB trades, but that incremental higher high and higher low, bouncing off a key area of technical resistance. To me, that was VWAP. We'll see what we get, Adair, and we will not get upset. But I hope to print on this one a little bit sooner as opposed to later. We'll do that lesson in a hot second. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I am short Intel, long Starbucks. Not really sure about either of these trades. They're both basically flat right now. Starbucks, I still like this uptrend. This could be the last attempt at a long on Starbucks because, you know, let's see if third time's the charm, or if 3 strikes, I'm out. So I like this long here because I wanted to wait to get long till we reclaimed the 90 MA. I had a smaller position. I risked a bit more. So I was risking into 96.05s, got long 96.25s. We didn't get stopped out. Let's see if we keep pushing higher here. I would love to be taking some out here if we get to 39s. We're going to take out, let's say like 40. I'm going to get my order set now that we're kind of pushing higher. We'll do 38s, and we're going to take out part of this position here. We'll take about 40%. Let's see what happens here. This is not a huge position. I'm willing to add if we bounce again off 30s because that was a bit of an area I liked earlier, but we'll see what happens there. Now on to Intel. Intel. Why am I short Intel? I like it because, so again, this is another case where I'm taking a smaller position. I'm risking a bit more, risking 10 cents here, risking into 20.47, which I think is a pretty natural area given that that was that kind of previous high here. Initially it was long Intel. Intel could not reclaim that 2050, making actually a lower, I mean, we wicked into it and then we pushed lower. So let's see what happens here on INTC. I think we could get this. I think that on INTC, we get a breakdown below VWAP here, but we'll have to wait and INTC what we get. Because, we never know what we're going to get. Also, I did get out of Apple. I mentioned why in the chat. I was using prior bar highs. We basically opened above the prior bar high with the next 5-minute candle. That combined with the bottom tail candle, I did not like the look of that. I got out of my short. To be clear, we still could be having lower highs here. I just did not like the look of that. And like I said, my read on things have been kind of shaky. So I was like, I'm not, you want to trust yourself, right? So I just didn't like what I saw in Apple, so I got out. Tesla, though. I want to shout out your long on Tesla. That was a great look. But I actually might get short in Tesla here because 228.40s was that previous area. If we keep rejecting this 228 area, 40s area, and look at this like kind of support resistance flip on what we're seeing here on the chart, I don't mind that. Bullish engulfing notwithstanding, I want to watch this rejection. I always have my Tesla order book up, and I usually state if I have another order book up, generally it will be TSLAs. You're going to watch and wait here. I might take a smaller position and short that name. Right now, we have both Starbucks and Intel working. Let's see if Tesla can join the pack there. Arr, I don't know why I howled. Guys, get your tickers in there. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. We want to know what makes you tick today. That is for darn sure. How are you doing over here, Sharif?
Good, Adair. Thank you. What I want to talk about was, IWM. Somebody asked me to look at IWM for them. Big Spa, what are you talking about 1240? Let me know what you mean by that. Is there something I'm unaware of there at 1240? I can't say this person's name, so I'm not going to butcher it, but I'm going to look at IWM for them. They know who they are. Let's do it. So IWM, in case you guys don't know, it is the ETF version, Ram, of the Russell 2000, which is an indice that could... What did I do wrong in this life? Is it an ETF of the Russell 2000, which is it's a small cap indice, essentially just has a whole bunch of small caps in it. Look, there is a lot. I just want to take the opportunity to let you know that it's not the only small cap indice. A lot of people don't like the IWM. They say there's a lot of garbage in it. If you want something that's a bit more filtered but still small cappy, the S&P 600 is also an interesting one. I'm sure there's an ETF of that as well. Don't know what it is offhand. We'll look at it in a second. So intraday, pardon me? No, the S&P 600. Do you know what the ETF is for the S&P 6? Yeah, I know, that's what I said. I'll find out as well. I don't have it off the top of my head, Katina, man. So IWM, good look. It's the best performing, no, that's incorrect. The Dow is the best performing indice on the day. It's up a third. Russell, second, it's up a quarter. Higher lows, higher low, flat top. Guess where? VWAP. and then it breaches through that, breaking into 217.60. So that was a good move there. So buyers incrementally overwhelming sellers on every successive trough. That is until it broke through these topping tail candles and broke decisively through that 217 a quarter, 217 a fifth. That is a good look today for IWM. But like the overall market, it's either flat or negative. Right now, I would submit to you that we're close to flat. Anyway, it's positive. The trade for me was this flat top breakup, kind of like WHLR that we were talking about, higher highs, not higher highs, sorry, higher lows with that flat top, and then you take the flat top break, look possibly now for a test of that flat top to the downside. So if it does curl back into this 217 and a fifth, 217 and a quarter, could be an interesting area opportunity to get in. We'll have to wait and see. IWM, though, outperforming the NQ and the ES on the day. Let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. Let's just quickly look at this position. Oh, NYCB. Katina, man, it got into 11:30 and it's all the way back to 11:20. We're going to pack our patience on this one because it still hasn't breached the volume weighted average price. What's going on over there? Yeah, just wants to hit the siren. So why not? Let's talk about the lesson today. We're talking about reversal patterns. He doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't want to talk about reversal patterns. Katina, man, maybe he wants to do breakout trades.
Also, we got a super chat.
What do we got? Oh, thanks, Adair, for that. Let me just have a look over here. Weasel my way back up the... How do I do that super chat thing? How do you do that where it narrow the super chats only, Adara?
Oh, you go top chat, you press the pull down menu, and then you go to fan funding.
Fan funding. Thank you for that. All right, great. Dustin Prince, 250 super chat. JBDI trading suspended. Is that possible midday? Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Dustin, for asking that question. It is an apt question, and we always have newer traders coming in. There are two types of reasons why stocks stop trading midday. There is a volatility halt where they ascend or descend more than 10% within 5 minutes. If that happens, they're halted. It's called the volatility halt, and they stop for around increments of 5. Usually they stop for 5 minutes. Sometimes they can be 10. Sometimes they can be 15. Basically, increments of 5. And the reason they do this halt is to, stop the parabolic move of the stock itself and allow people to kind of absorb, rethink, and not allow people to pile in whether north or south. So basically, it's a volatility halt. It stops the volatility, puts 5-minute basically halts on them. The other type of halt is a halt pending or news pending, halt pending news. That's it, okay? Essentially what that is there is a midday catalyst, or it doesn't even have to be midday, it can be before or after the market, where the exchange wants more information from the company. And until they get in that information, whatever the question is that the exchange has, they will halt trading of that particular instrument until they have that requisite information or whatever other prerequisites they have. That does not have a predefined time. You can find it open anytime, okay? So two types of ways, generally, volatility and halt pending news, okay? This one is likely a volatility halt, meaning it dropped 10% less than 5 minutes. So I hope that helps. And that is absolutely a valid question there. All right, let's get to these. Let's get to this lesson. So we're talking about reversal patterns, and I just want to load up NYCB in case it drops on me here. I need to have a notice of it. So today we'll be exploring the concept of reversal patterns as discussed by John J. Murphy in Chapter 5 of his book, Technical Analysis of These Here Financial Markets. That's pointing at you because that's yours. Reversal patterns are these key formations that happen on the price charts, and they signal an end to the prevailing trend and possibly the start of a new one. They provide traders with valuable information on potential market turning points, and they help traders, us, anticipate on and how to capitalize on changes in the price direction. So let's get right to the first slide, Ram. By the end of the lesson, we hope to understand the key characteristics of these reversal patterns, as well as learn how to differentiate between reversal tops and reversal bottoms, and because obviously you can differentiate, they appear at the top bottom, but they have different characteristics. And we want to gain insight into the role of volume in confirming these reversals. And we also obviously want to understand how to use these reversals in practice, obviously the practical application of the technique to everyday trade. So let's get right to it. Let's talk about some of the key concepts of reversals, and then in the ensuing days, we'll talk about actual reversal patterns, but this information is general to most of them. There has to be a prerequisite for a reversal, and the prerequisite is an existing trend. A prior trend is necessary for any reversal pattern to occur. There has to be something to reverse. That kind of stands without, it goes without saying. Without a prior trend, the pattern may be misleading and you may be seeing the start of a consolidation. So the application, obviously, for this type of assessment is when analyzing a chart, the first thing to do before looking to spot these patterns is identify what the trend is. Are we moving up? Are we moving down? Or are we in a consolidative zone? That's the first. And here's the look on Meta. This was, it was a tough situation for investors to be in because they were holding Meta at $375, and then within a year they were holding it at $88. Okay, and so this is what we're talking about when we say before a trend, the uptrend here that saw us take Meta from 88 to 550, there has to be a trend prior to that, and the trend prior to that was this big boy downtrend. So this is what we're talking about. There has to be something to reverse, and this is one hell of a reversal, I would submit to you. There's also the importance of trendline breaks. Trendline breaks are important because they're the first indication of when a potential reversal could happen. Before you get that all-out reversal, you're likely to breach a trend line that's been in play for a hot minute. So how the mere breaking of a trend line, though, I should tell you, is not always confirmatory. It should be looked at as one signal. Look for other signals as well. So the application here is after spotting a trend line break, it's incumbent upon you, before making the assumption it's going to lead to an all-out reversal, to look for other confirmatory signals such as volume increase or a change in the price structure, to avoid those false signals that we all hate, right? And here is the look on Meta again. I've included the full picture this time on Meta, so we're moving on our merry way. The pandemic comes in, we breach that trend line during the pandemic. That's March 2020. To me, that's an outlying event and doesn't count. Okay, so you're making those highs, you're holding the lows, and then boom, January 2022 comes in. That's after November 2021, when Papa got on the mic and ruined the market, and then we breached that trend line. But look how it breaches the trend line before the all-out reversal. So the first thing to look out for the reversal, before IDing the reversal, is the breach of multiple trend lines. And what a way to look at that based on what we talked about last week. The fan principle, using these fib trend lines. The GON principle, about all these different trend lines that have to get breached. When we talk about the fib fan retracements, or the fib fans, Fibonacci fans, I think we called them. You're looking at that 61.8% trend line break, and then you're looking for an all-out reversal. So again, before making the assumption that the reversal is in play, look for key areas like a trend line break that's been involved for a hot second here. I just want to look quickly at what the hell NYCB is doing, because it's back at the VWAP again. Oh, it's boring me to death. All right, let's go on to another key concept here. Large patterns lead to larger moves. What does this mean? So the size of the pattern, both in width and in height, can predict the magnitude of the subsequent price move. So the height here obviously reflects volatility because that's the price part of the chart. And then the width, obviously, it talks about the time it takes for the pattern to develop. So the application IRL here is when a large reversal pattern appears, prepare for a significant move, significant price move. Smaller patterns kind of show you the opposite. The smaller patterns suggest smaller price movements, making them a little bit more suitable for those shorter term trades. Let's talk about the difference as well between finding reversals at the top versus finding reversals at the bottom. This could be equally apt for double tops, triple tops, head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. This is what we're talking about. The difference between finding reversal patterns at tops versus finding reversal patterns at bottoms. Topping patterns tend to be much faster and more volatile than their bottoming pattern cousins, with prices declining more rapidly, sadly, than they rise. Bottoms take longer to build. Bit of an opposite story there, but they offer more stability. So the application for you here is, while tops offer quick opportunities, they require swift decision-making skills due to their volatile nature. But bottoms, for those individuals who don't want that, really volatile trade, bottoms allow for more cautious entries and are generally a little easier to trade. That is a bit of an overgeneralization, but apparently it holds true. Last but not least, here in the key concepts of reversals, volume, a critical confirmation tool. Cannot stress that enough. Volume plays a key role in confirming reversals, particularly at bottoms. A significant increase in volume confirms that a breakout or a breakdown is genuine. Conversely, a lack of volume, especially on an upside breakout, could be certainly a red flag. And the application here for you is to watch for volume spikes during that breakout. For example, if a bottom forms and you see volume increasing as the price begins to rise, this can confirm a reversal. Without volume confirmation, though, what I really want to stress, without volume confirmation, the pattern might fail. Volume super important here. Let's talk about some of the practical applications for reversals and using them basically in IRL. Spotting the pattern. When analyzing charts, look for classic reversal patterns such as your head and shoulders, your double tops, your triple tops, your rounding bottoms, your rounding tops, whatever. Always start. What's happening, Adair? What's happening?
I have no idea what was happening there. I heard some yelling.
I know, right? Always start, though, before you ID these patterns,
Yes.
Always start by identifying the existing trend. Are we moving up, down, or sideways, okay? Also, very important, using these reversal patterns to confirm the signal. Once you spot a pattern, wait for confirmation. In most cases, it'll involve a break of a significant trend line, like we made the point not that long ago. Pair this signal, though, the break of the trend line and the reversal, with other indicators like volume, like moving averages, like these oscillators, RSI, MACD, whatever you want to use to confirm that the trend is reversing. So look for other confirmatory signals. And measuring the target. We're going to spend an entire day on this, so I don't really want you to worry if you don't understand it now. But use the height and the width of the pattern to estimate the potential price movement. What do I mean? For example, if a head and shoulders forms over a 100-point range, so from the top to the bottom of that head and shoulders, it's 100 bips, you should expect possibly 100 bips to the downside once it breaks from the neckline. So we know that the head and shoulders starts manifesting once that breach of the neckline occurs. Again, we'll spend an entire day on this, so don't worry too much about it. Risk management. Can't stress this enough. Stop losses should be based on the pattern structure, not where you feel like you want to throw them in. For example, a head and shoulders top, you can place the stop above the right shoulder. Risk to reward ratio, super important here as well. It's crucial because tops are volatile. We already made that point clear. Ensure that the potential profit is worth the risk, especially given that prices tend to drop faster than they rise. I wish that were not true. And last here, in terms of strategies using this IRL, volume-based strategy here during a reversal, particularly at bottoms. I really want to stress this, particularly at the bottom. Increase in volume indicates that the institutional traders may be entering these positions slowly but surely. Use this, if you observe it, as a confirmatory tool that the pattern is valid and that a new trend could be gaining strength. Conversely, if the volume is low and you start seeing a trend, you should be suspicious. Be cautious about entering a position under those circumstances. And just to conclude here, the things that we learned, reversal patterns are an essential part of technical analysis. You need to understand TA properly. It provides traders with early signals of potential trend changes, and by combining chart patterns with trend line breaks, volume, and other indicators that we talk about often, you can effectively predict and navigate these market reversals. Adira.
Yeah, thank you so much to Sharif, as always, for putting together those awesome lessons every single day. Also, shout out to Neil's lesson of the day. Speaking of reversal, not a reversion pattern or not a reversal pattern story, but it is worth noting. Oracle just fell off at 9 EMA. Now I know, and I've seen some comments to this effect in the chat. I fully agree. I think I probably trade too many tickers, but honestly, if things set up, you kind of want to go after them. Or a CL. I want to see what we do at 172.40. I am in 2 trades right now that I want to talk about. Also, I did get stopped out of start. Yes, Starbucks is not in the NY, Adara. Nice going. So I got stopped out of Starbucks here at basically I kind of was moving my stop here every time we had kind of a higher low. We made a lower high. I got out. No more long screen on Starbucks. If I see a short, I might take advantage of that though. Thank you to Kyle Burdett for the $4.99 super chat. I like a roundy bottom with substantial volume. Good chance of a good bounce in it. You know what? Honestly, that's true for the markets as well. So shout out there to Big Smile Burdett. Also, Intel. This short has been working. I am pleased as punch. We're going to move our stop to the prior bar high here at 2025s. So let's, where is that? Starbucks. Go. Sorry, Intel, let's go. We're going to move that stop here to 2025s. We have been I'll talk about what I did in this trade for a bit here once we get the stop. So there we go. Basically what happened here with this trade for me was I basically got short here. I think it's the exact area that I was risking into for my long. We had that moved in the view up. We came back up. I was worried that this would be maybe a bottoming tail candle, but I watched in the book. It looked pretty bearish. So I got involved here, got out. I think this was 40% of the position at that time there at 2027. Then we come back. I had an order set here for 2030s. I said if we come back above that area and view up and we kind of get a wick in, I want to get short, and then I'll be risking. Initially, I was risking 2047s. I got long, or I initially got short there at 2038. So I was risking about 10 pennies. I was going to initially risk about 10 pennies because I had the exact same size there once I had averaged in. But then I was like, you know what? Now we're just risking to prior bar highs. I'm not going to add any more as of this point. I'm just going to let this trade work. I do wish I had added a bit more aggressively, had a little bit more size going into this. But you know what? It is what it is. You make the trade you make. Let's see what happens for Intel. We're going to get another percentage here, depending on what we do at 2011s. After this subtraction, I will have 10% of the position, 50% of the position left. So let's see how this goes. I apologize for all the lack of clarity there. There was a lot of adding and subtracting, but basically we are still short INTC. We will be getting out another piece if we get to 2011s. AVGO, I'm also short here. Now, I'm aware I got shorter on VWAP. I want to talk about this. I said with Broadcom, this one's a bit bamboozling because you had clear support here at 160.50s with these higher lows. We also, though, on a wider time frame, have lower highs. So that I liked. We do have these lower highs here, not only from that 164.50 area, which was a hard support resistance flip, but also from that 163.50 area. So really small position. We're going to be risking this in, we got short 69s because what's life without whimsy, so 162 69s. And not just because of the Sharif, it is pretty funny.
It's good luck.
As an entry point, but it also is, it's a nice level, right? It's kind of around view up. We're going to be risking here into 163.15, so that would be a lower high here. Let's see what happens. Smaller position, I will be willing to add if we break below that 162.40, which is a pretty clear support resistance bounce earlier. Let's see what happens. Intel, chilling. Again, my stop there will continue to be prior bar highs. Tesla, though. Tesla, I've tried to get into a short a couple times here. I was never able to get my entry. I don't think I have a good read on this right now, so I'm going to let it be. ORCL continuing to crack lower. Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting names here in this market. I'm trying to make sure I'm sticking with the ones that make the most sense to me right now. Intel making a lot of sense, which is why I'm still in that trade. Let's see if this one keeps crack-a-lacking to the downside. Broadcom will stay in as well, but I think Intel is the horse I'm much more comfortable in. Clip, clop, clip, clop. Let's see if you can keep, moving to the downside there. That is my Intel and Intel. Oracle, if we do make that lower high here below the 9 EMA at 172.40, that could be a short. We're going to watch, we're going to wait, we're going to scheme, we're going to plot, and hopefully get some money there. Shout out to Drake's for this thing. Because right now we're probably the furthest thing from up in the day. Like I said, I've been trying to look at my P&L list. But I have ideas I like. I'm making, trying to continue to adapt my strategy. So let's see if this is effective. You have to take things one day at a time. That's what I've realized. I'm trying to trade progress and learning above all else. Vote for your tickers of choice, ! Join, space, $, that ticker. How you do it over here? Sharif.
Great, Adara. I wanted to kind of build on the point that you had there. Guys, the afternoon segment, literally, actually, is nothing without you guys. And if you don't vote for the tickers as you like them, you can't get the big kahunas to look at them for you. If they traded it, they'll certainly tell you how they traded. If they didn't, they'll tell you why or how they would have. So look at my man there. Reza wants to know about GNLN. Well, Katina Man doesn't trade these small cap gappers all that much, but Neil does. So go into the chat, my man. Vote, exclamation point, join, space, $ GNLN. My man Automatic there just voted for GovX, and he did it the right way, so I don't want to shout out Automatic. He's Automatic. And then AAPL Fritter, he's talking about Intel. Adair has been trading up a storm on Intel. Neil has very strong feelings about Intel. Get into the chat. Vote for Intel. See what Neil feels about it. They just got more money today. $3.5 billion on top of the 25 they already got. No problem there. So let's talk about that one as well. Rivian Millionaire talking about CEG. Throw it into the chat, my man. West, y'all. One talking about WHLR. So was I. I'll vote for WHLR. Good look there. Rejected off 8. Get into the chat and vote for WHLR. It is your say every day on that afternoon rundown. So if you vote, you'll have your ticker maybe showing up there, and bully your friends. Tell them to vote your way, right? Because only the top 5 tickers make it on. Can't have an unlimited amount of Dara, otherwise we'll be here all night.
That's true.
So that is the look there. Just wanted to let you guys know. Vote every day and have your tickers looked at. Now, I was speaking to an individual in the chat by the name of, one second there. Yes, Jetvoy Limited, Sharif, Carvana at key level. Take a look. So I pulled it up. I pulled it up on a trading screen, Ram, as well as my side screen over here, just to see what the situation was. So I did a little bit more digging. I'm like, all right, what key level is he talking about over here? Well, we did have this 151 topping tail, but like this is the reason that I'm not in this trade. Yes, we got up a little bit off that 150. We defended it, but we topping tailed south of 152. So that's now a lower high. So now we have 3 successive, what you could say, crests that print lower highs. This one, and then this one. If we curl down here, that'll be a crest. So I don't feel like I have the right read on it. I'm not saying that you're wrong in your assessment. I don't mean that at all. I'm just saying I personally don't have the read. Let's have a look at the trading screen over here to see if the 1 minute shows us any different. Well, there's this area resistance over here at around 150, 150. So, that move, this consolidative area here kind of stands to reason that we do that. Then we're defending 151 to the downside. Well, that makes sense because we have the area crest over here. Like, look, I can get long here and risk 16 pennies, right? It's a 151.06, but I'll likely get stopped out. But I'm going to do it anyway because, well, what's life without whimsy? So we're long, and then we're going to put the breach. We're going to give it to, we have to give it a little bit, Adara, because, right, So we're going to go ahead and do that. Where are we long? We're long 16s, all right. We're printing 33s. So let's see if we can wet our beak, possibly, to defend that $0.50 area. If we can weasel up to $1, or not the dollar, the $0.50, I'd like to take off the table. So we put in the stop, put in a beak wetter here on CVNA. It's up 6.5%, but I'm still unconvinced about it. Let's see if we can eke out some profits on this. Let's go now to NYCB. Okay, so we're break even on that still. This is a bigger position for me, so I'm going to have to watch what this does. It's still holding the volume weighted average price, so I don't want to be quick and say, oh, it's lulling me to sleep, let me get out of it. No, if it's going to continue to hold VWAP, I'm going to add at where it's finding resistance, and then I'm just going to play it as a range and get the hell out of there, essentially. Break even on it right now, but we'll see if we can eke out a little bit more. Still printing the same business here on CVNA, 33 showing up the ask, up on the
Oh, yeah.
If you listen to that backward, listen to that again, it might not sound like what I said.
Context, it might sound a little,
Yeah, but that's okay, Adira.
Okay.
So we're printing 33 on the ask, and we haven't moved up above there. I'm waiting in the low 40s. Let's see what we get there.
Yeah, so Oracle, I know I was
I just got the print.
Pardon?
I just got the print.
Just got a print. Yeah. So nice. Shout out to the Sharif there, getting that print on that stock there. Let's see what we have here in Oracle. I did add to this position here. We broke below that level 60s. We kind of had a nice little floosh there, so I added. We are going to take out 40% of this position if we get to 22s. And why do I like that 22 level? I mean, look at all of this kind of support resistance area there. That was a nice little kind of wick. We bounced. So I want to take out some there. I want to de-risk there.
Are you riding on 22s, Adira?
Sure I am. Let's see what happens there. Also, Intel, I have a feeling we're going to get stopped out of this in a moment, but that's what's going on here with Intel. Risking this into 2025s on Intel. That's basically this kind of area here that we had some, little bit of a chop, a little bit of a churn. It was also that prior bar high from earlier. Let's see. I think I maybe should have been a little bit more aggressive with these prior bar high stops. It's hard because I do think we had a bit of a potentially bottoming tail candle at 2014s. The reason I didn't get out there is because it looked like it could have been a bit of a doji. I wasn't sure of the read, so I said, Adara, wait. But also, you know what? You can be trading Oracle, you can be trading NYCB, you can be trading Carvana, you can be riding that Carvana beep beep. You know what else you can be doing?
What?
Is trading the pool. So we're going to thank our friends at Trade the Pool in just a moment here. Let's go. So becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. How cool is that, right? So then once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power, Sharif.
Nice.
You get to keep up to 80% of your profits, and the firm will cover the risk.
Okay.
And it's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? All you have to do is join Trade the Pool. Just scan that QR code and or click the link in the description, or you could do both there. Shout out to Trade the Pool. That is a great look there. Also, guys, I see a lot of mention of tickers. Get into that chat. Let us know what you're looking at. Intel, I can't be for sure, but my Intel isn't telling me I can probably get stopped out there, but I'm going to wait and let it hit because I don't feel particularly iffy about that trade. Also, shout out to Gaurav, apparently also short on Oracle, saying it's dumping now. I agree. Elon also apparently thinking that my take isn't wrong. Yeah, I think it is certainly dumping there. So let's see what happens on ORCL. But you can always be wrong. That's the thing with trading, right? That's why you got to have your stop orders ready. I know I've been waxing poetic about having my stops, and I'm like, oh yeah, great times, living life. I'm going to move my stop on Oracle just because I added. So we're going to move that stop there. I just canceled my buy order, which I did not want to do. So we're going to still cover at 22s. But I'm going to move my stop there to 172.03 is just kind of adjust the risk based on my ad. Intel's still kicking. Let's see. I could have added to Intel, but I didn't. And again, I want to work on being more aggressive. But in the meantime, I really want to take my trading journey one step at a time. Shout out to, there's quite a lot of songs with that. But also, speaking of songs, I want to shout out the super chat from JKL146, $5 super chat. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely waiting for these markets to turn. Starting to turn. And we're going to sing the whole song, but shout out there to Total Eclipse of the Chart, which is what I'll be calling that one. In the meantime, Oracle bouncing hard off my level. I might have to move my buy order, and I'm certainly going to have to get that stop ready. How are you doing over here, Sharif?
Good, Adira. I'm waiting for this last print here at Carvana. We're waiting at 69s. What's life without dang whimsy? We're printing 64s right now on the ask. We're long 16s. We could get rejected here. Thank you, Katina, man. I do appreciate you. And the thing is, this is a spready one. We're almost a 20-penny spread again on Carvana, so we're going to have to wait for that print. It's not forthcoming. I tried to weasel my beak wetter down a little bit to take advantage of the lower print. It didn't print, so that's fine. We're going to pack our patience, and let's see what we get. We're already profitable on it. This one, though, lulling me to sleep. Wow. New York City Bank, sorry. I'm reading the level 2 New York book. That's not what I'm trading. I'm trading New York City Bank. Get it together, Sharif. Hey, this one, I know, bro. 11:30, the high. What's going on over there? $3 in the money on TSLA on the Katina man side of the desk over there. We're going to shout him out. Basically taking that bad boy from the high of the day short, and he's printed up multiple storms. So great trade there for the Katina man. We're going to shout him out, and we'll update you constantly on his positions. But I should let you know that he throws his positions into the chat midday. So been trying to follow along with the Katina man. There's a couple of sources. Is More Trader TV back?
I'm not sure if it is.
Guys, is More Trader TV back or what? It is. Okay, so the Katina Man's positions and Neil's positions are both on More Trader TV. Link in the description, but the world's greatest moderator likely will throw out the link in the chat. And there it is. Sean's positions on the right, Neil's positions on the left, all their executions beside that. And then Adara takes care of all that other stuff with all the
Today,
headlines.
it's not up to date. Sorry, I didn't get to date. Update.
Right, because it wasn't working this morning. So she hasn't updated today, but 99% of the time she is updating it.
Yeah.
So we're going to shout her out. So that's a look there. I just want to let you guys know that is another concurrent channel that you can run. You can see all the boys' prints on there, all their trades. You can have it live while we're doing the trades as well, obviously, unless you're using data. And you have to be data conscious there. So that is the look. So I'm still waiting for the print on Carvana. We're going unprinted right now, despite the fact that it did cross our entry, but the spread did not allow for the print, so we're going to have to pack our patience. Good look for Carvana on the day, 6 2/3 multiple upgrades, it looks like, there from multiple agencies on Carvana, helping boost the price up again. And I already went through the daily on this, made the very open declaration that I was absolutely wrong on this stock in my assessment in the earlier part of the year, and I'll admit that. I did not have a read on this one. What else? Jay Lee, scalped out, takes 60 cents on Vana. Shout out to Jay. He's printing there. So we're going to shout out Jay. We're happy for him. We're still holding our Vana trade. We're long 16s. We're printing 56s right now on the ask, but that's not what we're waiting for. I made that clear already, so we're not going to yap about that. New York City Bank, if this breaks 11.16, I'm gone. I'm looking for a reason to take this trade out. I hate the fact that it's absorbing a lot of my concentration and it's not giving me anything in exchange for that. So if this breaks 16, I'm gonzino. And also, I got to tell you the truth. If it works its way back into 30, I'll take those 7 pennies and get the hell out of there. So I'm not really happy with this trade, but we're in it and we're gonna have to nurse it at the moment. What's your look over there?
So what you're saying is you're New York Bank Gnostic there. You're a little bit agnostic of the New York Bank.
Get it, Adara.
I don't know, kind of a dumb pun, but
I just got the print on Carvana. Bang, 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 bang.
Nice. So I bet you're in Nirvana there with Carvana. Also, I will always remember that day that I realized I was like the Nirvana Carvana thing because I was Sharif's doing the upgrades and I saw the car in the halo and I was like, oh, I just noticed the car has a halo. And Sharif's like in the nicest voice he could have managed. Yeah, it's because it's Nirvana. And I was like, but yeah. So shout out to Sharif.
Usually you're the one like pointing out very obvious things that I haven't picked up on. That was like one of the only things that you didn't pick up on that I pointed out.
It was pretty funny there, but yeah, shout out either way. Shout out to your trade.
Yes, ma'am.
And shout out to your noticing the Carvana logo. Okay, and also Intel. You get a shout out here too. You get props. I said I was a little bit, also I am not Satya. I am still here on the position board just to clarify because I just saw that switch over here.
Take it easy over there, Ram.
But yeah, I figured it was also just to give you guys my current position here in Intel. We are long 2031 here on, we're short 2031 INTC. I got out another third at that previous kind of support resistance level, or not another third, sorry, another piece of this position here at 2011s. So great year, and also great little level here at INTC. So now where's the next level for Intel? I kind of like this area just before 20s because A, I don't like taking things out right at the whole dollar level. I find that generally to be a bit sketchy. And B, I like some of these wicks here. So we're going to take the next piece out here. We're going to take out another, it's 40% of the remaining position. We're going to do it 2002s. Let's see what happens here. We get to 2002 on INTC. Meta is, I heard Sharif said there, Meta is flying. Wow. Meta bouncing again. This 518-ish level has been a thing for Meta for quite a few days now. We had lower highs breaking into it, then we make a higher low, and we just blammo to the upside. I don't love that phrase. That's a weird one, but blammo to the upside for META. Great look. Also I want to talk about Oracle because it gets stopped out at Oracle, and this is why like stocks can completely bamboozle you. Before I could even like take profit here, we wicked into that area, then we pushed right back up. I had my stop. I got out. You know, Oracle, if we keep rejecting this 73 area, maybe it is still a short. I don't want to get short right now. I tried my short. It was fun while it lasted. Very happy I tried the trade, but it didn't work out. And where's the next trade? As we do sometimes hear from Obi there. So shout out. Starbucks, though. This is a little loop setting because we had the right read on the long. We did get basically winked out here before it curled up, but I didn't want to force myself back on this trade. I already had 3 pops at the long. They were incorrect, so you had to move on there. Let's see what else happens here in Starbucks. My only active trade right now, INTC. I will be risking this into prior bar highs on the 5-minute. That's what I'm going to be doing. So at this moment, I will be getting out here if we break above 2017's another interesting little year there. So let's see what happens on the 2017 level on I to the N to the T to the C. Also, guys, keep voting for whatever tickers you're interested in. Exclamation point Dwayne, space, $, that ticker. We will be doing our last lesson of the day pretty soon. But right now, we're just surveying these markets, seeing what's popping, and getting Intel ready to go. Because so that I have Intel in it, and I have my, my B quitters and my everything set. Even while the lesson is going on. How are you doing, Sharif?
I don't understand what Rivian Millionaire, maybe he's not talking to us. Can't you guys talk in real life? Are you talking like to us or? I don't know if he's, because he didn't tag anybody. Let me know, Rivian. Shout out to you. I'm not doing anything, Adara. I'm still holding this New York City Bank trade, guys. NYCB, we've been holding that, and that, well, it's been holding VWAP, and so I'm not going to get out of it. Simple as that. It's got to breach or break below the 16 penny area that I've been in. I got to tell you, I don't have much of a read on anything right now. Oh, I stand corrected. There is a new small cap gapper du jour, and I say new. I use the word new here loosely because it looks like it's been running for a minute. GNLN, what's going on over there, Katina Man? What are you short now? AMD, the Katina Man is short AMD, guys. Keep your eye on AMD. VWAP short? Yes. I was going to say 152.25. Okay, I was close. The Katina Man is short at literally VWAP on AMD. Shout out to him. It's been putting, I think this is the third lower high. So I hope you print multiple storms up on that trade. GNLN is the one we want to talk about right now. Small cap gapper that started moving midday. And you know my affinity for these midday small cap gappers, the ones that show up, not in the pre, not at the open, but the ones midday. Because look, they still got the momentum behind them. They haven't exhausted the buyers. People are not done trading it anyway. So these are the ones that I like. Let's see what this one does. Topping tail, almost into 8, 793 to be exact. 4 red 5-minute candles in a row after that topping tail. Still, though, above the volume weighted average price, and it's hanging out at a nice round area. 6 3/4 is where VWAP is. In addition to VWAP being a possible area of support, look at these two area candles, the one at 1230 and the one at 1240. Both of them wicked or rejected off that 675, 680, adding more credence to the fact that there could be support at that 6 3/4 area. We're not going to have to wait long to find out. We're at 685, 683, 681 right now. Let's load this bad boy up on a trading screen over here. I'm going to have to leave this, sorry, Saka, you know what, up on, because we're in it right now, GNLN, sorry, Adara.
I'm just laughing. It's just funny. The way you said it was very funny.
We can disrespect stocks.
That's very
You know what I mean? It's not like going to come at you like a human being or anything like that. What is going on? He's still printed up a storm on that desk over there, and can you guess he's short? Because that bear keeps making its way onto the screen. Shout out to the Katina man. All right, so here we go. We're breaching VWAP on GNLN. Do we find support in and around here? We just touched the 10 exponential on the 5, but we are below VWAP. We're also below these two area candles. These two area candles were resistance. I'm looking for them to act as support. Here we go. We're back above them. Right now, could we move up? This is a spready name for a $6 name. What is this, bro? 11 pennies at like the top. Now tightening up a little bit over here. A couple of pennies. So it's really very volatile. About 6 pennies again. Down we go into 670s. Decisions. I like this area. I could basically get in here. I'm going to have to risk about 28 pennies because you're going to have to give it to 675, 660. The area low right now is 660. Okay, that's the wick. The closing print obviously much closer to that 680, 675, but I don't really care about the wick because my stop will trigger. I don't care about the closing print because my stop will trigger at the wick. Look, right now, 7 penny spread. Nah, this ain't it. I'm going to have to get this on a dip trade. I don't want to chase this here at these here levels. Let's watch this for a little bit longer. Does it hold this area? Okay, what are the details on this? Quickly here while we wait for this. $20 million market cap, 4 2/3 million shares traded. The float is 5.8 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is, GN, as it comes back down again. Good thing I didn't get into this. GNLN, bruh. 3.2% of that of the float is short. So here we go again. We're still holding. I'm going long. There we go. So now we're going to put in our stop. Let's go like that. And then let's go like that to get out everything. So where are we? Where are we long? We're long 79, Zadira. So we're going to go up here, look to take it out mid-90s. Let's see if we can weasel up. We're already showing mid-90s. We just showed 94s. I should have got the print there. But the spread is what it is. So we'll pack our patience. Let's see if it can work its way back closer to 7. Showing 88s now on the Ash, 89s. All right, so we're going to have to wait over here. All right, we'll pack our patience, see if we can get, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm just going to get the lesson ready here. I just want to let you guys know I am in 2 trades. IWM, I am short here. Now, I want to clarify. The balance of the evidence might actually suggest this is against me. We do have a bit of a bull flag here, but I noticed this kind of cracking below that 217.40s area, which I did like to the downside. I am, to be clear, we have a stop set at 217.55, so I'm risking about 20 cents here, and I'm looking to see us curl below VWAP, at which point I'd like to start taking things out around that area just above 217s. Let's see what happens. Like I said, higher highs, higher lows, generally speaking, potential bull flag, but I also, for my money on the book, I like it as a short. So also the other update is Intel, still using prior bar highs on that 5-minute chart for this one. So let's see what goes crack-a-lack in there in Intel. I still have about half of my initial position in. We're going to take out part there at 2002s. We're going to take the next piece out there at 1994s. I want to hear what you're excited about before we get excited.
I'm excited for you, girl. I was hitting the banks because you're printing on that. That's why I was doing that.
Printel.
Yeah, you want me to talk? Okay.
Oh,
sure.
yeah, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I
know you pumped your fist, so I thought you had
we took a bit of a beak wetter, Adara, you know. Yeah, there we go.
What's that beak? Let's go.
All right, so we're long GNLN. Shout out to Jay. Thank you for, I want to read what Jay said because I didn't even look at the catalyst, guys, okay? Important to know, GNLN has hype due to fentanyl detection strips. Going to be a required thing for bars and social situations. In theory these days, even if I'm worried about it, fent sucks. Could not agree more, my friend. It is a problem in our society. We're not going to wax poetic about that, but I could not agree more with you. I really hope something comes quickly to help with that. All right, we're printing 7s right now on GNLN. It has a whole bunch of selling, Jay, in front of 7. I'm waiting on the other side of 7. We're long at 79s. There is not enough size reflected on the book to justify here, given the amount of volume that's churning, which leads me to believe there's likely an iceberg on the other side of 7. We'll have to see if there's more icebergs on the north side of 7. It doesn't have to be just at 7. 702, 703s, they can be layered in front of that whole dollar level, knowing full well that this bad boy did a topping tail essentially into 8, right? 693. Reason I'm in it held VWAP. That's the only reason. That's the idea here. If it breaks down below my entry, but no, not below my entry, we're giving this to 660. So for breaches, 660, I'm gone on this. Wet my beak already in some profits. Let's see what comes. Let's go back to NYCB. Still printing the $0.25 right now. I think I'm 1 penny in the money, and I'm literally considering getting it out because the only thing that keeps me, Adara, from getting it out here is the feeling that I know I'd have if this thing curls back up and I held it for 2 hours and I'm not part of the move back up.
So it's premature FOMO.
Yes, that's actually, I've never heard that said like that, but it makes absolute sense. That's the only thing holding me back from getting out there.
Hard.
Thank you for sympathizing with my plight.
I do sympathize with your plight. But also, we sympathize with learning. Again, just to clarify, still short. Intel looks like we're about to get stopped out at 2015s, which prior bar high there. Also short IWM. I don't know how I feel about that one, but there's nothing really telling me to get out right now, so I'm still going to stay in that short. Risking to 217.55s. I have stops set on both. And also, Sharif, holler if there's anything big happening.
For sure.
Because I want to hear all about that.
Yeah, this is a longer lesson too. So
yeah, right now, that's why I'm like, if there's updates,
I will.
let us know. Right now, though, we want to talk about reversal patterns because this comes from Chapter 5 of John J. Murphy's Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, long JJM. No, I'm joking. But basically, these patterns here are going to be key formations on price charts that signal the end of the prevailing trend and the start of a new one. So one trend saying goodbye, the other one saying, hey, I'm here, let's get going. And they provide traders with valuable info on potential market turning points, which help to anticipate and capitalize on changes in directions. So here are some goals for the end of the lesson. You want to see some key characteristics of reversal patterns. You're going to be learning to differentiate between tops and bottoms. You're going to be getting some insight here in the role of confirming reversals And you're going to be introduced to the practical applications of these patterns for your trading. Here are some key concepts. You want to know what the prereq for a reversal pattern is. We know about prereqs for courses for a school, but what about the prereq for getting involved in a reversal pattern? Also, I just got stopped out at Intel. Happy with, yeah, you can. I took like 16.
I was clapping for the pun. You know that, right?
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, it is all good though on Intel. We just got stopped out prior bar high in the money, so it's fine. But basically, one thing you need for a reversal pattern is a prior trend, and that's what I want to shout out Sharif, because that was one of the first things I really learned. Like, I would think I'd see patterns, and Sharif's like, but what's the previous pattern for this reversal? Like, is it actually showing that we reversed? Because if not, it's probably not a reversal pattern. So that's huge. I want to shout that out. You want, without a prior trend, the pattern could be a little bit misleading, because you always want to balance the evidence. And, okay, be quitter too, I guess. And part of the balance of the evidence is seeing what that prior pattern was. So the application of these is also important, because when you're analyzing a chart, first you need to identify that prevailing trend. Then without that trend, you've got any reversal pattern likely not valid. So you need to see, A, is there a trend? And B, is that trend actually reversing? So here's an example. So you've got meta trend reversal. Meta here, on the downside with volume, we make this bottom, then we kind of curl back up here. So that's an interesting note. What about these trend line breaks? So that's one sign of reversal here. If you've got a break in an important trend line, that could be the first indication of a potential reversal. But the breaking of the trend line does not always confirm a reversal, right? That's just one kind of piece of the pie. It could also signal potential consolidation. And so how do you apply this? Well, after you spot that trend line break, you want to look for other confirmation signals. So for example, volume increases, or you've got a change in price structure. That can help you avoid false signals for that trend line. Also, larger patterns can lead to larger moves. So the size of the pattern, and that involves both. Did I miss a? Yeah, I did. Here's the break there of that meta trend line. As you can kind of see here.
Can I just make one quick point?
Please do.
So this area, can you point to that area? That's March 2020. No, this area over here. That's why it breaches. That's the COVID bottom. Otherwise, that trend line holds. So it's kind of like the Black Monday that we had that ruined everybody's trend lines because it was an outlying event.
That makes sense.
I just wanted to make that point very clear.
I appreciate that. So we have that outlier, then we kind of come to this beautiful uptrend, and now we're actually kind of rejecting it now, which is pretty interesting, I think, in July 2024. So interesting look there from Meta. Thank you, Sharif, for pointing out that outlier, because those are huge too. You can always get things muddying your trend line, so that's definitely something to be aware of. So larger patterns, though, can lead to larger moves because the size of the pattern, and by that we include height and we also include width, that can certainly help with the magnitude of the subsequent price move, because height reflects price volatility, while width measures the time it takes the price pattern to develop. So if you've got a lot of volatility and a pattern that took a long time to develop or a short time to develop, that can give you an insight into the psychology of that trend and where it might go from here. So how do you apply this? A large reversal pattern can give you a more significant price move, but a smaller pattern suggests smaller, perhaps more incremental movements in that price, and that makes it more suitable for a short-term trade. Let's talk about tops versus bottoms, because topping patterns can be a bit faster and a bit more volatile, with prices declining more rapidly than they rise. You know, we talk about that escalator to the upside and elevator to the downside. That can be huge there. How do you apply this, though? So bottoms also, they take a bit longer to build, but they do give you some more stability in terms of that pattern. So that's certainly key here. How do you apply this, though? Tops will offer a more, a better fast opportunity here. But they do require swift decision-making due to their volatile nature. So you have to see that top and immediately be ready to short that pop. That can be huge. And bottoms do allow for more cautious entries. They generally are a little bit easier to trade, but they can be bamboozling too. I talked about Starbucks. I was trying to trade that trend reversal when it was bottoming out, and I ended up getting stopped out all 3 times. It would have given you that move. So certainly always worthy to note, all of the nuances of these patterns on either side. Let's talk as well about volume as a confirmation tool. So volume can be a really huge role in confirming reversals, especially if you get it at the bottom. So a significant increase in volume can confirm a genuine breakout or a breakdown, right? But I think, a lack of volume, though, on the other hand, in the upside breakout, that could be a red flag. So we pop up, the volume is really, really minuscule. It's kind of the stock's like, woo, and the volume's like, eh. It's a bit more muted. So how do you apply this? What you want to do is you want to watch for volume spikes during a breakout. So if you've got a bottom forming and then a volume increase as prices rise, that can confirm a reversal. But if you don't have that volume confirmation, we might get a bit of an F there, or a failure for your pattern breakout. So how do we apply these in real time? First, what you want to do here is spot the pattern. So when you're analyzing these charts, you want to see some of these classical reversal patterns. We're going to talk about some of these classic patterns coming up here.
Yes,
they include head and shoulders. They include double tops, double bottoms. They include rounding tops or bottoms. And what you want to do is start by identifying the existing trend, either bullish or bearish, and then go from there. So now that when you've identified this trend and identified the pattern, how do you confirm the signal? You wait for confirmation. In most cases, it's going to involve a break of a significant trend line. And then what you do is you pair that signal and that confirmation with indicators, for example, volume, moving averages, oscillators like the MACD or the RSI to confirm a reversal of trend. Then what you want to do is measure that target. You want to use the height and the width of the pattern to estimate the potential price movement or how volatile or significant this might be. So for example, if you've got a head and shoulders pattern forming over a 100-point range, the expected downward movement could be about 100 points after the neckline break. So talk about the neckline break being key for head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders. What about risk management? So what you want to do is set stop losses based on the pattern structure. Sharif told me about this right when I started, and it was key. Whatever gets you into the trade should be part of what gets you out of the trade. So if you're getting involved based on this pattern and then you see, you maybe set your stop and your profit taker based on that pattern as we just talked about here, right? Like measuring your target, measuring your stop loss. So for example, in a head and shoulders pattern, you might want to place your stop, for example, above the right shoulder. So how do you use your risk to reward ratio? That's also going to be crucial here when it comes to setting these profit targets in these situations where you have a pattern. So because tops are volatile, you might want to ensure the potential profit is worth the risk. Because if you're going to get short a top and you're looking for like an itty bitty amount of profit, is that really going to be worth? Is it going to be worth the pop? You have to decide for yourself by doing that math. So volume-based strategies are key here too. During a reversal, particularly at bottoms, as we said, the increase in volume should absolutely be crucial because that will be part of your indicator here that these institutional traders might be entering positions and you actually have some real meat there on the bones of this trade. You might want to use this as your confirmation that the pattern is valid and that your new trend is gaining strength. But if you've got low volume, you might want to be cautious about entering a position. So to conclude, reversal patterns are going to be an essential part of tech analysis. And they provide traders with some early signals of potential trends. But by combining chart patterns, trendline breaks, volume analysis, and other indicators, you can get even better analysis here and be a better sense of navigating and predicting these market reversals. Shout out to the lesson, shout out to Sharif for preparing these, and shout out to Mr. JJM, John J. Murphy himself, for his awesome book there on technical analysis. We are still short IWM. We didn't even get close to getting stopped out. We're going to wait and see here. I like that we're still rejecting this line. Let's see if that rejection continues in that direction. How are you doing here?
Good, Adira. I got out of my NYCB. I didn't want to expend any more mental capital on that. Out for 20. I'm going to tell you exactly how much money I made on this, 20 cents. Okay? So that's the end of that trade. Now, we're going to look to Carvana because Carvana looks awfully good at these levels. It's not at highs. That's 152.67, but we are working ourselves right back above 152. We just printed, I think, 152.20 or thereabouts, 15s, excuse me. This is respecting now, finally putting some respect on this moving average name, the 10 exponential, ever since, putting in that bit of a V-shaped retracement. I don't want to say it's a V-shaped retracement. It's really not. It's a 3-candle retracement on the 5, and then up we go again. We're above the area where we were consolidating, so I am looking to that 2/3 of a dollar as the area that we're really either going to reject off or breach. Looking for that 153, obviously. So CVNA certainly in play today. Put some dang respect on this one's name. 7 1/4, looking to go 7 1/3. The only issue with Carvana is the fantastic chart pattern really hasn't been supported with fantastic volume. It's only done 3 2/3 million shares. And that's, I'm not saying that's the only reason why it's spready. It's usually spready from what I can recall, but it makes it a lot harder to execute whether getting in or getting out. You saw me waiting for a long time at 69s before I got printed. And then finally we did get the print, but Carvana is still in play. Now, I'd love this area of flip from resistance to support, but you couldn't use it like on a price basis. It was a zone. So if you sat there at, let's say, 150 1/4, you got stopped out because it was not a very clean bouncing to the penny of VWAP or bouncing to the penny off that key area of support or resistance. No, it was a bounce off a zone. So if you didn't play this with your stop loss, with that in mind, you likely were stopped out on this drop over here. But in any event, Carvana is still in play, guys, and quite directional and very much near high a day. So still printing. REE. So we've had this bad boy up the entire trading day, and it did nothing after, let's say, 11:45, it broke down below the volume weighted average price, just reclaimed it. Now, I just checked on our system, this is free shorts, okay? And on my platform up here, which never has shorts for these small cap gapper style stocks, it's also available to short. So shorts are easy to come by here for REE. With that in mind, if shorts are easy to come by, I need to account for that, right? So there may be bamboozlement, in other words. So right now, putting in another lower high RAM in the, well, whoever's there, I think it's Andre. Shout out to Andre, man. He's killing it over there. Yeah, because I don't know. Did we tell?
I don't think we have said.
We got a new production person. Yeah, we got a new production team member. Shout out to him. Obviously, he still hasn't been on camera. We haven't introduced him all that much, but he's learning the ropes right now with RAM and Chilean Nightmare. So he's doing a fantastic job. So I want to shout out Andre, killing it. We're super happy to have you on the team, brother. And he's been, he sits over here. Remember? Can we show the, I don't know. Yes, right over there, right beside Patty. So BPI, the Mara indicator, over here. And then Andre sometimes sits over here when he does his video editing stuff. So if you see an individual there, that's the new production team member, and we're going to shout him out. Shout out to Andre. So essentially, what I'm looking for right now on REE is whether this puts in another lower high, because incrementally, look at this, 470. Then we get to 451. Then it's 447. Then it's 440. So yeah, they're not by that much, but keeping an eye on this one, I'd like to participate in a short because it's a free short setup over here, but I don't want to be bamboozled into a trade that may not execute in the way that I anticipate. So keeping an eye on REE. I have a rule about shorting these ones north of VWAP, and I think I'm going to stick to that rule today because I don't want to give back any money. So that's the look there. Anything you're looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I'm going to get short Oracle again here. I don't think we're going to get filled. We'll see, but I want to get short. I'm going to use the exact same kind of principles here. So I'm getting short around that is not where I want to get short. I want to get short 171.99, not 172. Let's even get with short 170.98. So we're going to get short same amount. We're going to be risking here into that 172.33, which I say continues to be an area of resistance here. Let's see how all this goes. Now, in terms of, okay, so we got our stop set, we got our fill here. I'm going to be shorting this, and I'm going to be definitely taking some profit out here at 171.50s. Yeah, I mean, there's no profits yet to take, but I do appreciate the encouragement there, Sharif. Thank you for the bang button there. 172, we'll do 52s. Well, sorry, 171.52. Let's not fat finger this before we've even gotten involved. And we're going to take out, or we have gotten involved, but until before anything's even happened. We're going to take out 2/3 of the position there. Let's see what happens if we come back and then we reject off those areas. Then I will add to the position. I have a feeling this might pop, but right now, I mean, I like it as a short. I like the fact we're kind of rejecting that 9 EMA level and that 172 level. Wow. Never stop set, so let's breathe. Also, finally working is IWM. Someone alert the presses. IWM decided it finally wanted to actually reject it. There were times where I was like, Adara, you're bored to death in this trade. Just get out. But I said, you know what? Don't expend your mental capital. Sharif was saying, like you're mentioning that. But I was like, you know what? Adara, you like this short. The fact that it really has not kind of gotten anywhere near that 217.50, let alone 217.55, which was my stop on that. Like you can basically ride in this. I'm going to add in this position if we break below VWAP and we kind of crack into that 217.14 area. That would be a dope place for me to add, but we'll wait and see what happens there on EWIM. I'm very proud of EWIM for finally deciding that it would like to be a stock that does things. Thank you, IWM. Also, I'm joking, of course, I'm being a little facetious. We had a huge uptrend earlier today, but with that reversion hitting in, yeah, shout out to Sean with that, the Roaring Bear. I am in two shorts right now. Instead of Roaring Kitties, we got Roaring Bears over here.
Oh.
Sharif, if there's any stickers you are long on or short on and you want to know what Sean and Neil have to say, get into that chat. Let us know what's going on there. Please tell us what ticker you're looking at. Maybe exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for making sure everybody submits their tickers appropriately. Really appreciate everything you do. Also, I want to look at Eli Lilly. This is what I meant to look at earlier for Vicky on Novak saying Lilly was a bit bamboozling. Yeah, Mademoiselle can be bamboozling. And Mademoiselle, honestly, I understand the bamboozlement. To me, there's clear support at 923, complete with a bottoming tail candle, right? But volume on this, not great intraday. I always say I don't trade Millie if she's below a milli. She is below a milli right now. She's at 742,000 shares. That being said, I think this could be a bull flag. We're slightly positive on the day. Bull flag usually want a bit more positivity, but I think if we can break above VWAP at that 926.50 area, that could be a nice look. 930 has been a pretty key level for Lily in the past, so I think we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Try AMGN, says Rivian Millionaire. Let's take a look here. I see why you would recommend AMGN to me, and I say that because this is a name that is very expensive. This guy is over $300, tighter spread, like about a 20 penny spread, and I see a reversion pattern. The reason I would say no to Amgen right now is because it is doing under a million shares right now, actually less shares than Lilly. So this is what I'm going to be aware of. Thank you to AMGN. Thank you to Rivian Millionaire for the shout out there. I like that 335 area of resistance. I like the higher highs and higher lows off that bottom at 333. So I think that's a great look, but I'm not going to get involved in a name trading at below a million shares because I've learned my lesson with Lilly. Also, Broadcom, very, very rangy right now. I tried to get long at the bottom of this range, and Broadcom said, and I didn't get it. So it's all good there, baby. If we reject here, I will be getting short. That is for sure, or for short, if you will. That's what we're going to be doing there. So exciting times there. What happened? We got stopped at Oracle. That's fine and dandy there. we are still in. It's pretty flat. Not much happening there. This potential Broadcom short, though, I do like the look of, but I'd only be taking it if we get to the top of the range and we reject because I don't like the odds of doing that otherwise. How are you doing over here?
Good. We're short on Apple. Just wet my beak on some profits, and I got to tell you, I'm disappointed with myself in this trade because we got it on the second attempt at the 50. I should have been in it at the first attempt. All right, we're looking here. We're nicely in the money. I'm looking to get printed at 77s. We're short 96s. We just printed 79s. So I'd like the print in and around high 70s. Let's see if we get it or not. If we can descend a little bit. I'm going to explain why I'm disappointed in myself with this trade, because it dropped and it gave me exactly what I wanted, and it gave me the speed with which I wanted, which was super quick, in, out quick, but I got on the second attempt, and the second attempt ain't as quick, but it is now on the way down. We'll take that again, Adara, at the 50 exponential on the 5. Thank you for that. Shout out, Katina, man. This is the second time we've had it. The third time Apple has clearly rejected the 50 dang exponential on the 5. And if you see it over here, this is the red line, the red solid line, not the dotted one. That's pivot points. The solid line is the 50 exponential moving average on, this is the 5-minute chart. First rejection, 10:10, drop 10:15. Second rejection, 11:25, drop 11:30. This is where I was disappointed in myself. Why? Because we weaseled into 216, essentially. The 50 again, and look at what it gave me. It gave me all the drop to 68. I could have been out like that, but alas, I was lucky. Let's call a spade. I was lucky to get a third attempt, at the 50 exponential on the 5, and I was able to take 30 pennies on this, 20 pennies, so I am happy with this trade on AAPL. We'll look to get short on it. It's obviously weak on the day. I won't be convinced otherwise, despite the fact that it's put in some higher lows. Now, that higher low situation that I just waxed about is not in play anymore. It looks like 215 now, acting as that level of support. However, we still have lower highs, so we could make the case that it's a 215 flat bottom break. Well, I love the excitement on the desk today, bro. It's good vibes. Good vibes, Katina, man. So this is the look. Now, do we get that flat bottom break on Apple? It's not a small cap gapper. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But the whole point is that I was basing my trades off the 50 exponential, something I typically don't do with these Mag 7 names intraday because they don't seem to respect the 50 intraday. That all changes. So there you go. Have your indicators on there, and this is what I always say to myself. If it's not respecting the 10 on the day, if it's not respecting the 20 on the day, and I say this to myself because I do it, why are you using it? So I need proof, and that's why you often hear me say, I need proof that it's going to respect this level or it's going to respect this indicator, and that's what I mean by that. So on the day, 50 is in play. Whatever the reason is, don't care, but it's obviously a repeatable trade and took another short off it. Now, let me tell you about this other small cap gapper that's starting to move here midday. LICI, not Lucy, LICI. Just printed high a day at 204 Ram. And I think it's at $2 right now. Yeah, it's like, for whatever reason, stuck at this $2 level. It's not halted, guys, but the volume's dropping off. So I don't really know what the hell's going on here. 204 high a day. It's got this candle of indecision here, a doji candle with basically an equidistant body from the top and bottom wick, and it's printing 2. There does seem to be some previous resistance at 195. I don't know if you want to base a trade off that. It's based off this wick over here and this top over here. Anyway, we'll see if this one can get going. Here are the details. 45 or thereabouts $1 million market cap with 2.05 million shares traded on the day, and the float is around 16 million shares, just south of that. And let's find out what the float is, and shout out to Nos Boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. Decent. 7.53% of that around 17 million shares is full. Trade Ideas is saying 16.99. My platform is saying 15.9. So make of that what you will. In any event, 7.5% or thereabouts is the short float on LICY. It's up 31% on the day. I don't really care what the catalyst is, Adara, so I'm not even going to bother going through that. But that's the look there. Topping tail candle through 2. It's got to prove to me that it wants to hold or reject 2. Let's see which one it decides to do on the day. REE, we were yapping about this one being easy to borrow shorts. And with that 440, let's call it a local area top. It did reject 440, give you 20 pennies. It came down to 420. Shout out to my 420 heads out there. But it's still above the volume weighted average price. Get it, and that's the point. The point is, I don't like to take these small cap gappers short north of VWAP. It's a little rule that I have. So we'll see if this one can get down below VWAP. Maybe we'll look for a trade there. But REE, I'm gonna stay packing my patience on this bad boy over here, and then we'll see what we get there. What's your look, Adair?
Yeah, I am long Tesla here. I'm just gonna get my stop set up. Let's see how this goes. I've not been feeling super great about my read in the market today. I got it on my IWM short. Turns out that was the right idea. The prior bar high on the 5-minute, just because I was like, what is going on here? What is the vibe? So right now, though, the vibe, I like Tesla. I like that push above VWAP. I like that we're holding that 270, 2720s area. I've talked a lot about in my book read specifically for these, and it's going to be less for like the spready tickers and more for these tickers that move pretty quickly. So your SPYs, your NVIDIAs, your Teslas. I've noticed that there sometimes will be a gravitation towards like a magnetism, and Obi's talked about that magnetic effect before in this show. We'll have certain levels that we kind of grip pretty hard. So like the 20-cent level for someday, for example, the 40-cent level. 20-cent level today in Tesla has been pretty interesting. That 229.20s was spicy. 227.20s was kind of interesting, so I decided I wanted to go long here. Now, pretty small position. I'm risking very little here just because, like I said, I don't want to give this too much room to run. I feel like my read in the market has been, a little bit myopic, or either way, the point is that my prescription needs to be adjusted today, so I want to be aware of that. In terms of levels I'm watching, 227.65, nearsighted, I guess, like myopic there. But let's see what happens here at 227.65s. If we break above that level, I'm going to add to this position, and we're going to be getting out here as we get into 228s, or more specifically 228.20s. If not, then we're going to have to be getting out. So Saad saying, I like the Tesla entry, risking the bottom of that previous higher low. No, I'm actually risking like nothing. I'm risking into 227s just because really small position. I don't have much left to risk here, so this is a bit of a flyer. I'm aware I could risk a little bit more, but I don't have enough faith in my read in the market right now. I'm going to be really honest. That being said, I'm willing to add, like I said, 227 to 65s. At that point, I'm willing to risk it to break even with the average of that position. So let's see what happens here. I'm not adding until I see our interactions at 227.60. I want to see us really push higher at that level, and if we can't, then that's going to be a bit of a dud for me. Let's see what happens here at AAPL, which is rejecting. I stand by what Sharif, or I agree with what Sharif had to say here, a bit of a flat bottom here at these lower highs. That 215.93 level, I talked about this earlier, watching that reject hard, sell off about 30 pennies before bouncing. So that where is that? That 215.93, pretty key there in AAPL. I think one thing I've noticed too, because I like to journal as I'm going, there's been way too many tickers traded by me today. I need to figure out why exactly it is I'm doing that. I think maybe I'm seeing too many opportunities. I should be honing in on 1 or 2. I think that's really valid. I think that's something I'm working on. You know, with great side chart power comes great side chart responsibility. And maybe that means not trading every single stock that comes on your radar. But you know what? If you have a whole bunch of stocks on your radar, you're like, what do I do? What would Sean and Neil have done? Into that chat, and they can actually maybe tell you. Just let us know here on the chat, ! Join, space, $, that ticker. We will tell you what is the Katina man and the Neil to use. Choose nicknames for them have been trading, that is for sure. Also, we did add to Tesla. I like what we were doing there at 227.60s. We're going to be getting out of some of this just below 228s. We're going to go to half the position there at 227.97. Let's see what happens here. Average here is now 43, so we're going to be risking. We'll do break even there. Let's switch. I'm going to switch on my stop if you don't mind. How are you doing?
For sure, Derek. Give it to me. I'll take over here.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So just looking at the long term to see how the names are doing today. I don't like to look at the midday because I don't like them to influence my trading. But just having a look and see how the long term is doing. Well, Apple obviously in a lot of trouble today, so we'll have to be able to see if that bounces back. But the other one's doing all right. So happy with that. Now here's a look on Apple. It's still rejecting that 50 exponential. That nothing has changed there. And I personally think, we could have another shot at this short. I don't have to be off the 50 exactly, but it's showing you its inclination to not be able to ascend above it. And this isn't a price action resistance level, guys. All these rejections are at different price levels, so you have to make the assumption at the moment that it is the 50 exponential that's keeping Apple down, and whatever algo is in control of AAPL today is clearly using the 50 exponential or whatever to base trades. Now, recently, though, if I could make this point, the 50 exponential, yes, has acted as resistance, but look at what it's been doing since a quarter after the hour. So almost about half an hour in a range now on Apple between the 50 exponential on the 5-minute chart and the volume weighted average price. And VWAP has actually been quite, a respectable support level that Apple has been respecting. So we'll see if it wants to break above this level or not. But right now it's still stuck within that range, maybe around 216.10 or 216 high single digits to the high side of the range, and then maybe low 215.70s in the low side of the range. We'll see how long that ends up holding up for. So AAPL certainly negative on the day, and take advantage of that if you can. 19,650 right now on the NQ December contract. We breached the volume weighted average price, and I want to remind you guys that we are now charting off the new contract. We have rolled from September onto December. December is doing more volume today, and that's my cue to start using the December contract. So there it is. We breach VWAP. That's step number one. Number two, we break this area crest that we put in at 11:30 today. And now we are 19,650. We're at that 50-point level, trying to weasel above. The high of the day, the overnight high, I should say, on the December contract, 19,784. The closing print, which I did not chart, is 19,766. But I'm looking at this area over here. This is the IB high, the implied balance high, for those who don't know what that means, and it's 19,007. So for me, the operative level today that holds us back, or maybe even propels us forward if we breach it and use it as support, is 19.7. So if we can weasel above 19.7, given these umpteen amount of topping tail candles in the implied balance open, I think we can possibly move in, maybe even go break even. Who knows? But we're still negative on the day, more than half a point on the NQ December contract. And I'll want to remind you that there was only one Mag 7 name to start off the day that was green, and it went by Google. Microsoft joined it. Microsoft is now flat, flipping between green and flat. Meta, though, the monster Meta, has been absolutely, look, it looks a lot better daily than some of these other Mag 7 names. Like the all-time high on Meta is 544, printing 526, so relatively speaking, we're awfully close. And Meta is now green. And Meta is now ahead of Google. Green, it's 0.5%. Goggles is only a third. So Meta has taken like the crown now in terms of up on the day in Mag 7 lane. But I want to tell you this. 527.5 is one hell of a double top from Friday on Meta. It didn't manifest into a double top, so that's a misnomer on my part. Is one hell of a resistance level on Meta. We have the IB high rejecting off 527.5, and then at around 150, just before the big boy show, we rejected off it again. We're not that far away from it. If we breach the high at 527, we'll get into that 527.5. I'll personally be looking short. So keep an eye on this 527.5 on META. It was a hell of a level on Friday, and it might be important today. Who knows? But just be alert about it. So it looks like we're moving up here at Dara above 19,650. So who knows? Maybe we touch 19,700. What's been your read?
Like I said, I think my read has been a little like it needs a prescription change today on these markets. I feel like I don't really trust my read that well. Tesla, though, still above VWAP. I got stopped out. I switched my stop to break even. And that was just because I was like, you know what? Decisions were made today. I feel like I haven't had a great read in the market. I think, I didn't have much risk period. So I said just kind of, I'm happy I added where I did because I did like the way we reclaimed that. I thought there was a potential there at 228. 10s, alas, it did not materialize the way I thought it would. So I want to watch what we do at VWAP. We reject off VWAP here. I think there could be like a kind of a quick short there. We bounced off VWAP. I think Tesla, some of these other Mag 7s curling higher. Apple, though,
Apple's going.
is my big surprise because Apple. I said too, I think you had stood up at that point, but I said I agreed with your read of these lower highs for AAPL. AAPL is like, what's a lower high? I don't care. So one thing I say watch with Apple is 216.40. That was a bit of an area earlier I found to be kind of spicy, so I'm just going to put that out there as someone who was trading Apple at that point. Also curling up, and I'm very upset I didn't take this reversion because I noticed this and like poo-pooed it. Intel. I had this short all the way down, got stopped out, prior bar high, whatever. Then Intel's like, oh, I'm just going to like teleport my way back to the upside. Like, cool, Intel. Great look there. I should have been way more on that reversion. I'm a little bit disappointed. Well, I'm a lot disappointed in myself. But that's the thing here and why I'm so happy to get to be part of this community and talk in front of you guys, because it's like trading can be really, isolating, can be really frustrating, but it's nice to have this great community to talk in front of, and I really appreciate that. Also, another, opportunity here, a missed opportunity, if you will, Oracle. I got wicked out of this short here. My stop was, I think, around 172.33s. It was a midpoint, so it didn't get filled right where I wanted to. Lost more on that than I wanted to. Gets up to 172.60s, and then Sharifa just tanks. We're a cool $2 down from that point. This was a huge miss for me, and it's like sometimes your timing just isn't right on trades. It's whatever. I think my biggest issue today were too many tickers traded, and then just not, being committed to the right areas, being willing to risk enough. That's a huge thing I want to look on, and I think what I'm going to have to do is come up with some new strategies. Like, for example, maybe like only look at tickers that weren't initially part of your plan in certain positions, right? Certain scenarios. Make sure that you're risking in appropriate ways. Like a lot of things I want to work on here because I think, my trading strategy could and should be improving, and I want to do what I can to do that because I always feel, never thought I'd be trading, but grateful to be in this desk and ready to make those changes. Also, vote for whatever tickers you're looking at here. Meta breaking high of day.
I was just about to say it, Dara. It doesn't give a you-know-what about the level that I just called out, and it's making me look like a dang fool. Look at, there's literally a triple top there, guys, from Friday. It didn't even slow down. Can I show the chart? 527.5. 1, 2, 3 rejection. Meta says, I don't care about your rejections, and I don't care about your TA. You mean nothing to me, and I'm going up. What'd you say, Neil?
Meta is so strong that it's a miracle I can walk.
Meta is so strong that it's a miracle. Neil he's walking all over the Meta chart. He doesn't care. Yeah, you walk all over that price action, Neil. You get that price action. This is so sick. I love it. Good times, man. I've been having a good time today. It doesn't feel like Monday, I'll tell you that. 529 essentially high a day, Dara. This thing got into 528.93, rejecting now, but $1 off those highs. Here comes 528, but you know what we call Meta up on this desk? We call it spreada because the spread's awfully wide, and it was down at 528, then bounced back up, nice 45 pennies back to 528.45. So you're going to have to account for that if you're going to trade this monster. Here's what I'm thinking, and call me crazy. If we completely disrespected 527.5. Do we disrespect it on the way down, or can we use it as support? I'm not going to use it as support if it was not respected intraday today. It was great level on Friday, but doesn't mean it has to factor in today. Right now, topping tail on META, coming back into 528. I have no idea how to trade this. It's not for me. It's well extended off the 10. I have no idea why it's pumping either, but I don't think really Meta needs an exact reason to pump. Are you in something? Okay, I was going to discuss something with you. Okay, did you hear about Zuck and the drug ads? Did we talk about this on Saturday or no?
I don't think we talked about this on Saturday.
All right, guys. I'm basically telling you because this is a first-hand story. I am constantly reporting all these ads that are showing up on Marketplace that are selling G, that are selling fentanyl, that are selling MDMA, that are selling psilocybin. They're obviously selling weed, but we don't really care about that on this side of the border. But they're selling full, hard, dang drugs, ketamine. All that stuff is being sold on these websites. And the hook is, it's like a makeup website. So you click the link, and the link it takes you is like, buy makeup online. But then it forwards you to this other website that you can buy literally hard drugs off. So Zuck is going to apparently go, I'm not even kidding, Neil. I'm not even kidding. And I'm going to show you an exact example, but I've reported so many of them. Zuck is being called, I believe, to Capitol Hill to answer some of those questions. So, it's great that they're printing up a storm in digital ad sales, but is it black hat ad sales or white hat? Now, I've made the point that my buddy works in digital ad sales, and he's given me kind of insight into how Meta operates. When their digital ad sales are kind of down, they never really take off these great gray market campaigns. When there's ads are up, they take them down. So I don't really know what's going on anymore because his philosophy is not jiving because they're printing all-time highs, their revenue's all-time highs, and they're still letting these drug ads go. So I have no idea what's going on there, but I'm seeing these things constantly. I don't know if it's just on my side of the border or you guys are getting them down south as well, but I am getting them constantly up on this side. So it's me only, Ram? Because I'm looking for that kind of stuff. I just live that life, baby. Bro, how come your algorithm shows you all these drug ads and PP pills? It doesn't show me any PP pills, man. I don't know about that, but it shows me plenty of drug ads. Plenty of drug ads. I don't know. I'm not a druggie. I don't even use anything. It's coming up there. Maybe because I keep clicking them and reporting them. That's probably why. But yeah, I'm being serious with you guys though. Like it's literally coming up, and you gotta assume that that's gonna present some sort of a problem for them.
You would think. Yeah.
You're like, that can't jive.
No.
I don't understand how they're gonna get away with that, but there it is. There it is. And I'm telling you, personal, first-hand experience, nothing that I heard from this person or that person. That's what it is. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm actually, okay. I hesitate to say this. They always said, I'm trying to look at less tickers, whatever, and here I am with a new ticker. I have been watching the SPY. I've been talking about the SPY 562.50 for honestly multiple weeks. It's been almost a month at this point. This level, every time it comes up, is spicy. And I don't like spice in my food, but I like it in the markets. We just rejected it again. Now I know it's near high of days, but I think if SPY can break above 562.50, I think that's a tasty long. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just waiting. I'm just chilling. I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to breathe. But yeah, I think definitely trying to focus on levels going forward. That is going to be pretty key for me. One trade I am looking at, though, on a ticker that I have traded to kind of mix the mostly negative effect here is TSLA. TSLA tried to make a bounce here off this VWAP, right? Now we have these topping tail candles. We are below, we that previous support resistance area. Guess who couldn't reclaim that? 227.60s. That's right. It's same as Tesla. But we're holding on to VWAP right now. So I think, honestly, if I were to have a trade here heading into the end of the day, it's going to be Tesla scalp, either short or long. Right now, I'm thinking short, actually, if we can't hold on to that 227.20s. Also, I have not noticed the ad sales, but I'm also on things a lot. I'm on the,
Do you not get anything nefarious?
Well, I don't really go.
Do you go on Marketplace or no?
I don't go on Marketplace.
That's probably why, yeah.
On either Facebook or Instagram. I'm not a huge social media user.
I know you're not, yeah.
But also, it is worth noting here, yeah, shout out to Sharif, the Meta Batman, keeping the web safe. Did you see that?
I love RFID Trader. Can you please forward me those ads? Come on, bruh.
It's pretty fun.
I'm not forwarding you those ads. And I think I don't know if you're Canadian, but it's for Canadians only. Anyway, Dara, I got to weasel my way up. So I'm gonna just look at the small cap gappers quickly, see if anything's making moves, and then we're gonna weasel our way possibly up to the big desk there. REE. So this one making me sound like a dang fool, and wouldn't be the first time on the day, Adara, because we were talking about possibly getting shorts on this, but I did make the point that it was easy to borrow shorts, and if they're easy to borrow shorts, sometimes it's not easy to short. Funny enough how that works. 471 HOD broke above that 4.5. I want to say range that it had been stuck into all day. It is putting in a topping tail candle right now, much like it did earlier on at 1040, but it is well above VWAP. It's near the day high. See if you can base something here, possibly at 440, where it did have some support. If it dips back in there, I'd possibly be looking long. Carvana printed a new high day not that long ago, 153.45. It is coming back into the 10 exponential on the 5-minute though. WHLR has been in play all day, but it's been a VWAP hugger all day. And Adara, this is exactly what I meant when I said what was keeping me in the trade was this. No, I need to show the chart. Was this exact reason. Please chart. Look at this, Adara. This is exactly why I didn't want to get out of the trade, because I had a feeling it was going to rounded bottom.
Premature FOMO.
Yeah, it was. You're right. You called it, and it's exactly what happened. And I'll learn my lesson for next time. NYCB was the right trade. I just got bored out of my mind holding it. Shows you that I made a mistake there. Shout out to whoever took this and didn't make the same mistake I did. I hope everybody prints up a storm, and I'm going to weasel my way up to the big desk.
Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, shout out to Storms there. Shout out to Printing Like Storms. Au revoir, Sharif. Thank you to everything you do, and we will see it gesticulating wildly at that green screen soon enough. So make sure you can't vote anymore today, but make sure going forward you vote. Your ticker of choice, ! Join today's $ ticker. Live trading Maturity TV live, hitting me where it hurts here in the chat. # commit to your trades. Yeah, I mean, you got to do that. I think part of that, too, at least for me, I find part of my commitment issues are in trades, I don't mean in life. Part of my commitment issues with trades are that I don't risk enough. That's huge. And then it's like, if you're not risking enough, it's because you don't have enough to risk sometimes, right? And it's like, why do you not have enough to risk? Maybe because you blew your risk on dumb trades. So that's something I'm trying to learn from. That is for darn sure. Exhibit A would be Starbucks, where I had this long, basically got out as low as it wicked. This thing would have gone up another cool 50 pennies. It's all good. Another case in point for me would be Oracle, which I am clearly not in Oracle because I did not foresee. Well, I did foresee this drop from a pattern perspective, and then I just was not able to. I basically got waked out to continue to the downside, right? So it's like ready to journal, ready to reflect, ready to make better trades tomorrow. That is for sure. And I think, like I said, part of my issue is
Volunteer.
Tickers have in my hands.
Look what he wrote,
and get ready for better action. I do want to also shout out another comment from Creator TV Live. So either Andre, Fabian,
I love him,
saying one small step for Neil, one giant leap for Meta. That made me laugh. So shout out there to Meta, what that did there. Also, we have SoFi. Tony Price wants me to look at SoFi when I have a chance. Yeah, I mean, I have a chance right now. Wow, okay. SoFi pretty strong. There's not much for me to say about this chart pattern because, I mean, honestly, like, it looks a bit like
that's nice
here at 70, 80s that we make, though. At 771s, we make a higher low.
Oh, yeah.
Also into that previous area. I like that. So higher low.
It's not even a joke, Fabian.
Support to resistance, resistance to support here at that 780s, which is always going to be pretty bullish for me. Then we bull flag a skosh. Now let's say for argument's sake or for analysis' sake here, that this 781 area is the bottom of the bull flag. That's where we really get that pop. Top of the bull flag here, 794. So you have a 13-cent move. With that in mind, then we break out from the bull flag at around 790. So we've already done more than, like we said, we usually measure bull flags, the bottom to bottom of the flag to the top of, bottom of the pole to the top of the pole. That's about how much move you should be getting from the, pop up from the bull flag. We've already done more than that 13 to 14 cent move. So good look for SoFi, though it looks like we might have a bit of a rejection here as we get to 805 with a couple topping tail candles. Let's see what happens here on SOFI with that in mind. Apple, shout out to Jorge Alvarado, who was saying earlier that my 216.40 level on Apple did hold up as a rejection level. Yeah, definitely we did end up rejecting there. I should have had more eyes on Apple, given that was a stock I had to read on. Another case of, not having your eye on too many things. You got to keep your eyes on the prize and not have your eye on too many pies. So I think that is going to be pretty key here. Let's see what occurs. Thank you to you. bears versus bulls for everything you do every single day. We've got Hog Rider shutting out Softy and Meta. Yeah, I think if you're writing either of those trades, you're probably pleased as punch. Watch out for Meta though as it gets into 530s. 530 was a huge, 530 literally, I remember one day we had a massive move to the downside and Meta just bounced off 530, didn't look back. I took that long because I'd seen the move on 530 and not only bring up that trade just to show you guys, watch out for Meta at 530. That can be huge support and huge resistance. So I would be very cautious of Meta at this level. Current high of day here, 529.86. But right now, the new highlight of our day is going to be going on to that afternoon desk. See you guys tomorrow at the same bat time and the same bat channel. For now, we've got Sharif at the green screen and the big kahunas at the big desk. Let's get over here.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the trades as decided by you. So make sure to join Adair and I on the How to Trade Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. Let's start off with the triple Qs over here. Still about negative half a point, but we're covering well off the lows. The ES about flat, the Dow about up half a point, and the Russell doing a little bit better than the NASDAQ, up about a third of a point. We'll keep an eye on those indexes. But yes, there is the monster Palantir. Another great day for this name as it moves up and to the right. There was really no headlines on it, but there was this little tidbit over here, guys. Palantir CEO's offers radical take on national security. Touch an American and will inflict pain on you for generations. The OG, not mincing words.
So on Friday, I was just telling Sean on Friday, I don't remember the context. We were talking about Palantir because Palantir was moving and they threw up like an Alex Carr picture. And we were basically explaining the whole, when you just, you got it and you just don't care. That's the hair. Basically, he's throwing it down over there. Palantir, 3.5 points today. There's a lot of things that, there was V-shaped recoveries on some stocks. And then there was other stocks that just kind of went to the upside right away. So Palantir, it's not as if it was going parabolic on Friday, but it just was one of those undercover up moves where it broke out 35, got to 36, pulled back 36, and then bounced off almost 35 again, ends up closing at the half. Today, it was just a continuation play to the long side. Shout out to everyone that was on this early because I feel like when Palantir wants to trade in those even dollar ranges, you just want to try and grab the even dollar when you can. And that was what happened this morning with 36. It went too far there. With 36. It eventually held on. It was up, down. And then right here, after we ended the morning show, it went from higher low dips into holding 36 even at VWAP and then breaking out. Then the 36 half is where I played it. I think this is headed to 37 where there's resistance. I'm trailing this out right now through the mid 75s in here and want to give it to the even. I feel like every single time Palantir does this, it'll get to the even dollar. Actually, just going to get the order in there now. And that's the next one it's going to. The only concern I have with Palantir is that we get it added to the S&P 500 and then on Friday, right, you do the push into the addition and then sometimes it's a sell the event. So next week, will there be some sellers starting to take profit on PLTR because they've been added to that S&P? The event that everyone is excited for finally happens, and it's made such a good rally. Then you get a bit of a sell the event. This happened to Uber. This happened to SMCI. The difference with SMCI is they actually just didn't stop selling. Uber sold after getting added to the S&P 500, and eventually it caught a bid. SMCI is still waiting to catch that bid.
All right. Now it's up 400% from when we started talking about this thing. Palantir, $9, direct list. People ask me if I sold, keep saying no, I don't have any plan on doing that. We've been buying Palantir for a while now. Alex Karp continues to win. And I do know what Neil's talking about there when he goes, when you got the hair, you don't care about anything else? Yeah, that's why my hair's the way it is. All right, $37 on Palantir. Sky's the limit. Good luck if you sell any. Maybe we'll be there on the bid catching those shares.
4% on CrowdStrike, Sean, as they get a new headline today. Looks like they're expanding their cybersecurity startup accelerator with AWS and NVIDIA to support the next gen of global cloud security companies. It's been beat down a lot, well off the highs, but took 4% today, and it's trading at the highs, guys.
Go. Wow. Where's this thing?
We're short at video right now.
Go CrowdStrike. It's your birthday, apparently. But so the thing that just happened, the second I mentioned the trail, I got trail out of Palantir, so I would take it out there as it crossed back into the mid-70s. But CrowdStrike double top right now, 270. Up that 4%. The other thing you got to consider is it ran into resistance up here. Ever since the security incident, this has been a resistance spot in the mid to high 70s and then getting up into 280. The 50 periods there in the mid 70s as well. So there isn't much that's been bad since it made that August bottom. And I'm not saying it's not still a strong stock, but it's starting to get up into a resistance zone. And as I said, double top right now at I want to say exactly 270, but it's actually 269.92. So a little bit of a dip there in the market. That got me out of PLTR, and I'm looking for some reversals. I don't know if I want Palantir as a reversal idea, but I'm going to stay away from CrowdStrike as a reverse. It might just be PLTR. Oh, no, we might have missed it on Affirm. Oh, yeah. Affirm might have been the one there. Affirm double top 45. There was Affirm news with regards to Apple and being available on the Apple platform. And now all of a sudden, it's already pulling back off 45. But CrowdStrike, been on a great run. It's just running into resistance, I think, at the next few dollars on the daily there.
All right, we just had another 15, 20 cents here on NVIDIA. Just realizing that we are bouncing off of a VWAP right there. We should have had a bid there. We did not, so now we do. It's just a starter position, looking to get more up here near 117. Like NVIDIA's not on the board today. All right. Anyways, yeah, CRWD. Let's have a quick look. I'm always looking at VWAP when there's stocks that we never really trade or don't look at enough. And look how good VWAP was. Bang, 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 bang. It's a VWAP story. It's CrowdStrike. Breaking 270 looks good to me now. You've already bounced off VWAP 3 times there today. Sometimes trading is easy. That's what I'm here to try to show everybody. CrowdStrike, another example of that today, Sharif.
Oh, certainly is, Sean. Good call there. Apple, certainly not a good look today. No question about that. Couple of headlines. Obviously, Ming-Chi Kuo, the analyst out of China, basically saying iPhone demand is lagging well below the iPhone 15 Pro. It was the Pro Max that he was talking about. Demand from this time last year. Not a good look, likely due to China competition as well as the lag with the release of Apple Intelligence. Separately, Neil alluded to this. Affirm, now available for Apple Pay users, offering flexible pay over time options. Nothing we didn't know was coming, guys, because Affirm announced this a few months ago.
Yeah, exactly. Like it wasn't. I mean, that said, like you get the algos to spike it in there, and the market was bouncing higher, so it ended up being good for Affirm. Although I think it's making a top at that 45 at least. But Apple, initially on that news, was thinking a short. Well, we got a short, but really it just came down to a couple of things. One, it was a flat bottom at 216.5 on Apple, and right away at the open, it lost that level to then snap right back into 215. And suddenly, you've got that same 216.5 to 215 range that's setting up. On the 15-minute, it's been all green. So I've been letting it try to work its way back in to that upside for retest of that 216.5 or fade. I'm just thinking at this point, the market's not going to go green. Like VWAP matters, but that was that consolidation breakdown level at 216.5. I want to see it get up there. It's been all green on that 15-minute. If you look at it on the 3, it's just a slow bleed to the upside. But that's the level, 216.5 here on AAPL. DJK just saying Palantir will never drop. I mean, it just bounced again. It might want that 37. I feel like when Palantir wants an even dollar level, it tends to whether it follows through at that even dollar when it's already gone the dollar remains to be seen. But yeah, it might want that 37 after all.
All right, so right now we always talk about real trading here. We've already put this on with NVIDIA. It's starting to go to the downside. We will take a piece out here at VWAP and then just try to grind with this stock if we can. Down here, 116 and change. We already hit NVIDIA multiple times today. Got a lot of that back off of those early shorts, flipped over to longs. Now we're back short here off the 50 period and making moves down. Yeah, look, Apple's been a good stock actually today. Good longs there at 214. And the thing is, guys, honestly, if you're just going to look, you gotta stay to your plan, and we talk about that all of the time here on the show, right? Stay to your plan, stay true to what you do. You know what we wrote down here? Apple 215 longs. All right, let's just go back and have a quick look at the chart now for Apple 215 long, right? I mean, we got to aggressively journal this. So there we go. 215, yep. 215, yep. 215, yep. 215, yeah. The only time it didn't work was the time that we had it right here. 215 does not work. We take a 75-cent hit or so. No, what am I talking about? 40-cent hit right there. Then we get the long back there at 214, and it just keeps on going to the upside. But hey, if you're here, we talk about real trading all the time. There it is right there. That's 4 times tested back at our posted levels. So we are super happy with the way Apple's trading today. We're going to stay on the grind with this name. Reading it right, Apple, I like the stock.
Shout out. Great trade, Sean. All right, here it is. Oracle, good look for it. Up nicely on the day, topping, tail coming a little bit down now, but look at that recovery off the Friday sell-off. This is the reason, this was the Friday move that we had in the pre-market and the open. This was the reason why they updated their forward guidance. Today, we got more analysts chiming in. Looks like they climbed to 104. That Jeffrey raises the price target on Oracle about $20 from 170 to 190, maintaining the outperform, and it's a good look. But Obi tells me it's coming into VWAP, guys.
I mean, it's literally at VWAP right now, but
That's what Obi says, huh?
no, I mean, it's been sitting on VWAP for like 15 minutes or so. So that's like 170 even right in here. That's VWAP. That's where it broke out from. Clearly a key level. The other thing is, sort of already alluded to by Sharif, it wicked that Friday fail breakout price. This feels like a reversal that could easily continue to a 168 here on Oracle. It needs to it needs to get through 70, break that, and then maybe head down into 168. But that was it was one heck of a reversal on Friday. Let's respect where respect is due. Like, this is a 15-minute. The first candle at the open was 174, right down to 166.5. Like, that level was a huge rejection, and it just topping tailed that same level again here today. When I see that, like, my first thought is if it loses support at this 170, you could fill a little bit more of the gap in. But yeah, it's at VWAP right now and attempting to bounce. On the daily chart, like, it's a wild-looking daily because it's just back and forth, and you can't even call it a consolidation. Like, it's not even remotely a consolidation off that top. It feels like it's trying to settle itself down, but for now, it's the same fail at the 174, and if it breaks 170, I'd still be looking for shorts, because the market's breaking higher as we speak. So if this is going to lose VWAP when the market's at the highs, it's no longer as strong as it was relative to the market like it was most of today, really.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle's been, wow. We talked about buying this name down there at like 104, 105, 106, 107. To be 70% now in the money on Oracle is monstrous. I mean, this name, I don't think we'll ever want to sell this. It just continues to go higher and higher and higher. Oracle, a couple choppy days there. I think you want to stay long until this breaks through 162. Yeah, Oracle up 5%. Wasn't here obviously on Friday, but wow. Yeah, there's that 162. So we came right into that level again and just blasted through it. So nice hold there. We'll see. We'll see what it can do. 5% probably goes higher. I mean, 5% with the market flat today. What's the ES? Yeah, down actually. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable opportunity here. ES is up, yeah, but absolutely unbelievable opportunity. I mean, I'm so glad to be in Oracle, and then, I don't know, I was thinking about old tech. Like, another old tech name that I'm in is IBM. As it's funny, like old tech like Intel, Cisco, not working, but other names like IBM. I only mean this name for the dividend, and this name, like, wow, look at IBM. I mean, you guys want to talk about a good idea. It's IBM, baby. IBM, Roblox, old technology like Roblox. Right. Oh, yeah. I still got. Like, Shrev's got to go work on those calves. I got to let him go in a second. I just want to make sure that we get to this. $47. You guys want to talk about, again, real trading, right? We talk about this all the time. I told you where we were buying Roblox. Probably gonna have to hear about it from Ryan Faluna again. We got out around 44, 45, but then held probably about 20% of this trade. I don't know exactly, for an upside swing play. Sometimes those don't work out for you, but Roblox also starting to work higher. All right, something called GovX up next.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if I never see this stock again, personally, to be honest with you. It's an MPOC stock, obviously. News coming out of the White House that the U.S. is looking to stay committed to bring MPOC's outbreak under control. I didn't even know there was an outbreak. In any event, the stock has done nothing. It's down about 2.5% on the day. No real catalyst other than this one today, guys, for GOVX.
I mean, it could flat bottom break here. That's about the only thing that looks interesting on it. GovX has been, look, there was a moment for all of these MPOC stocks. You know, they're like the moment's kind of passed here. It ended up being a little bit of a nothing burger, and it's been trending back in for quite some time. It's lost the major moving averages, both the 50 and the 200. So that's what it looks like on the daily chart. I want to say there might be a flat bottom break. Just Friday's low has held for the most part today by about a cent. So if you lose that, that's a double bottom in here on GovX. So I don't know. I mean, the volume's less than 1 million shares on the day as well. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing here on GovX. Like the volume under 1 million shares on a $3 stock, even if it breaks that low, I don't know if there's enough juice to try to squeeze out of that one. I think it would be a little more interesting to trade something that's going. And as mentioned, there was like a firm was making that move to the upside, and on the Apple news, the Apple Affirm news, it double tapped the last time it was at 45 to end the month. Well, to end the month and then begin the month of September, and it just tapped it again here today at 45 and reverse. So that's the big level. I mean, if a firm takes out 45, there's always a chance it can squeeze a little bit higher. I think that's got to be on watch for potential 45 break. And I'm a little surprised that we didn't have Carvana on that list, to be honest with you.
Like, was trading Carvana.
I mean, on a day where Carvana goes 8%, GovX is what it is what it is. I get it. Like, there's nothing happening in GovX. 4 million shares, and Vana's all the way up here, 7.5% to the upside. I don't know if it has the juice to break the highs again, but like this is one that maybe is headed right back to its 52-week top there at $160. Big day for Carvana here. I don't think it breaks out the highs again today, but this 160 level is going to be a biggie if it can get back in to said level. Oracle did break VWAP and now seems to want to challenge it again. So there's Oracle on the 170 level. It's been a key level this whole way. I feel like if it takes out the quarters, I'll want to jump out, maybe the 30 level there. But if you see, it was actually 170.20 that was early resistance on Oracle at this particular price level. And Palantir, it's close. It's at 90s. If there's size on that 37 offer on Palantir, I'll let you guys know. I haven't had a look at it yet, but it's about to get there any second now.
All right, let's go. I mean, everyone's always wondering, like, you know, what's like your favorite cut of chicken and this and that. When you have chicken dinner winners, I mean, you can grab the wing. I think for football, I think wings are very popular. You grab some wings tonight. I know we have the boneless wing. You know, there's some controversy. Some controversy around the boneless wing that we had talked about on our channel. Yo, what's up, my guy, Raider Trader there in the chat. He's saying Sean, so I'm here. So you let me know what I could do for you there, Raider Trader. All right, so nice move down, Ohio this week. Nice moves there. Did Cleveland win last night? Who did they play Cleveland yesterday?
No, they did. Browns. It was the Browns versus, who did they play? Did
Deshaun show up or what? Like, he had a bad week one. All right, we'll talk about it in a minute. We'll get it.
No, their defense showed up. It was a low-scoring garbage kind of game. Was it the Jags, maybe? It was not a pretty game. That's all I can remember from that game. It was the Jags, and it wasn't pretty at all. It was like 18 to
okay, it was one of those
12 or one of those types of games. But they did win. Yeah.
Okay, they won. Okay. Today we've been getting a lot of questions over the last couple of minutes about what exactly this hat is that I'm wearing. You know,
what is that?
Exactly. Thank you, Neil. That was a very good question.
It is, yeah.
You know, and the fine people over here at Trade the Pool sent us over some hats. So we're wearing a hat. If you are interested, like I'm interested, like I'm trading right now. You know, to becoming a funded trader, that's the most exciting part about prop trading is you can trade someone else's capital, Neil. I mean, and at Trade the Pool, I mean, you can also, for example, no more important to do while you're trading than to stay hydrated. Where's the Hydration Nation thing? We can hit that. We'll keep this on. So with Trade the Pool, not only can you stay hydrated by drinking out of your favorite water bottles, but after completing your evaluation and hitting goals, you can trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits with the firm covering the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. I ask you, are you ready to become a funded trader? If so, join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code on the screen and make sure you hit that link, in the description right there. Look at those snazzy hats they got on there. You got the trucker hats on. Right there, it's Trade the Pool. And I like the hat. I like the hat. Just like I like the stock short. And there it is right there, spin it again. You can not only do this with real trading, but you could do this with Trade the Pool. If you want to follow this, I'm here today, was not here Friday. There's another one right here. It's 20 cents in the money. It's NVIDIA. And let's find out where we're going on this. So nice move to the downside, 116.50. Let's see if we get a print here onto VWAP, onto 116.40, on into 116. Lego! It's a nice little short here on our favorite stock, my favorite stock to trade over the last 6 months, I'd say. When was the split? It was not 6 months ago, but probably trading it a lot. NVIDIA, we still remain short there. We were short TQs. Tesla, mamma mia, Tesla right there. 229.50 shorts, cover 227. There was a lot of bearish talk on the chat by me during the midday show, and it looks like so far so good here as we wait to see what this next move is going to be, upside or downside here with Tesla. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We are waiting for NVIDIA to come through. Hopefully another test down here at VWAP 116.50. I could put another bid right here, we'll do that. And the next level is 40s. Let's let it break through that. And then O's. All right, so let's go into the teens right now. 116 teen to get that. We saw Beetlejuice.
Was it good?
Haha, you thought you'd get me to say it 3 times. That wasn't that good. No, I don't think it was.
Oh, no.
The wife really likes Beetlejuice. I was more Beetle sleeping during it, but
Did the kids watch it?
Yeah, of course. Of course, took the kids to watch.
Well, I don't know.
Took the kids.
Did they like it as a multi?
Oh, yeah, they really liked it.
Because I showed the trailer to my daughter,
Yeah.
and she's like, "Ooh, this looks like fun." I'm like, "Well, if you think it's fun, then
it's
we'll
fun.
watch.
Yeah.
Then we'll watch the first one."
First one, yeah.
But we haven't done that yet.
I think my
so-
mistake was not watching the first one again before going.
It's so
But
funny.
it's pretty exactly. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I think I think everybody should take their kids to it. But Inside Out 2 was way better. I think there's a lot of better movies.
Inside Out 2 was pretty damn good.
Luca.
Not gonna lie, my daughter absolutely loved that. Luca is one of the most underrated animated films. I don't understand why it's not more popular than it is, man. Like that is, if you've never seen it, that's Disney too. Like they got that right.
Well, that's why no one's seen it because it's on Disney.
No, it's on Disney Plus. No, but it's really good.
You can get Disney Plus for $5.99 now for like 6 months or something.
Because they have a lot of. Look, man, they're trying.
promos.
They're trying to get everyone on there, man. And at the end of the day, they need better content.
Promos.
They need better content. Like they're Marvel. Like they're coming out with this Marvel that nobody wants. That's the.
There's an Agatha one.
Yeah,
Is that the
that's
one?
what I'm talking about. Who the heck what?
No, but I love Aubrey Plaza.
No. The cast is great,
Okay.
and they're probably going to do a really good job with what I'm going to guess is bad writing. Because
I want them to do another Aubrey Plaza. What was the one that they were just all in? There was 2 of them. The hotel one. Ramin, the hotel.
No.
man,
Aubrey
Aubrey Plaza
Plaza is
was
not
in
in
it,
only murders in the building.
Yeah, what's it called? They did 2. No, forget about it. I'll look it up. HBO, I think it was that did it. HBO
I
Max.
know the thing you're talking about. I don't know the name of it.
White Lotus.
Yeah.
White Lotus is the best thing I've seen in a long time.
Wasn't that on Apple TV?
That was a long time ago. I don't think it's an Apple TV thing.
You sure? Okay. I don't
What's up
know.
with
I'm
this?
not sure.
Yeah, I went and
No,
got
I
it-
asked
went-
Randy for it.
I went in and got an Americano too, by the way.
Thanks, Randy.
That was shout out to you. You got an Americano.
No,
Those
it's the
peppermints?
peppermint tea.
Are those peppermints? All right, nice choice on the
Thank you,
peppermint.
Randy.
Thank you, Randy. Silencio, Randy. That was
Silencio,
that was
Bruno.
for Bruno.
Like some tea?
That's actually not bad. I can't do it.
I never do that
a
again.
British accent.
Okay, so Lotus, Lotus is on there, Netflix. What you looking at, homie? You want to look at?
What are you doing
some
with
XOM?
energy?
You want to look at some XOM?
What are you doing with your XOM?
No flat bottom breaks happening on XOM today.
No. XOM is it's holding the line. Let's put it that way. No, it's holding the line.
Up 1? We'll take up 1.
No, up a percent is up a percent, man.
I think we should go. People want to
bounced off that 108 level as well. So this is XOM in the Randy 108. Randy buys a 108, and everything is great. So we should all buy XOM.
Randy at 108, everything is great. Yeah. Nice one.
I mean, I don't know why I have trend
It's
lines.
like our Oracle
Get rid
buy.
of this here, right
Find
here.
out what price I'm in.
Get rid of that. There
Randy,
we
you
go.
bought anything in your personal account lately, or what?
Not recently.
Oh, this fall.
Yes.
Right. Nobody can hear Randy without.
Randy is waiting for dips in energy this fall.
Natural gas and oil, to be specific. The contract's flat, weakish. Less
gas, eh?
strife in the Middle East, perhaps. A little bit overproduction. The shale's huge right now. So there's more production and less demand, which means it should be weak-ish. This fall, refined products. SPR is still down a little bit. They should restock that, and they will probably when the prices go down. So little strategic fall play there.
All right, we'll wait for that. So we'll wait for a little bit of fall action there. We talked also about the winter fluid. The winter gas is different when they change it over from the summertime there as well. So
UNG is trying to make a breakout. But I mean, it's been trying for
talk
quite
to
some
Mr.
time.
Nas about that.
Yeah, the old Widowmaker over there. We talked about that at length with Ryan Faluna about the Widowmaker UNG. Like I was mentioning it in the market. No, in the market recap. We were doing the sectors at the beginning of the day. This was sometime last week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's probably Wednesday.
Market recap. He only does Fridays.
Faluna. No, maybe it was 2 weeks ago then.
Okay.
But either was we were just talking about the sectors in UNG, and then Michael Noss had talked about it in the morning, and we were going over it. And with unprompted, he'd heard me mentioning it during the sectors, and then when he came on, the first thing he said was, "Before we get into anything, Neil, when I started trading, everyone would tell me that natural gas is a widowmaker, so I don't touch it for that reason either." And he goes like, I don't know anybody that makes money trading nat gas. It's one of the most difficult things out there, and it can be nasty and trapping everybody. But it is, I mean, it's trying to break out. But if you look at like UNG in here, like it's trapped people before on breakouts. There's no question about it. So be careful with ye old widowmaker. Icky 22MB just says it's been a short for 5 years. I think that's the problem. Everyone's always looking for a bottom in natural gas. And if you're always looking for a bottom and it never follows through with the breakout, then a lot of people end up trapped. And that's what could be happening. Hey, Davis says soybeans as well. I have no idea. Never really traded soybeans. No clue whatsoever about those. But you have to stay in your lane. If you're a commodity trader and if that's your baby, then that's your baby. I did want to remind everybody, because I forgot to do this morning, you want to change all your futures contracts over. So if you ever hear us talking about the NQ or the ES this week, we're on the Z contract at this point because we did the rollover. Rollover happens on Friday, but the Monday is when you start seeing more volume on the front contract. So that should be today. Intel just continues to go higher as it's just churning to the upside. Double top here, 20.5. I hesitate to want to even think about being short this name because of the strength that it's had. It's all green going into this top at 2060. Seems crazy that it's going to break out this top. The last trade I had was a dip into VWAP on Intel, which eventually pulled all the way back into 2010. Now it looks like it wants to take out that high. I'd rather join a dip buy than take a breakout on INTC. I don't think I'm going to be fading this one up at that top. I think it's going to be a firm with that double top at 45. Now putting in a little bit of a lower high attempt here off of last week's top, 44.65 or so. So it's putting in that lower high consolidation. I want to see it fail this top, the local high here, and then look for a pullback into VWAP. But Intel about to break the highs. Palantir still no 36 yet. I mean, it's kind of cresting at the 36.90.
All right, I think we might change up our game plan here. Market looks like it wants to go higher, right? Can we all agree with that one? I just went long on Tesla and debating just dropping this NVIDIA right now. It wouldn't be surprising to me at all if the market goes green today. So, I hate to do this though, I really do. It's like NVIDIA is so close to one set. Like we don't have to take too much risk, but I don't ever want to put it on I don't want to be into something if I don't really believe that it's going to do something. Oh man, NVIDIA above. All right, we're gone. All right, so right there, that's called discipline right there. So let's just do that. Figure out what we want to do. We just punched out there at 70s on NVIDIA. Hopefully it works out for us and the Tesla long will print. We are now long into Tesla. I thought we had a chance of breaking this top right there. If it does, great. We're long at 50s. So we'll get out of that NVIDIA and now we'll see Tesla. I hope that's not a mistake. It might be. I just looking like the futures want to get a little strong here. We failed at this top before. I just don't want to throw anything away on NVIDIA if I'm getting that feeling. So we'll punch out of NVIDIA for flat. And it wasn't a flat trade. We took money twice, but at the end of the day, it's actually still not even a flat trade. We'll get it out and then wait to see what happens with Tesla. We'll flip it up and then I'll get over to those questions. What's up, Kyle? You do not agree about getting out of that trade, man. Maybe that might be right. Okay, let's go back over and figure out what Daro's talking about.
Pretty notable downside move here with a significant increase in volume. We're talking 1 million shares there on that last 3-minute candle for Energy Transfer ET around 2:25 p.m. We get reports here that the Texas oil and gas regulator is investigating a fire that occurred at one of ET's natural gas liquid pipelines. We have Energy Transfer addressing this incident, basically saying the line has been isolated so that it can safely burn out, and there are no reports of injury at this time. Now, the Railroad Commission as well of Texas here a couple minutes after that saying that Energy Transfer has shut down the portion of the pipeline that caught fire. So news-related move to the downside here for Energy Transfer, still holding on to that $16 level as of right now. Keep an eye on ET with this news in mind, guys.
It looks like we might have been able to hold on to both of these things and win at the same time. So there it goes again. We'll put some money down for our trade on Tesla, as it looks like NVIDIA is just hovering around. We just got 70s there for that. So we just got in at 50s, out at 70s. Hey, man, it's 20 cents. Right there on Tesla. Let's see if it continues to work right now. Yeah, Kyle, I don't know if the markets are going up or not. We're riding. Look, I'm always talking about trying to put on trades, trying to give you guys reasons to make trades. And it's just, we're holding the 50-period moving average here. This is the NASDAQ. So we switched over earlier, as Neil was mentioning there, right away. So we've been on this contract. It's okay, now there it goes. We're getting out of some NVIDIA there. We're still not out of the Tesla trade. We want to wait for that. But yeah, maybe it is going to float back down. Let's see what happens now on this last retest here. So yeah, getting out of NVIDIA, we got out at 70s there. Now it's at 50s. So we'll cost ourselves 20 cents there. But again, no money lost, just opportunity cost. So, but we did take 20 cents on Tesla. Let's see what we can do now. Tesla just held that bid. So all good. We are looking for more shares though in front of 227.
Okay, so Intel just broke the high of the day. Still feel like it's probably more of a pullback or a dip trade more than anything else as it's going through the high of the day. There was just the fail break of the local high on a firm right in here. So it came back underneath, got some 60 short, just underneath 60, actually 59, and looking for 30s, mid-30s, and then VWAPs at 44. But there's Intel breaking out the top. Still looking for, I think it's a dip buy situation instead of buying the absolute highs without the market going. But 5% to the upside, it's pretty undeniable. It's looking very, very strong this afternoon. Palantir's still not, it's actually pulling back. This should have been a reversal off that 37. I thought wait for it to get to 37. But in truth, it lost the trend line. Like, what was the trend line since it broke the high of the day? It kind of lost this trend line here, trailed out, and then tried to break back above and is now putting on a reversal. So this might be a reversion at least back into 36.5 here on Palantir. Into something similar on a firm, but if the market rolls over, Palantir has been so strong. I mean, even this, all I have to do is go 25, 30 cents. But I have to get this closer to 36.90 as it goes. So strong mover there. Palantir reversing a bit. Intel still off the high of the day, about 3 or 4 cents breaking at that high. I just want to see it pull back. Like the last couple of times it gave you dips, those were the places to get in. Like there's your dip, consolidation, and go. Not going to buy the top. Want it to dip, consolidation, and go is the plan of action. Let us know what you guys are looking at in here. I saw a lot of people talk about SoFi. Now I just see in the chat, Fluffy Hippo, Clover's been printing. I would be surprised if that is true, but hey, look at anything if it's moving. At the high of the day, good. Volume, maybe not so great. Yeah, for like 4 days in a row. Clover is doing some things. Wow, that is a clean move. I don't know that any of these have been like out of control to the upside. Like you've got pretty controlled moves in and another one in here today. I don't think I want to chase it without any volume. Look how bad the volume is relative to the last few sessions. Like the volume this afternoon is way on the low end, and that's exactly what happened on Friday. So I think it's not something that I'd want to be chasing at all, but a good look for Clover. Yeah, I'm going to eyeball Palantir here along with Intel. Just feel like Palantir might be trying to do a bit of a reversal off these highs as well. If we can get it back in the 80s, I don't want to chase this move. Oh no, Affirm is still going, eh? My bias against Affirm is just too strong. Like I always want to like revert this silly thing, and then we didn't have it on Friday, although we weren't looking at it on Friday, but just tried it in the 60s to give it to 75. I want to go tight stop if I'm against the grain, but might not get that VWAP retrace just yet. Fluffy Hippo says, oh hush, told you on Clove. No, I'm just surprised. I had no idea Clover was up like 4 days in a row. That's a surprising one.
All right. Yeah, just looking at this Affirm, I mean, a 45 break seems good enough to me. But the high of the day is 45.02, so it's already done.
It's already done it.
So look out there for Affirm trying to break 45. I'll go long if that does happen. All right, so we are reloaded right now. We just got some more down here on Tesla. Let's see if it wants to hold VWAP. 227 and change. We'll buy some more here at 45s, giving us an average price now of 48. I mean, it's still not moving. Hopefully this market will get going here, and we'll be right for what we were thinking about the market trying to get back up to the upside. So far, so good about all of these. I got out of Clover at 339 or something a couple weeks ago, so I'm pretty happy with where that's going. Right now, CLOV. I do have an offer one more time at 227.70 just to see if we can get something going on Tesla. So if we could take another 20 cents and just keep on doing that over and over again, you take 20 cents twice and reload it, it's like taking 40 cents. So if we can do that, that would be really good. Here, this is pretty appropriate. This is what we've been doing here today, and Adara's got a treat for you.
This part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now to snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you.
Yes, sir. Always put that money to work. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if you just sit in cash forever. Well, I mean, nowadays you get like, it's been a while since we had a real rate. But at the end of the day, if you're sitting there in cash and getting the 4% or 5%, or in this particular case a little bit more, you're absolutely fine. But most times you're not usually getting that. We were at free money for a long time. Intel just blew up. It's going to get 21. There is no dip to be had off this move. It's just continuing to go in here. So very quickly, I didn't show you guys the daily chart because I didn't think we'd be moving this quick. But there's not much standing in the way. 21, round number, obviously that's out there. And then you've got $22 is the local high after it got dumped on earnings. So there's your rounded bottom. There's your breakout today. Now breaking through the 60 level, the next level up. The last time it failed at 22, there was resistance briefly at 21. It's hard to see in there. There's a green candle this day at the open where it rejected 21 even. I feel like that is where this thing is headed. Absolute monster move to the upside here on Intel. I want to look for the next available dip. It's been a dip and rip situation since the early afternoon. I feel like now that it's gone a bit parabolic, I want to take that next available dip. Apple still can't seem to, it's not really moving much. It's at that 216 half zone. Like you're just sort of going sideways. There hasn't been a real test like you had of the high for a reversion trade. It's just slowly grinding up. It's about to test it now, I think. If it does, I still think underneath that 216 and a half is a sell. Tony Price asking about SoFi. SoFi is doing the same thing it's been doing forever. I see you mentioning here consolidating above 8 for an hour and a half. SoFi and $8 has been a huge problem zone. And the problem is it gets to $8 and then it does not know what to do with $8 and then fades it. And that's every single time it has been above 8 since February of this year. So it's making the move above $8. I'm excited when this gets above 8, like 8.5 or so. Until then, each one of these times has been a fade zone on SoFi. I think that's why you're getting a bit of a consolidation here, just obvious resistance on the daily for SoFi.
Yeah, look, this morning in the pre-market, we already stamped Intel as a long, right? We sort of talked about why we like that as a long, and people in the chat were like, are you kidding? And blah, blah, blah. Shakib loves this name as well. There's a lot of traders that do like it. And I was just talking about it because it was looking like it was setting up fine. We talked about where it was in the pre-market at $20, and it was just like, yo, to take that, to try to get to 22, that's already 10%. So even if it goes all the way back down into its all-time low, not all-time low, but 30-year low, something like that, then you will be at $19. So it's well worth the $1 worth of risk here for Intel to go long. And right there, you've got $1 now on that trade if you took a 20 bid, and now you're up into that side. So I would think if you're in this trade and you like it, then maybe get something out in and around here and then go 1-to-1 for that kind of a play there for INTC. So congratulations, anybody that did take that. We did not average into Tesla. We should have. I was going to sit here. I mean, I'm still here at VWAP basically, which is all the way down. We're at 15s, so it just didn't get to that level. It got to like 30s there. We could have put a bid there. I'm sitting there now in case we drip down a little bit more. But look what's happening to the futures. Wow, NVIDIA, man, did we, again, we nailed it. We nailed what we thought about it. We just flipped it up because we got excited about Tesla as maybe being a better opportunity. It was not. There goes the market down. There's the short, there's the cover, and there it is downside. We thought that there could be a chance that we would look back at this and be like, what have we done? And that is what we've done there for NVIDIA. But again, you know, to not be in it is fine. You guys know that we catch a lot of these trades, and this one we just don't have. We should be on it. It's NVIDIA. It's a great move to the downside, and we did have that. So Kyle, all that are in the chat thinking about this market potentially going down, best of luck for you on that one. Tesla right now, we're flat. We're long at 227.45. Right now, I'm going to put something at 227.60. Maybe we can get a fill there. And then if you want to go a little bit higher after that, let's put something at 227, like 70s, see if we can get it. But here it comes right back up to the upside. We'll see if Tesla wants to go. We just bought some 30s down there, so a nice little reload spot for us on Tesla. We might not have NVIDIA, but we'll have Tesla here. Hopefully this will go back up and we'll be able to cash out just a small piece and then let the rest ride. So that's it. Thank you so much, Thomas, and everybody there. You know, the best is in the eye of the beholder. AF or just stats. Look at a firm right here. Here goes 45, trying to break higher. We'll see what happens right now if it goes. I want to take the shot on this. We're going to be in it. It's at a level. There's a short float here with AFRM, and we're going to go long. If it fails, it fails, man. We'll give it back to the 50-period moving average, which is about 65. Let's see if 40 cents works here for AFRM. Damn you, NVIDIA. Damn you, we had that one. All right, so here we go. It could be a short as well, Rivian Millionaire. I mean, I don't blame anybody for going either way on this stock. It looks like the market is a short. Rats. If I showed you the TQQ chart today, you'd understand why it's the #1 P&L stock here. TQQ is today a big one, but that was the short. Here it comes in now.
Yeah, the market's starting to give a little bit of price action here. So as we start to get back into the downside, we'll see if Intel gives us any kind of a bounce play on a dip. But Apple could not break 216.5. I thought it was going to break this top, challenge the 60 level. Like this morning in here, like these highs were above the $0.50 level, but there never was a challenge. So it's just kind of going sideways in, which means I'm going to short it to the high, which is about 55s. Firm's still there. The high is 03s. I have it 03 on a firm, I think. And I feel like that's like it's a break that you almost got to take. I think a squeeze name like that, ultimately, like you want the long to go first. Oops, didn't hit enter with that on a firm. So it's going to be up here at 03 if it goes. I'd rather short a lower high or a fail of the break underneath the big level than try to short it at the level. Like I want confirmation usually that it's reversing the move and then play it on the other side as opposed to just shorting it right in front of that freight train in there. Tony Price asking about SoFi. If I think 8 will be resistance, why not short it then? No, what I was getting is when I said for SoFi was it's been over 8 has been resistance, but this last time it was up here was like 830 it got to. This time it was like 805. here. But the last time it was actually well above 830. I think that's why it's slowing down at that price. If it got to 830, 8.5, yeah, I would look for a short. But on an $8 stock, if you think if 830 is the previous high, shorting it at 8, suddenly you're giving it 3% on a day where it's moved 4% the whole day. So I don't think it's a short at this particular price. I think if it goes another quarter higher, that would be a different story on SoFi. That's all I was getting at, is that it gets to $8 and then it's been failing multiple prices. The last was 830 on SoFi.
All right. Oh, we got Tesla. So we actually got Tesla right there at the 200 period, which was 60s. It does go as high as 64s right there. So just this is what we've been doing. It's been working out. So just the market doesn't go up, this trade will be hard pressed to come in, right? So we're going to get ready to drop out if this breaks through here, which is view up. And we'd like to get a little bit more shares as well if that can come through. So today, not an overly successful day, hey Davis, but on the floor. But I'm going to show you here what's been happening with our traders from Real Trading. So this goes back to, again, Friday. And if you did want to join us, you can join Real Trading Campus ASAP. Make sure you scan that QR code below. Get going with Real Trading Campus right there as I read about Real Trading profits right now. You can start with us, no risk at all. Join it. It's 15 hours a week maximum with a minimum of 8 hours live trading included with that one. Okay, Tesla, come back in just a little bit right now. Tesla comes at 227. We got some more longs right there. Okay, you can see my average price, 227.25. Let's not cry over spilled milk. It's 3 cents in the money right now. All right, so on top 10 traders by market. Okay, this is what we're looking at right here. All right, so on Friday, these were the top traders. Not very many huge position or trades, I guess, from Friday company-wide. But these are still decent numbers. If you're making $11,000 in a day, you're doing pretty good. So it's New York and NASDAQ. It's Amex and NASDAQ. It's Amex, NASDAQ, and New York. So that's sort of a recipe that I like to use right there, trading some futures as well, as you guys know. And then there you go, NASDAQ. So sometimes we get Canada on here. There's always different traders. Adam or some people are always mentioning there's a Vienna trader that always shows up, but it looks like on Friday, it seems like it was a lot North American based right there. But I feel like there's a problem with all the other markets because they're very, very low there. Maybe not too much volatility. There's Vienna right there, 694. These are the top traders by market. So someone in Hong Kong made over $1,000. The Turkish market, of course, one of the best markets to trade right there, $1,300 coming through. Australia, Hong Kong futures are there. What's up to Mr. Jeff, the golfer Mendel? Comes in at 617. My foursome was -5. I want to say a shout out to S3 who sponsored the.
How did that finish?
Yeah, we were -5. I don't even know, but Jeff.
Oh, okay.
I think it was near the top. But Jeff's group was -12. I saw Jeff play. I'll leave it at that.
Because they got
Next time
Mendel.
he's on, I'm gonna. You know, it was a charity event. You know, I don't want to. You know.
So basically, he was playing like cheese.
I don't know what he was playing like. I wasn't with him, so I'm just. We played him about it. He's a man of integrity, so.
No, we had a friend, one of our friends from high school. We'd go golfing with Cheese. Yeah. And we played skins one time, and I'm just saying, like, if you're playing skins, that means you're putting money on the line, right? So mulligans aren't usually a thing.
Right, they're not allowed also in the tournament.
Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed mulligans if you're playing anything remotely competitively. Just say a few mulligans were happening, and I'm like, whatever. I'm not saying anything because we're only playing for a few bucks back when we were in high school. But come on, son.
I'm gonna ask Jeff how many mulligans they took, and then see if he says just a couple. Then I'm gonna nail him on that one. But
was there any kind of like a long drive or?
There was male long drive, female long drive. Nice. There was some putting stuff there. You got to putt for some booze. That was a lot of fun as well. Lots of fun stuff there, and of course Trader TV Live, very, very proud of that. We did tweet some stuff out, so go over to our social media. We sponsored a hole, and really great to be part of it. TMX and Sick Kids Hospital right there as well. But there it is. It is a chicken dinner winner, and I like I like golfing, but you guys know we like to be on the markets here as well, trading with you. And there it goes. You guys want to talk about a trade. Yahoo. Where are we going again on this one? As we put Tesla right back. Let's just get another piece out. I just punched some more out there at 48s. Good move, man. I mean, back to Fort, let's go. Good trade there on Tesla. Drip, 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 boom. So really, really happy with this performance. Don't feel so bad hanging up on NVIDIA right now when they called. But there's Tesla. Good take down there at VWAP. We definitely, Neil, know what kind of trader we are. And we are in the building right now with this nice move. It's a 65-cent winner right there off that bottom take for Tesla. So there it goes. And Affirm is still waiting for me to hit them. I just got to break through 45. But there it is, guys. There's Tesla. It's a banger right there. Now 70 cents in the money, TSLA.
Tesla going up. I'm glad to see it. Thankfully, Apple's not going with it, but Apple just came back into 26.10s here, looking like it is still resisting 216.5. We're going to reload this one in front of that $0.50, play it back into VWAP if it wants to get there. Affirm has tagged this even dollar top like several times in here. It is going to go. I mean, it feels like it's going to go. I don't want to talk in certainties, but this is a number of times now it is tagged the 45 even. It broke once earlier in the day to 02s, and now for like 10 minutes it's been sitting here for a breakout trade. We'll see if it actually does go. I feel like it's going to break that high, but the longer we look at it, the longer, I feel like a watch pot never boils, so I'm going to try not to pay too much attention to it. We went for the dip buy on Intel, didn't quite pick it up. It made the wick bottom. Like, okay, so it bounced off the 70s. Like, okay, let's get long above the 70 level. Now it's going to break the high of the day. So you're still going upside here on Intel as it's breaking now 6% to the upside. It's been a good long. I want to see if we can join it here. Very so. It's a short until it's not. Which stock would you be referring to? I'm curious about that. Let me know in the chat which one you're referring to there. Palantir is already making its reversal, but now that Intel's breaking highs, I got to find a different spot to join this. Still want to look for the dip and go, and I want it on the front end of the trade or back end of the trade. If we can get it, we'll reload Apple on the short side. Want to see if we can get some 40s, but let's go to Adara as the market bounces.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And if you were wondering what you can do with the news on Benzinga, when that story dropped, with regards to Affirm and Apple, there was an opportunity right away. At 1:15, you got to be at your desk, obviously, at all times. I was doing my exercises. I wasn't necessarily here, but they dropped it on Benzinga. It trended up since then on Affirm. And it doesn't mean, just because this was a partnership that was already known, and a lot of times you might sell the news, just because it was known doesn't mean it might not react. And you can see the reaction on volume. It even dipped right back into previous resistance, something we've talked about many times. With Ryan again, actually, a couple of weeks ago, we were mentioning this. If you get a breakout on news, if it pulls back and then where it broke out from holds, you get like a secondary scalp style trade there. So still no breakout of the top, unfortunately, here for Affirm, as we mentioned it. Apple did not give a reload. I'm just going to double check on Palantir here, as we weren't able to reload Apple. Yeah, Palantir is really pulling back. This might, you know what? This might actually get to VWAP now. The way it's going down now, Palantir could actually see VWAP. That seemed like 0% or like a very low probability here, but Palantir is really rolling over. If it gets to the quarter, that's 36.25. It's already dropped 40 cents or so. I think it might actually see VWAP. So let's be patient with Palantir up here at that 36.25. It's been rolling over a little bit here, so some profit taking happened in PLTR. Didn't think this would happen, but hey, VWAP's getting pretty close.
Yeah, we're going to start the position now on Palantir. Load it up if it does come into VWAP. 36.25 for Palantir is where we start with it. So that's going to be just a small position right now to see what's going on. We do have some areas here at 36.40, so we'll try some of that.
Oh my goodness.
And see if that can get going as well. NVIDIA falling off for sure. We miss out on that opportunity. Tesla right there, Palantir right here. We'll wait to see Tesla, man. I want to see if it does take out that top. So there's Tesla. We've already got we've got more than half of this out. I mean, we came right back into that level again. So that was an easy day for us to take that out. We were surprised to get this fill. So let's wait to see if it does break lower there. Of course, TSLA. And then right now, just starting the long on Palantir. Absolutely no problems. We're going to wait to see if it comes into that 20. Well, I mean, I guess we got to zoom back out for it right now because, yeah, it's a nice move up to 37, pull back 50 cents, right into an area that I think we need to buy, right? So that's 38s. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of a lower bid here on Palantir and then go for it. So that's what we're going to try to do. That's 36.25. If we break that, we could probably get out. 36.15 maybe, looking like a spot there for PLTR. But let's start the bidding now with Palantir. So that's what we're doing. Snap is coming in, apparently. People looking at Snapchat. So that could be something. We're waiting for Tesla to go. I know you got a good trade there on Apple. We were actually long Apple, I think, and then flipped over. Uber. Yeah,
the best thing about Apple today, well, I mean, whatever. The best thing about Apple is Apple's Apple. No, but the best thing about it today was that it gave you early shorts, medium longs, and then it's given the short again. But you actually could have had the long 3 times, I'd say cleanly.
Right off,
and then you could have the shorts 3 times, maybe 4 off the same area. But the short of the day has to be JBDI. Dustin Prince, thank you for the super chat. Go to JBDI and see something impressive. Well, I mean, it depends on your perspective, because I would argue that anybody that's long this stock is not remotely impressed with what's going on here with, what's the name of this company? JBDI Holding. Well, that's highly creative. So JBDI is JBDI Holdings. Well, they ain't holding much of anything, and if you're long this thing, you're holding bags at this point. It's halted about 1 million times today, although specifically 21 times it's been halted. A couple of them were to the upside, maybe 3 or 4 were to the upside. There doesn't seem to be a bottom in sight here with JBDI. What I will tell you is it's at all kinds of lows, and it's trying to make a bottom. I know a lot of people always want to look to try to find a bottom in a stock like this, and it can be lucrative. Maybe it presses to $1 even, but let's get the digs on this JBDI. Be careful, but it probably gets close to the point where there is a decent risk to reward opportunity to look for a long if I can find something. Dara.
So worth noting here for JBDI Holdings, that is the name of the company, the ticker here, JBDI. This stock actually is a pretty recent IPO. It looks like they IPO'd from what I'm seeing here on August 27th. So it's only been publicly trading for a few weeks here. Not its first day holding to the downside. We saw a couple downside halts on Thursday as well. Just looking back through the Benzinga notifications. No news that I'm seeing on this. Tons of social media attention for this name. But yeah, from what I can tell here, just general downside move. This is a Singapore-based company. Again, pretty recent IPO. What I'm seeing, just over 500 million shares. So decent shareage as well here, about 500 million shares. If I see anything else on JBDI, I will let you guys know, but really interesting one here.
500 million's a float, I guess. Yeah, that would have to be the float that you're referring to. And it's only done 12 million shares today. But yeah, it's trying to make a bit of a bottom. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy technically. It almost has to break out above 260 or try to challenge a fresh low at some point on that bad boy. Firm still has not broken the high. Intel is still not doing much in the way of dips. It's getting close to that 21 level. I feel like you just maybe have to try the 80 level if we're going to even get it as we continue to go to the upside here. Intel been strong. That JBDI, I'm going to throw it up on a side chart because I feel like if it does like one more break of the low and then you just get any kind of a break back above a halt down level, that's usually a good spot to try to take something in. When it gets beneath $2, suddenly it opens things up like risking 10, 20 cents. And all I have to do is halt up one time for a bit of a win there. But just be careful. I want to see it do some kind of a bottoming, false break of the low, and then come right back up on that JBDI. You have to have some kind of a structure to get into that thing, unless you're just guessing on a halt, which I don't like doing.
No, guessing is never great.
No, unless you get like the very first break on a halt upside. like on Friday, that's what happened with DJT. DJT, when Trump tweeted, or I guess he didn't tweet it, he went on Truth Social and said, I'm not selling. I believe he did anyways. The first break and halt up, if you got that first halt, I didn't get a fill on the bid then, but that was like on the move. That's different because you're getting that first move and then that one. But if you're just taking a random haul when a stock is halted 21 times, to me, you're just guessing at that point.
Tesla. Again, boom. Huge move there for Tesla. Well, so we're taking another piece. A huge move. I mean, we were playing basically the bottoms and the top here of the last hour. So, okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, nice move upside there for Tesla. We don't need to worry about it. The other trade here, let's spin this. Thanks to Neil for flipping over into Palantir and putting some more money over here. It was a good trade. We talked about getting that dip into Palantir, and there it is again. So what's up to everybody that's out there, man? As we talk about this coming through, there's a trade. So if you guys are trading firm capital and a prop trader, then this is what we talk about real trading when we talk about that. And I put it on the chat like real sees real. This is a good trade. Because if you're able to put on some shares, which of course we're scalpers, so we are able to do that, as are you, as are a lot of people that are out there. There's Palantir. We talked about waiting for dip buy opportunities to get in. Fell literally into our lap to the point where I wasn't even talking about it, and it was you guys there on the chat. So I tip my cap to you for this. So thank you so much for that. Hey, we scratch each other's backs, baby. And right now, guess what? It's almost $1. Right now on Tesla, as we stay true to this name, and it gets right back up into 228. Let's see if we can put an offer right here, 228.30s right now on Tesla. And again, it's just a tale of two names. You can see Neil's short, we're long. It's just a matter of what some of these stocks are doing. There goes Tesla right now. Nice move back up to the upside. We bought the dips on this one, and we're feeling pretty good as there goes Tesla trying to get P&L 1 today, TSLA. So nice move to the upside here. We're going to get some out if we can. I want to see about a 228.20 area right into this level. So hopefully that will be something to talk about in a couple minutes. And then Palantir, already a dime piece. We told you guys we like those kind of things around here. There it is on Palantir. We put a dime plus in our pocket. Now let's go. If we can get something at 70, that's where the 50-period moving average is. So we'll sit around 65, 66, see if we grab that. Hey, there it is, man. TJX fan, everybody up there looking for different names. So Micron, that was one that we had talked about earlier. That Apple trade down there at 215 as it was written, man, on here will be forever haunting me as we missed that trade 3-4 times back to the downside. Looks like Micron is, I had no idea what that was, Fabian, but I do like it. Micron, oh, as it was written, right? Okay, my bad.
Nas.
Yeah, that's who I'm referencing right there. But 87, 77, 88 for Micron. I'd like to leave it alone until we get to there. But it's $1 now in the money for Tesla. Just got to break and hold above 228. So, hey, look, we threw out NVIDIA. That was a mistake to do that because it did wind up going down, but it allowed me to focus. And when I'm focused, man, is when we do the best. So that right there on Tesla, we put $1 in our pocket. That's not easy to do. We're happy to do it here on TSLA. Stay in your lane. And if you have full self-drive, you don't have to worry about it.
Tell Stout to holler at me, man.
That's right.
No, Fabian was referencing, there's a guy that does say as it was written in Dune. Although, look, I'm as much of a science fiction nerd as anybody, but I'm still saying Nas. Straight up, as it was written. But Apple reload here, high 30s. It just pulled right back into the quarters, so same level we got out some before. But there's a wick. It's about to retest that high. If it doesn't follow through like last time, then I don't want to reload. Like to me, it's trending down there, and that's where you want to give it a chance to reload. But if it just wicks this and continues higher, I don't want that reload. Okay, JBDI is very close to running the bottom. Intel doesn't seem like it wants to give you any kind of a dip. It might just get to 21 first things first. And Affirm, still nothing. I mean, nothing doing with this 45 level on Affirm, unfortunately. It just doesn't seem to want to get there. That JBDI, I might have said JBDL, apologies, it's JBDI. There it is. It's about to, at least it seemed like it was about to run the bottom. The setup I'm looking for is a break of this low because it's held this bottom at about $1.90 several times. So the setup would be break the low, don't flush more than like 10 cents or so, and then immediately reclaim it back to the upside because these are halt down levels, 190, and then a reopen there holding, a halt down at 189, and then it held it. So it's been holding the line here with a couple of halts in between. I want to see it break that low and then be able to sort of reclaim it immediately for a bit of a long. Because in that way, you break 90, don't break 80, you go long on the way back up through 90, and then throw your stop at 80 would be the setup I'm looking for on JBDI Holdings, down 92%. It's not often you see something down 92%. And if it does that move, the first resistance is at like 220. That's immediately 20, 30 cents away on a move where you could be risking 10 to 12 pennies on it. That's what happens when it's so cheap. But it needs to run that stop at the low of the day. That's the setup I'm looking for. And Intel just seems to want to break 21 clean at this point. I feel like we're going to get 21 before anything else happens here on Intel. Whether or not a firm has broken 45 at that point, I can't say. I still have the order in there, but at some point, if it doesn't break 45, then I'm going to cancel that order as we get closer to the end of the day here. Intel seems to want to get there first at this 21. Let me know what else you guys are looking at because those are the four things I'm watching here. In Apple, JBDI, and obviously a firm at that 45 and Intel are the things that we're going to be paying attention to. One of these is breaking the top any second now. Feels like it'll be Intel now.
Yeah, I don't think it will be a firm. We're also waiting for that 45.
It might be still, but
I was just going to say that a firm right now, not a huge short flow, man. It's like it's only 8%. So not a huge rally spot there for them. But I don't know.
We were noticing that about Carvana too. Like the short flow way down on Carvana.
They're way down. But the thing is like, I don't want everyone to get obsessed with certain names happening. Like imagine if a firm actually breaks 45. How far is it going? 46? So how much would that be? $1? All right. So as we sit there and wait for that, guess what we have on Tesla right now? $1. So it's like we could be patient, which we are, but at the same time, I feel like it is very, very important that we just stay focused on the names that we have and watching out for some opportunities that are sometimes right in front of our face. We don't have to get super excited about trades that actually aren't happening yet, but we'll wait for that. I think that's a good plan of action. We already stamped a good long, hopefully, on Intel. I think that can continue to work for long-term accounts right now at those kind of levels. I see Uber was dancing around a little bit as you guys are probably looking for some more trades. Yeah, okay, well Uber literally doing, it's not doing anything. Just dancing here, as I'll show you. It's doing nothing. I guess I just got it. Some sort of I don't know why it would have showed up as a scanner there, but
it went nuts on Friday. But
yeah, down to $72 again. Okay, so Uber right now down 1%. Yeah, not exciting. I look at that chart. I actually had a great talk with the Uber driver that I had back from the Gulf, and he's going to be messaging me as we talked all about different asset classes and things like that. Look what's happening right now, man. It is
another one,
followed by hopefully. And then tomorrow or on Wednesday, I'll have to talk to this guy. But there we go. Look at Tesla right now, guys. This is what we're doing. This is a good trade, right? Whether or not you're trading options or whatever. It's $1 now in the money. We're $1 on this trade, and it's just been about 20 minutes since we last hit that bottom spot right there, actually, 245. So yeah, exactly 20 minutes there. Nice move now, starting to go higher for Apple, or Tesla here. So not just a pretty face. Hopefully we're able to give you guys some good trades on board, and that's what we're doing right now with Tesla and Palantir. I mean, there's the two. We've only had 2 trades here this afternoon, and both of them right now are definitely printing, and that would be 2 for 2. And then Nvidia would be 3 for 3, but we got a little excited and got out of that one for flat as we thought the market was trying to break higher. All right, just an out here. If we can get something out at 229, we've done really well on Tesla today. Short there. And then out here, so that was short at 229.25, out at 227. That was a $1 and a $2 winner. And now we flip over into the long again for reasons. We're not a CMT by any stretch of imagination, but I would think we can read the charts just fine for what we're doing and continuously putting up some winners. I want to appreciate Ponzi Fonzie for you. Some of the stuff that you messaged me is very true, and I do respect that. 238.50 right now coming in on Tesla. So we'll wait to see what's going on right now. It's $1.30 in the money on TSLA. There goes Intel, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't dip. There was one chance to dip by this thing at 2075-ish or so, but it just broke the 21 level. It's Intel, so it just went to 07s on the initial break. Actually, 5s and 6s. I didn't really even see any prints at 07, to be honest with you, but the old people wait says there was a dark pool wick up there or something. But if it gets any higher, like this is a top-end move. We still have some time. I don't think it sees 22 today. This is starting to get parabolic. There hasn't been a red candle on the 15-minute. Usually that means you could be primed for a reversion. And I'm going to point out right in here, 2025. Feels like this is going back into the 30th, the end of the month. You had a nice level there at the open that it was able to hold at 2025. So I feel like that would be an easy out. If we get up to the quarters, I want to be out of this. So if we get to the teens, that's the next stop. I don't want this failing underneath 21. I'll probably just give it to like 95s. First profit was when it went 5 cents, so I want to get the out underneath that as well. With the way this is going, 7% on Intel with a chart looking like that, if it loses 21, it can easily be back at 2070. And then you're talking about 1.5% back into the downside. So breakout here, I guess no breakout still on a firm, although it's at 44.90. I mean, it might not be breaking out on a firm, but it's also not dipping very far, unlike Palantir. Palantir really dipped when it didn't make that break of the high. Still have a chance for this affirm trade. You're running out of time here. If the break doesn't happen in the next 20 minutes or so, I'm canceling my order. I don't want to take it too late. And I said I will not reload Apple. I want to give this market a chance at these highs, see what it does. It's just looking a little bit stronger. We consolidated here and then trended back in. It held 216. I feel like I got to give this a chance to see what's going to happen next here on Apple before reloading. If it breaks and fails, then I would just jump into the short the other way. But for now, I'm going to see what happens as it tests this 216.5. I still have eyeballs on JBDI. Doesn't seem like it wants to break the low. This could end up just setting up for a break of this local top here. It's tough to see because the stock has like a range of $7 to $2. But this is $2.22. A break of that looks pretty spicy in here on JBDL. So I felt like I did not want to favor breakout trades today, but Intel went, so we gave it that shot. It went 1-to-1 up and then loses the 21. I'm not giving it in that kind of a play when it's that parabolic all the way back into a 2085 or so. When it fails that break, either it goes right away and it continues to trend up, or you've got to wait patiently on INTC. So I'm not going to play the dip unless I see it go right back into a key support level. It gave you 07s if you're really great. I got filled at 05. That was the best fill I was able to get there. Didn't get anything above that. I'd say it's a pretty fail breakout as far as I'm concerned for it to initially look okay and then immediately lose that bid on INTC. So still eyeballs on that JBDI. Doesn't seem like it wants to run the lows, although it's making another try at it here. It's a simple plan. Break the low of the day, hold 80s, long back through 190.
All right, good little talk there about Intel, of course, and I don't know if Sharif or Adara had traded that, but a little bit of a tough one there. All right, look at Palantir right here. Face slap. There it goes. I mean, Palantir. I mean, what else? Who next? We just should have reloaded right there, but nice move up there for Palantir as we're just starting to get some out. I mean, we can get another thing out here at 66 if we're able to get filled there. That would be nice. Let's see if we can get that on PLTR. We just miss it, but a nice little out there for Palantir. You guys wanted not wanted some trades, but you had mentioned some possibilities there for PLTR. I agreed. And what we did was we just went over there and we were able to find out right there what was good. And that was some support levels right there for PLTR. So we talked about being as simple as possible right there. Remember, we anointed Obi a couple months ago as the next one there, as we were calling him our Padawan right there. And support and resistance levels, very, very key. So we'll do it right there off the 50-period moving average right there, 65, and get a piece out. And now maybe as we fall back in, we do have a good trade still happening. Maybe we get a 61. Now I'm going to cancel the 66s and see if we can get that. All right, so 228.50. Like we were there on Tesla at 228. We talked about maybe getting a piece out up here. Sorry, that's 229. It failed at 229. That's right. It failed at 228.50. So we'll miss that by 50 cents as here we come right back down in now into the market comes Tesla. So nice push. I guess we should put a piece out there again if it comes up to 228, maybe 228.50. I don't know, man. 75, 80 cents, pretty good on this one. We'll see if we could take another piece out and watch out for Palantir coming. Thank you, Sebastian, for that. But again, I got to thank both Neil and the chat there for pointing out Palantir and putting in a positive.
You'd have loved it on Friday.
Stock there. Oh, yeah, I mean, I love trading every day, but,
no, but there wasn't it was weird. Like there wasn't a particular reason to have looked at it on Friday, and then you looked back and it was like, oh, the even dollar was just over and over.
Oh, yeah.
But there was no reason in the morning to look at it. That's the problem.
Right. I mean, that's the thing, right? So here's Palantir on Friday. I mean, I just see maybe 35 came.
That's all. It was just 35.
Yeah, just once there. Okay. All right, there.
Break.
Yeah, oh, yeah, right off here off the open. Yeah, right there again. The missed opportunity today was the easiest one, and it was Apple. And we had, like, it's like, Sean, why are you even doing a sticky note here? As by the way, there goes Tesla, floss it off. Tesla right back there to 228. We'll take 85 cents right there. If you guys are looking for, we do have the watch list. You can go grab that. Go to Trader TV Live, grab our watch list every single day. But right here on Apple, look at this, 215 long with a 214 level to be looked at right there for Apple. So buy. 215s right there for AAPL. So again, maybe I go on too many breaks around here, but during the midday, as you can see, if we're going to look at Apple and be honest with ourselves, this is about as easy as you can get. So we first get it there, it drops it and we lose it, that's fine. Then we take the 214 long and we take $2.50 or $2.30 there. But look what happens there, that's 215 hold. That's 215 hold, that's 215 hold. It just kept on holding that level and we just didn't get back to it. So mistakes abound there on Apple today. And we should have just kept going back to the well there on AAPL. See that's coming back in, so that's gonna be a good trade there. For Neil on Apple. We talked about Intel. We talked about getting that fill on Tesla right there at 228 on that move back up. So now we're light on Tesla. I now have that 10% left on TSLA. Look, it's still 60 cents in the money. So if you want to take it out, please be my guest. On Tesla right there. It's 3:15, so you are in the hour of power right now. You know what? People are mentioning
Sebastian's saying Snap. I'm in Snap all day long. You know what? That's a mea culpa there because I feel like there was a couple of times that I saw people mentioning Snapchat and I meant to go over to it and, you know, obviously when you're looking at the stocks that you're involved with and you only have so many charts and level 2s you can have up. But wow. Yeah, that's pretty good for Snapchat. I talked about the parabolic-ish type move on a 15-minute that Intel had. There's, again, not even a red candle on the 15. It seems like it's about to just put one in. Like if we just closed and had the first, there it is. That's the first 15-minute. Wow, did Apple just print 16s? Yes, it did. So very quickly, Apple printed 216 even. I just jumped out at the even dollar. But on Snapchat, this looks like a reversal here. That's the first red candle on a 15-minute after all of that upside, and it's at a previous high. And I usually like to draw a trend line from the last point of consolidation and then take the break of that trend. The crazy thing is that kind of already happened, and then it held on the other side of the trend line. So the current high would work at that 85, 86. But wow, has this been ripping faces off on Snapchat? It might just be a fluke that was the first red on the 15. And a lot of times when you're going mean reversion, if you want to go against the grain on a stock, you better have a pretty solid reason to look at it. Sebastian's saying they have a conference tomorrow. You can send in the email. Yeah, so if that's the catalyst, the conference tomorrow, I feel like that's also a reason why people could take profit. But first red candle on a 15-minute when it's trying to hold a high, I do like that for a mean reversion trade. So there is the trend since the last break. There is it attempting the break of the trend, does not get back above, puts in the same high at 82, 82, 83. So I'm going to put the stop at the high and see if I can't get picked up on the offer. Again, I like the risk reward of that trade. JBDI is a disappointment in that it's setting up that long that I want. That's a JBDI. It's setting up that long that I want. It just won't make the run of the low of the day. I need it to be trapping people or stopping people out at that 190 low and then going back to the upside. That's what I would like to see. But there's 216 on Apple. That's where it went twice now. So it's been 216 half resistance into 216 even. Whether or not we can get that again, if it goes back up to the top, I'm going to try and pick that short up again. So it is what it is. Like sometimes you just find the resistance level. If you like the short, find a stock that's giving you resistance and take it. If you like the long, find a stock that's giving you support and take that. Whatever you're able to get is what you want to be able to do here. But Snapchat does seem like it's going to be the next thing on my radar if I can pick this up on the offer. I don't want to have to, you know what, I'm going to get cheeky and see if I can't pick up a midpoint here, like a midpoint bats, and see if I can pick up some Snapchat on the south side. I see you, TX Jets fan. Yes, sir. Well, Aaron Rodgers looks a little rusty, Jets fan. NYCB, New York City Community Bank, Bancorp. I saw Sharif all over this one, trading it pretty heavily, and it looks like it's doing a bit of a mean revert as well, but that's been strong. 8.5 points to the upside. It does have a short float as well. I think the problem, and maybe why it's starting to revert, is look at this, call it like a W pattern or whatever the heck you want to give that. It looks like a W to me, so that's what I'm going to call it. It's got this resistance at 1160. So it's trying to break that. Like right now, you have that as the exact high, kind of the top end of that W. So it makes sense that you'd have some sellers in there. I'm not buying tops on this. I don't really know this story, to be honest with you. I wasn't paying attention to it or trading it all day, whereas we've been watching Intel the entire day. And I don't necessarily also want to mean revert it. Snapchat is giving me the reason to do so, although I did not get that midpoint just now. I tried to get 78 halves. I was on the offer 79. And then I threw a midpoint order at 78. Didn't get that fill either. Just going to leave it in, see if I get picked up at the 78 level there. Matt Karn's asking for levels on Chewy. Sure. I was just sitting with the same orders here. Now that we're out of Apple, I'm just looking to get into Snapchat or maybe that JBL. So levels for Chewy up 2 points. That's great. Chewy's been on one. It's hilarious because Roaring Kitty does that, I guess, technically was an anti-Chewy tweet, and Chewy's been like rallying ever since. So yeah, good one there, Mr. Kitty, because that was a pretty good spot to have bought here. Like this is, I believe it was it this day? I think it was this day on the 6th. Either way, Chewy's just been flying higher, and as far as levels go, I don't have any. Like this is the daily chart on Chewy. And it is a bit of a blue sky setup. So the level to me would be back into 30 where resistance could turn to support, maybe 30 half, but it's absolutely flying here. Chewy up 2%, and that makes 5 or 6 days in a row to the upside. That's absolutely hilarious. One tweet, a bunch of people dump, it makes a bottoming pattern, and now it's been up like 6 days in a row. I wonder if he actually, kind of wonder if Roaring Kitty actually sold anything, or maybe he just made the tweet and held his longs. Yeah. I mean, no, but I don't.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, everything is all, everyone's so self-serving. That guy showed 30 sheets in his bank account, and we're all here waiting to see what's going on. Like, I mean, honestly, that guy's one rich dude, so we'll see what winds up happening. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know. All right, so let's.
What was that? Oh.
Okay, all right. Man, I just looked up in the eyes, and I can't.
You can't look into the lights, man.
God damn.
No,
I
not
can
those
see
kind of
again.
lights. Yeah, that doesn't work for me.
No, it works for me.
No, I look up at the lights, it takes me a hot minute, man. It's a bit much. That's why I wear these in the middle of the day.
Oh, I thought it was because you look so cool in those.
No, I don't think I look cool in these.
No?
No, you know what? I'm not a huge fan of the color. I wanted a pair of like blue light glasses, and I just bought the cheapest ones because I figure they're all the same. And I'd rather a different color if it was like that. The orange is not really anything I'm into, but it's what it is. What, you guys have all these graphics here. Got the whistle. Like whatever happened to like the classics around here? We got the.
Oh my God.
See? I'm a classic man. Classic man, like Jadena. You ever heard that joint? The rap song. Classic
man?
Classic man, yeah. Dude, this dude, you like him, Jadena. He has like Chief Don't Run. That is a
Jadena's the guy?
Yeah, the Chief Don't Run is that's a joint right there. We'll get Ramin to play it on Friday maybe. So I got Snapchat here at the 78, just kind of left the order in and was able to get it. Yeah, Chief Don't Run. They played it. It was in the Netflix for Luke Cage. It was the first time I heard it, and
Netflix.
It's a
I
bang.
didn't even see Mortal Kombat movies.
Luke Cage is the Marvel one. Marvel ones, like
I thought Liu Kang was
no, it wasn't
Mortal Kombat.
No, Luke Cage from Marvel. It was during that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know nothing about that. You're a classic man. I'm a simple man. You know what I mean? All right. Here, I'm a rocket man. All right. 36.59 right now. Coming for Palantir. We'll wait. I think we've already got a piece out there at 60s again on that level. So we're just getting lighter and lighter on it. You're now underneath. You're starting to head down. We do have a downward sloping 50-period moving average, which was not a great sign. We did touch all-time high, not all-time highs, because we did have squeeze play mania back in the day with Palantir. I feel like Palantir got into $40. Hold on a second here. Let me have a quick look at this one on a weekly chart for PLTR, because I remember back in them days. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yes, we are close to being right there. I said I never sold Palantir shares, but I bet you I did in this, Randy, in this area here, because this was when we got long. We got long there, and then it was just a matter of, I would have, okay, so I don't think I've ever said I've never sold Palantir shares, but definitely, if I was seeing this and we just got long at $9, we probably would have got something out. So I feel like we definitely sold some Palantir shares right in there, but nothing in the last two years or so. Nice upside move there for PLTR, right back at these highs again. So let's just talk about this being as honestly as we can. I mean, this stock continues to mint a lot of millionaires. And I mean, it's going to the upside, 37.28. You know, it's like 35% of NVIDIA employees have claimed to be worth more than $5 million or something like that, maybe even be 10 million due to stock options and all of that. And that was like 35% of employees. Imagine that. So there's a nice move up there for Palantir. I'm assuming something similar for Palantir shareholders, although obviously up just 400% from then isn't huge. But if you were able to buy some you're up 400% from last year. So nice move there for Palantir on the weekly chart. And those of you that are in that name, no problem selling. I mean, there's the bump up on the S&P inclusion. September 23rd is when it gets included. So everyone chasing everything to the upside could easily.
Well, I think you have to have bought it because the 23rd is Monday.
Right.
So that means you have to, it'll be like as of Friday close, right? So that's the important thing. That's how that works, right? Like it's the last trading day before it adds is going to be on Friday, which will be the day that, I'm not saying there's going to be a big imbalance, but that'll be the day. On Friday, I promise you, at the close, when the imbalance locator pops up the early look, we'll be looking for Palantir. And when it hits at 350, we'll be looking for Palantir. I mean, Dell too, because Dell's going in, and there's was it American Airlines? Is it down? American Airlines and something else. Etsy.
Yeah.
Those are going from the S&P to like one's going to the mid and one's going to the small. It looks like Hawaiian Electric. Here it is. Central Pacific reportedly nearing a deal to acquire Hawaiian Electric's bank. A sale would help Hawaiian Electric's finances after the Maui fire. So it did make a big spike up. It's already retracing in. I feel like the lowest hanging fruit is usually, it broke out from about 12.12-ish or 12.10. If it pulls all the way back in or VWAP, that would be a nice spot to look for a bit of a bounce play. But the news hit, it went $1, and now it's already back half of that on Hawaiian Electric. They've been under pressure. You hope the best for them, obviously here. Just looking at the daily chart, no real key levels until it gets maybe back even into that 12. Like that 12 level is the 200 period on the daily for HE.
Okay, more Intel. Okay, let's have a quick look at this. So $21. I know Neil was in this name at 21, but it's been nothing since then. It's just been kind of hanging out. So I think this is a decent area to buy a name. We're already double long in Palantir and in Tesla. I don't think we'll buy some Intel up here, up 6, but I mean, again, a great trade, great day to be long on Intel. We talked about that at $20, and we should have been there for that, and we were not. So that's bad. On that one, you could see right now a firm has gone the other way. Maybe we should have announced that we were going to hit this long, but there it is, a breakdown through. And again, back to the 200 period, I would say it's a buy, but I'm not going to buy a firm. I just wanted to buy it because we were at these levels. And I mean, wow, amazing. And, you know, even last night I was looking because I'm going to trade in probably my 12 Pro. My wife, I think, has a 14 Pro or maybe a 13 Pro on the Apple trade-in event or whatever for the 16. And I saw yesterday in Canada here, you can choose a firm as well to use that. So I don't think that was not new news today, was it? Because
it was in the middle of the day.
Yeah, there must have been something else.
Something hit the wire about it.
I checked. Yeah, maybe that.
No, but it was known. It was not like it wasn't a surprise, but like they reported something anyways. But it was known what was reported, and the algos took it up. That's all.
Right. Yeah, because Affirm and Apple, I think that story is months and months.
Oh, months ago.
So I did notice that. So that was a good sort of thing there for Affirm. Congratulations, anybody on that one. I would say it's a sell, but I don't like to hold companies that don't make money. Of course, and one name that makes some money and used to make a lot more than what they're doing right now. Maybe not, actually. Disney right now, above $92. Their revenues are probably through the roof still. We'll have to double check it. But there goes Disney right now, falling off of VWAP and making moves back down. I feel like we've done really good here in the afternoon. We've only traded 2 names for you, Tesla and Palantir, and both have been pretty hot fire. So we'll continue to watch out for that. NVIDIA
Disney is making money.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're making a lot of money. Yeah.
The stock price.
They don't have a negative EPS.
No.
There's the move down right there for NVIDIA. So we should have stayed into that short. Then, boy, oh boy, would we have been quite well. The number one P&L name next to Tesla will be the triple Qs today. And as Michael Noss retweeted, actually, I can maybe find that from his retweet when he mentioned something that I had tweeted out about TQQ, was just pounding that top back and forth, until eventually it broke. So we should have done the same thing there again, but we had stayed away from it above the 50 period, above VWAP and all that. Completely different than hitting it when you're at VWAP. So that was a good trade until it wasn't. But these were the shorts that really paid. When we had top to bottom for you guys live on the air at 10 o'clock, like that was a monster right there. And we had written down here that we wanted 67 short. So when this came up to 66.60, good enough, hit that huge move to the downside. I do like that comment there that live trading had. Maybe we could make a post about it. What segments do you guys want? I had sort of talked about a segment that would be more going over the major averages every day, and we do have stuff like that happening now and whatnot that's going through the stock symbols, but maybe more index related. So you guys did have any questions? Too bad we can't have like a Google form where people could put in.
We can do that. 100% we can. Fabian did that for the there was that game show, the game show thing we were going to do. I think you could do something like that.
That'd be kind of cool.
Work.
Like maybe more crypto talk, more things like that would be a decent. I don't want to.
I'm down with that.
Give people ideas.
The whole idea is to give people ideas.
Yeah, we want their ideas because
we want your ideas.
I have probably too many ideas, so I want to
meta to the upside.
Which ones are? We are creating a question and answer poll in the chat right now. Says everyone's favorite,
and it looks like this:
the Chilean nightmare.
And remember, if you want to be in the chat to answer said question and answer poll, it is a subscribers only chat. So you got to be a sub, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and then you're able to ask for something there, so you can ask a question. And well, I'm not gonna, because my question doesn't matter. We want your questions. And you get the idea, you type it in, you hit enter. But you do have to be a subscriber to be able to be in the chat and to be able to get your question in there. Let's throw to Adara. I believe we're right now going to sector 1.
We're going to take a look at some of these names in the S&P 500 that made outsized moves to the upside or downside today and discuss their catalysts. One of these to talk about here is Micron. This name actually is set to report next Wednesday, 25th, after the bell. So on watch ahead of earnings, getting a price target decrease here from 140 to 100 by Morgan Stanley with an equal weight rating. Also, I saw some speculation that this move to the downside could be in sympathy with SK Hynix, which also does some DRAM, getting a negative note and a double downgrade from Morgan Stanley this morning as well. Next up, we have CrowdStrike. CRWD really strong here on the day, announcing this morning that it's working on a cybersecurity, a startup accelerator, expanding that here with AWS and NVIDIA. So a couple mega cap names giving CRWD a boost with this collaboration. CrowdStrike also on watch ahead of its investor event set for Wednesday afternoon. Last but not least, here we have BLDR. This is Builders First Source getting an upgrade to a buy here from Truist Securities and a $220 price increase, up more than 2% today. A couple interesting names in this list, guys.
Was DR Horton, I think.
I thought it was a different one.
I think Michael, he was just asking me what Michael was talking about earlier. I thought it was DR Horton or...
It was KB Holmes. The only reason I was just asking Sean that while Adair was on, we have Michael in the afternoon. So in the aftermarket show, the market recap, we're going to have Michael on again. And I was like, I wanted to make sure I went over to see what they were doing. And the one I was looking at, I think it was the first place I thought was with DR Horton. But yeah, KB Holmes is one. So we're going to have him on. If you have any questions for Michael, maybe about Bitcoin, cannabis, any of the things he's in, be able to throw them in the chat after we roll over. I feel like if you do it now, it might get lost in the sauce there, but Michael's always gracious enough to talk about any symbols you guys are interested in. I know he's looking at natural gas, and we get a few people asking about that. Snap and we got to 78. It tagged 73, got to 72 there for a second, so it went that 5 cents here. You're risking to that top is 5 cents. So when it got to the first 5 cents, we take some out. I think the lower high is going to be in play. If it breaks 980, I'm just going to jump out of this. Do not want to risk all the way to the high. It's crawling ever so slightly. Now that it's past 330, I can tell you Affirm, now down at $44. So obviously no 45 break is going to happen. Throw that out the window. Although tomorrow, just because it didn't break today, there's so many times where you're looking for something to happen on the day, it doesn't, and then you give it up. You can't really do that because it's still holding 44. This could easily flat top break this. It's a pretty significant double top on Affirm. And I feel the same way, Tesla didn't get to 235 to break that out today, but that doesn't mean you forget about this 235 level on Tesla. Who knows? You never know the day it's going to break, and you want to make sure if you think it's a key level, you should be there every single day just in case it does happen. So that's what I feel about Affirm at 45. Still feel that about Tesla at the 235 zone, where if I zoom in more, you can sort of see double top in here, resistance back over in July. At some point, I think we break through that one and head to the upside. We'll see. Obviously, Affirm's not going to happen today, but it could easily tomorrow.
Yeah, it could open up higher. All right, just an update here as we got out of Palantir. So we have again, about that 15 or 20% left of Palantir. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outs. I just got out because we're under the 50 period. We talked about this sloping lower. We're lucky enough to get it there, and then get it there again, and here it comes. So we're going to just drop out of Palantir. I mean, maybe we'll just, there we go. We just got out of that one right there at 42 for flat, our last piece there. We got in. Oh, no, sorry. We got out of some and then back into some. All right, we don't need this trade. We'll get some out. We're long at 42s. This was sort of the reload area that we had talked about. So we just want to get out of this as we've broken a little bit lower now for Palantir. So let's just, there we go. We'll clock out of it and put a winner on the club for Palantir. So it's not a big one, but we'll props out on that. And good thing that we talked about that earlier and got out of PLTR. Just canceling all of our stops as well. Putting it in stop for Tesla because Tesla was a good trade. Again, we'll go 2 for 2 here in the afternoon, and we'll watch out for this break of 227.50, looking like it wants to break lower. Unfortunately, we won't be the maximum profit that we could have had, but you got to hold on to something. And again, only 10% left, as you can see, many outs, exactly 9 of them. So we'll see if we can get out right now as this makes its move. So that, of course, is Palantir. I still have NVIDIA up because I wanted to actually break NVIDIA long here, and it's
going up.
Not really. It's going up from 116. So you just went to VWAP again. I thought maybe with the market trying to go, there was a chance that we could break through 117. That's still a minute away, so we don't have to worry about that. Another positive name for us today will be AMD. And it looks funny because that last in and out there, I think that was a mistake, in and out there at 152.50 because we had that short there at 152, and we talked about this on the midday show again, right there. So that was 12 o'clock. We went for a walk, we came back in, and then we did this damage. Right there. So that turned out to be pretty nice. Trade, we just get out of some Tesla and then we shorted again right here. And then I guess maybe got stopped out there the last little bit as we probably tried it again. Yeah, we probably tried it there out at 50. So now AMD just kind of just chilling. Tesla does come back in as the futures are trying to break lower. So we'll get out. And that's why you got to put the stops in because we're out there at 48. It's at 38 and going lower. So bye-bye. We do not have any more reloads in anything. I have no more pending positions. I want to get back into something. Just don't know what that something is yet. So, and it's going to be something short. So we'll have to find out for what that's going to be. But for right now, maybe Intel's been really strong.
Apparently, Affirm is accelerating. But
I'm
back in
tanking.
Yeah, I mean, Affirm fails at 45 and starts tanking. But Apple, as the market tries to roll over, we'll try Apple for a third time in here. This local high is like 53. It feels like it wants to run it, though. Like, this is a little stronger. The last 2 times it came into this level, it hasn't been this strong. So I feel like if it goes this time, it's 338. There might not be a fourth trade here as we're getting into the last thralls of the session here, I suppose, the best way to look at it. Oddly enough, like, I haven't gone long Apple today once. Like, it's only been shorts on Apple. And I'm looking at the way that it's finishing the day. And if it gets above, and there it goes, it just ran to the top. So we'll go 1 for 3 on Apple this afternoon. This morning, it was all shorts. It's been a good short overall. And I know it says down 2.7%. So, okay, fine. Shorts have worked on Apple, and it's down 2.7%. But if you look at this from the open standpoint, I guess, maybe I'll look at a 15. I want to look at a 15-minute show. That looks a lot better for what I'm trying to say on the 15-minute. From the open, you get the wick bottom, then the higher low, and then it's pulling back into, like, previous support has turned into resistance. If it breaks that out, then it's that old V-shaped recovery off a bottom break, which is usually bullish after it happens. So if we get back above 217, I'd be bullish on Apple tomorrow. The resistance has worked so far outside of that last trade, but that's a flat bottom break this morning and then higher low since that flat bottom break into what could be, we get the Fed on Wednesday, so anything that happens tomorrow, it has like a day and a half to trend, but I would be looking for a 217 over underplay tomorrow on Apple. I was only willing to go short for some reason today, even though the level supported in either direction, but it's starting to look relatively strong. The market was just pulling back on a few things, and Apple's taken out those highs. So just in Snapchat, that's the only thing left in. And even this just bounced off the 70, like 71 down in here. Probably just put a bid in front of 71. It's not really moving as much as you'd like to see. When a stock does this and then tries to pull back, yeah, you want that mean reversion to be a little bit more rapido to the downside. Like, look at the move up. You get the one red candle on the 15-minute. Yeah, you want that to pull back for real. This essentially pulls back 6 or 7 pennies and is going to re-challenge the high. So I'm jumping out of this at 80. Snapchat's on one today. They got that investor event tomorrow.
Is that what it is?
What is it? Well, I shouldn't say investor event. I think it's more like a conference or something tomorrow. But it's on a big time rally here today for Snap. So was Meta. There was some TikTok news this morning again, and that could have had a little something to do with it as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess they're going to eventually divest that. I don't even know if there's been a decision on all of that yet. We're going to go long in the futures when it breaks. So right here, right now, looks like it's trying to go. We're going to go long on a 50 break. It doesn't look like it got there, but pretty close to doing that. We're just at the top. Wants to hold it. We are now, again, only 8 minutes away from the imbalances. So this could be bad. So we'll just give it to the 50 period. If it does break, not huge amount of risk here, but let's just see maybe breaking into the close. Why are we here, man? I think we can come here to test this area. So if we do get a long break, maybe we go back to 19.7. I just feel like it's worth the risk. So that would be a break here of like 19.680 or so, 19.675. Give that back to 55. So that's 25 handles to get back up here. So it's about a 1-to-1 and a little bit more. So we'll wait. There it goes. Nope, didn't break yet. And nope. All right, well, once it does, we should be able to get in as long as my order is set properly. Which it is. So we should be able to get long on this break through 50s and a hold. Then we'll take it. The future's trying to go back to the upside. And we were happy getting out of Tesla, but then it bounces off the 200 perfectly clean and then all the way back up. So we will take that out. But again, Tesla, PL2, TQs, PL1. So we want to still stay on that. AMD is going to be a positive stock. Palantir, we obviously just talked about that as well. NVIDIA red and then Apple red off those 2 early positions. All right. There it goes. So we got long 50 halves or so, round up to 51. We'll wait what winds up happening here. We are into the futures with, again, maybe 5 minutes or so worth of a trade. Well, if it continues to go and it does take out some of these highs into those imbalances, fine. But we just want to see about a high take there. Give us to 30. If it doesn't work, we'll get out of this trade for the NASDAQ, but just a little bit of a test. And this might be a little bit of kind of like not getting bored, but we just took out the top. Let's just see what happens. I think it's worth a shot as there isn't much happening. We did get out of our Palantir and our Tesla. We'll try TQs now.
Yes, sir. And there was,
40s.
I do have the early look up for the imbalances. Believe me, if there was something gigantic, usually we'll let you guys know. But here it is. We have 7 minutes until the imbalances actually come out. Snow is the, I guess, the name that people would be interested in here. 700,000 sell side. Although Unity is 600,000 to the buy. That's about it. We'll get the NASDAQ names when the imbalances drop at 350, but nothing on the early look. I wouldn't be surprised. It's early in the week. And so as we mentioned with Palantir, Dell going into the, for Dell's case going back in, and Palantir's case going into the S&P 500, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Wednesday and Thursday you could also see some imbalances on those two. And then the ones coming out, those could be tricky. That's going to be Etsy and American Airlines. But Snowflake, worth a bit of a watch, and maybe some Unity. Those are the only two things that have anything going on there on that early look imbalance. You can see Snowflake kind of did a small move to the downside as that started to come out. Not much of anything. Unity does have that short float to go with it. It's sort of chilling in the middle. After a strong move, it's pulling back. This one seems a little more volatile. I feel like if you got to pick one that's showing an imbalance, you got a buy imbalance here on Unity of 500,000 shares, and it's been slipping to the downside. So if it comes out a buy and there's a bounce play off of VWAP, that would be spicy for Unity. It's been selling off going into VWAP as we head into these imbalances in about 5 minutes. So just Snapchat in here for me as we got out of Apple. Felt like it was the right call. It's right back into the 50s, although that's still, I got out when it broke like 52. So it's just at that now, pulling back in. If I had hung on to it, like it would have gone another 20 cents against, and then it would be flat right now. I wouldn't trade it again unless we get a 350 to the close trade on an imbalance. Just going to play it with Snapchat and then wait around to see what happens with Unity and the one imbalance. It looks like anything.
All right, we'll go 4 and 2 today, and waiting to see what happens with TQQs. We only have 6 symbols today: the 2 A's, AMD and Apple, Palantir, Nvidia, TQs, and Tesla. Is that 7? We'll wait to see. Here comes TQQs.
I can't believe I left that order.
Keep going up to the upside right now. We'll see if it matters. We are offering 60s. See if we can get a dime. We talked about maybe where we'd get out of this one. Now it looks like we'll get out of it at 30 on a break in and around there. We're just trying to watch the 50-period moving average. So maybe that will be something, maybe it will not. But we're going to wait to see that. Make sure you do so. I just see it right there. Make sure you do stay tuned for the after show with Neil today, the market recap. So that will be coming through with Michael Noss. Talk more about home builders and all of that. Let's just see quickly what gold is doing. We only have 4 minutes now until these imbalances come out, which sucks. I would have liked, this just went to 57, the TQQs there. We could have taken about 10 handles, but we didn't do that. We'll wait to see if it comes back in again. Right now, it's just dangerous trading near 355 for sure. Gold today, flat. I want to take a check at that because we just broke through all-time highs over the weekend. On Friday, nice move through 234 there for GLD. So that's making some traders pretty happy. Affirm,
love gold.
Missed that. Yeah, exactly. You missed that opportunity there. What's up to gold member, and of course, Mike Myers there and Beyonce.
Oh, Michael, yeah. They're making another Shrek?
They're making another Shrek. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Shrek's a pretty hot movie there for sure.
Bank that. By the way, all right. I've had a flat bottom break order on Lucid. I was about to cancel this. I had this sitting in there when it double tapped. I'm like, whatever. I said this on Friday. No, it was Thursday, actually, when it failed $4. That Lucid, it's probably due for a little bit of a pullback after failing that $4 for the umpteenth time. So it's making the break of the low now. I don't think it has a lot of time to go. So it's going to be a ridiculously tight stop. But I feel like after it made that fail break of 4, it's kind of trending back into the 50 period at 350. But might be a little bit of a nothing burger. I'm only going to give it back into like literally 80. It's a short at 70. I mean, it broke 78, printed 77, and if it gets back above 80, I'm just going to jump out of it. I might have to punch out of that flat. Just got the 71 fill on Snapchat, so bit of a lower high just got put in on Snapchat. If it doesn't break 965 by 350, I'm going to tighten up the trail. But I want to give it a chance to break this 965 and then see where it can go going into the close here. And then Unity was the one with the early look imbalance. It is a buy imbalance of 600,000 shares. It's already starting to bounce off VWAP. Would have been nice if it could have held that downward trend into 350. Maybe the buy and bounce comes out bigger than 600,000. You just go long off of VWAP, but might not actually get all the way into VWAP at 2030. It'll just be Snapchat and then Lucid. I don't know if there's time for this one to go. Arlo said, what you expect for Apple tomorrow? As I was saying before, you did a wipeout bottom right at the open on Apple. And then after that, it's holding higher lows and going to close near the highs. And my general sense usually is when you do a flat bottom break that immediately holds the low right after that and then can break out the top, I look for long. So above, I said 217, but this is like 217 and a quarter. Above 217 quarter, I'm bullish on Apple tomorrow, barring something insane happening. I mean, let's just say it gaps up to 225, that could change my opinion, obviously. But certainly when you get that V-shaped bottom and recovery, I'm going to like this if it can be above 217 quarter. Tupperware bankruptcy. Oh, bye-bye. It's done. I just heard Tupperware here looking at bankruptcy. It's absolutely tanking. This was 120. Now it's down at 73. That's getting nasty on Tupperware.
You heard that? Oh, I didn't even have Benzinga open. Oh, damn. That would have been a short. You guys know I would have been all over that.
I just heard it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah. All good. I mean, making that move down. So good thing you did bring that up. Now breaking below $1. You got to watch out for Tupperware right now.
And it broke the dollar clean.
Was it a halt there? I don't know. But that's wow.
How is it not halted? It's down 50%.
Oh, man. That's too bad. I should have been there. All right, only a couple seconds left. We do have the NASDAQ. We were able to buy some dips here. We are coming out with this and immediately. We do have our stop order ready to go. So here comes the imbalances. Here come the hot stepper, not Tupperware. Here we go with only 5 seconds to go right now. TUP is on everybody's mind, I guess. Now to 60 cents, looking for that halt. And now comes the TQQs, and we are now out. So I see NVIDIA obviously as a sell. So that's not going to be great for our TQ position, which is falling back in a little bit. We are long at 66.48, looking to drop out if it breaks 30. That might happen. Right now is Microsoft's just like, we can't control this. This is why it's very risky to be in these names for sure, heading into the close. But there it is. Nice move back up. Okay. Well, we just said this was a risky spot, but yeah. All right. Nice move back upside. So there's the long. Here we go. Let's see if this can print. Already the number one stock here on the show, the TQQs. We told you we're trading the futures, man. It's been a profitable one. Trading the futures in the last couple months. Here it goes back up to the upside. Let's see if we get some 55s. We're staying there right now. See if we can grab that long 66.47. What's up, Mash Worth? I have no idea. Thank you. Apparently, I gave some great advice. I don't know what that was, but there it goes back up to the upside on the TQs. We'll wait to see if we get stopped out or not, but just took some more out. Very risky positioning into the close against imbalances when you're trading the futures, but we're here for it, so let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, when it comes out relatively flat, I think you're usually safe with whatever your plan was. It's if you get like a huge number on the future, that's when I think you get concerned. But if we're not talking billions on the overall imbalance, when we see 300 million to sell, the NASDAQ 470 million to sell, I don't think that's going to be of any concern. So just got to watch out here. I mean, that Tupperware, it really flashed. I thought it was about to go into a halt, and then it didn't. I mean, 50% down seems like it should be enough. I'm trailing now in Snap. If it breaks back above 73s, that's this local high in here. Otherwise, we're just going to hold into the close. Lucid's pretty much at the low of the day and like barely moving. I'm going to cancel some stop orders that I don't need on like JBDL. Never ended up trading it. Feel like that was a missed opportunity early if you were trying to short it. I was looking for that move to the upside on JBDI. I keep saying JBDL, but it's JBDI. Now halted itself to the downside. That barely even moved. But somehow this stock halted. I don't even understand how you're halting on that small of a move, but I guess that'll be 10% to the downside. It's Tupperware. This could be, you might not see, I don't know if we'll see it trade tomorrow. We've seen this before where it tanks and then you might not get a chance to trade it tomorrow at all, especially at this point. So down 50%. It's making a bottoming pattern here. But you really needed to punch it right away. Like I was talking as I heard it, and it was like the second time they repeated it is when I actually realized what they were saying. By that time, it was in the 70s. at that point. You still could have had one shot at it. I tried to pick something up at the 80s, but Tupperware, not good. Not good at all.
Yeah, not good at all. Okay, so yeah, plans bankruptcy as revival efforts struggle. We are waiting to see if TQQs are struggling to get going here one more time. But what's up, Adara?
Here's some more detail on that Tupperware story here, TUP. Just seeing this here, Reuters apparently reporting here, again, that the company is planning for bankruptcy due to the struggle with its revival efforts. Worth noting, very limited social media attention on this. It was initially shared without necessarily a source, so I wanted to wait to find out where this is coming from, but it is reported here by Reuters. Also worth noting, this is the first news report we've heard from this company since August 14th, when it filed for a non-timely 10Q with the SEC, basically noting some liquidity challenges. So about a month later here, we get reports from Reuters. They're planning to file here for bankruptcy. I will let you guys know if I see anything more in this story.
Thank you, Adara, for that one. And stay tuned for the market recap show with Neil. Stay tuned for hopefully a winner with the TQQs. We just offered 52s right now, trying to take an amazing 5 cents on the futures. Let's just see if it wants to go. Honestly. Came back into 30. We were lucky that we did not get stopped out again right there. Let's just take it out on the upside. We're waiting for, hopefully we can withhold this until 355 when these futures will bounce around even more when we get a little bit of a reversal play here on this. So we'll see if it does come through again. NVIDIA's the sell side. Didn't get too actionable down there to that sell side. WBD Apple as well, feeling some kind of ways on the sell. Google with a buy. We really like Google, man. I want to wake up one day and see this name back above that key 170 level, I think, for Google. So that's at 158 right now. Microsoft still a sell. Yeah, the market's going to continue to fade out here. Here we come right into that 355. There's Google now with a buy. NVIDIA still with a sell. As they flipped over a little early right now, it's only 354.50. So we'll wait. Maybe I'm just going to take a piece out at 50s. There we go. There it is, 52s. Let's go right now. We'll fire off a mini hot dog cannon as it's starting to go back up to the upside as we put on another W here. 3 for 3. There it is. There's a 54. We only have half now. 3 for 3 for you trading here into the close. So far, so good. Let's go, man. The best remains the best as the TQQs continues. A little upside push there. We think we just got a 57. Let's put another one as we go. Yeah, 56 is there. Turning around now on the TQs. I don't know. We're just playing back and forth, having some fun now. 7 cents in the money here on an amazing close, which doesn't seem to be that amazing.
It's been pretty solid. The NASDAQ doesn't want to drop, but it's going to close near those highs. It doesn't go green, but it's still a V-shaped recovery, even if the NASDAQ didn't get to green. I'm now out of Snapchat. 355 just hit, so it could not break any lower than 70. It was essentially short of a lower high in there. Lucid essentially broke the low, got 1 cent. It might be a tomorrow trade for Lucid. That Unity ended up coming out and being a nothing burger, so nothing happening there. And before I get up to the desk, just an update on Tupperware. It's actually still falling. So Tupperware down at 55 pennies. It's not, I would never suggest anyone gamble on this, but it's legitimately true. We've seen the situation before. If you try to take some kind of a shot on this and hold it overnight, you might be getting out of it on the OTC or something, or just waiting for the liquidation to happen. So not good for Tupperware. Bankruptcy, we'll see if there's any kind of a continuation play. I'm going to cancel my stops that are still in for some reason. And I'm going to mosey on up to the desk. We got Michael Noss, the Aftermarket Show. Give us any questions you want. We're going to talk a little bit about certainly the home builders for sure. Maybe a little bit of natural gas, almost certainly, Widowmaker. So enjoy.
Yep.
Nice hat.
Thank you.
We still need a miracle by Philly so that we're alive in our...
Oh, yeah. Well, Philly's not the miracle. We need...
The way our luck has been going in the suicide, we need a miracle. We've been on...
Oh yeah, that's forget about it. We've lost 9 of 10 teams. It's absolute hot mess disaster in our suicide pool.
Not a good look.
We're in a Wall Street pool where it's over like 40 grand goes to the winners. So congratulations on whoever that might be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It never has been in all 20 years we've entered it. So that's a bunch of money donated. It feels like it's been 20 years. All right, 66.50. I'm just sitting here having a good time with only 3 minutes left. I want to thank everybody for joining us, and I hope you filled out that segment. What kind of segments you guys wanting to come through with? You could see crypto right here down 58,000. Ooh, 2,200 Ethereum. What is going on with you down there? I wonder how my guy Cardano is doing right now. Here we go. I mean, just to end the day, honestly, like, we'll be down on Apple, we'll be up on AMD, down on NVIDIA, up on Palantir, up on TQs, up on Tesla. So 1, 2, 3, 4 winning stocks, 2 red stocks. So yeah, 4 and 2. So that's right. And with TQs just adding to it right now. Look, man, I wish there was a little more excitement into this close, but it doesn't seem like it wants to go. With only 2 minutes to go, I want to thank everybody for once again watching us here. I want to thank Adara. I want to thank some guy named Fabian that's over there. Every single person, that's for Andre that's in the back there, was introduced, I think, earlier by Sharif. So shout out to Andre. There he is. Andre, wave. There he is. Yo, what's going on? I want to thank Trade the Pool. I want to thank all of our sponsors today as well. Thanks for the nice hat. We want to also I just thanked Bears versus Bulls. Definitely respect that guy. And stay away from him on the chat, man. This guy's a serious dude. Bears versus Bulls right there. He has all the power. So respect that, ladies and gentlemen. Adara. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks to the calf monster himself, Sharif, who's not here right now. Thank you, Sharif, for all those reversal plays coming through. Thank you to the market today for such another good day of trading. And thank you to everyone that's watching. I mean, we would have no show without all of y'all. So shout out to everybody there, as we only have now 35% left on the TQQs. And yeah, everybody in the chat, Fluffy Hippo, Daisy American Vlogger, I like that one. Happy Zombie as well. Erie Pages, Rivian Millionaire, as we've only got 30 seconds left before this day comes to a crashing end. And by crashing, I mean not crashing at all. NASDAQ still down, but down 0.51. Roblox, 52-week highs. We like that one a lot. Right now, only 15 seconds till the U.S. market closes. Thanks to Benzinga Pro for that one. Oops. Wrong one. There it is. What is that? You can make it look like you're going to hit my head. I see what you're doing there, Ramin. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charge. The market is now closed, and you will now have, in just a matter of seconds, the privilege of joining my friend Neil Roberts on the Market Recap Show. So get ready to rock and roll with that one. But yeah, so far so good. Thanks to everybody. It's 4 o'clock. I don't think we have any earnings coming through tonight, and if we do, it's nothing major, nothing at all. So you get both. Okay, you get both Neil and Michael coming through. XHB, we can quickly go over some and how the day was today. So home builders, I know they're going to talk about it, up 0.69. We could definitely watch out for that one. AMD and Starbucks, a story today for SBUX. That was a story stock today, up to 97 here, down 3%, as the market was relatively flat, but some names definitely hit here today. Watch out for that. No earnings today, but the Market Recap Show is now upon us. Thank you, Chef Joe, for the kind words again in the chat. Without any further ado, it's Neil at the big desk. Some news right now about Amazon and Intel. Let's go find out more about that one and get to the desk with Neil.
Thank you very much there, Sean. It's the aftermarket show, and you're getting a move to the upside on Intel, to the upside there. Where is it? Come on, give it. Oh, don't do this. No, do not freeze now. Don't freeze now. All right, there we go. Intel to the upside at $22, going parabolic to the upside on looks like news with Amazon in here. So Intel, it was sitting at that $21 level and absolutely flying to the upside. So at least something is catching a bit, up 12% here on Intel, as it is absolutely flying. You're still seeing a pretty heavy bid. It did get as high as $22.70, so still in a bit of a pullback phase, but that was a clean $1.70 move on Intel, and just holding the line here at 22. If you look at it, go to the daily, just quickly to the daily. This is that level, that 22 level is, since earnings, the resistance spot. So now it's in gap fill mode as long as it's above the 22 spot. That looks pretty darn spicy here if it can hold this 22 to get some follow through on INTC. I'm still seeing it hold some strength on Intel. Going to go back to the 3 minutes so you can see it. Got to hold over that 22. That's the big one on the daily for INTC. I guess we are continuing the dead cat bounce. It was a breakout was a failed breakout at 21. Like it only went 5 or 6 cents and was in a pullback phase. And suddenly you're just shooting to the upside. And all it is, I mean, it's just an expansion of their already collaboration with AWS. So an expansion of their collaboration with AWS for advanced US-based chip manufacturing. They're going to produce custom AI fabric chip there. It's Xenon 6. So multi-year deal. They like it. I feel like this, it might seem like a bit of an outsized move, but you have to remember where this thing has come from. Like that's always half the story on this. This was a $50 stock at the beginning of the year. Maybe not exactly at the beginning of the year, but more or less. And since then, has been trying to hold $18, $19. So at the rounded bottom, there was a lowercase rounded bottom here locally that broke it out 20 today for one shot. And then you're getting a little bit of a continuation, breaking the rounded bottom here, holding above 22. Now, I'm saying holding above 22 because that's where it is right now. I think as long as we're above that 22, you've got a pretty large gap fill in here. Rivian Millionaire, you sold your Intel. I feel you, man. For a 40, well, how couldn't it be a $40 loss? $50 is as high as that stock has been. You obviously mean something for today, but it's still holding that 22 and continuing to go upside here on Intel, holding 22.5 now up to the upside. AWS deal is not going to move Amazon, and you didn't really see any kind of a reaction there. Again, what difference does it make? We already know AI, they're all spending, whether it's any of the hyperscalers, they're all doing plenty of spending on that. So whether or not they're going to be with Intel or AMD is not going to make any difference with regards to this. So it's just Intel heading into said upside there. I see you're trading it over there. We always have to 415 to the upside.
We took a long break.
Yeah, that 22 breakout was absolutely clean. It looks pretty clean to me. I feel like that 22 is going to be the big line in the sand, and it's holding. It just got to $23. Yeah, Mark Lohr, I see you in the chat. Tupperware filed for bankruptcy, but it doesn't matter. You probably are never going to get to trade Tupperware again. But Intel is going to be here tomorrow, and this news is likely to cause it to spike higher. Now 16% to the upside on Intel, continuing to go higher here. Overall, I mean, the market was a relatively flat day. The only thing that's going to suck about this is you can't really drag the indexes up when Intel goes to the upside. This isn't bringing anything else up with it. It's not like you're going to have any of the semiconductors try to go with Intel in a move. But 23 clean looks like it found some resistance there. There's no levels to watch. I don't think there's levels till it gets to 25. Now that you've broken out that $22 level here, there's really nothing till you get to 25 because 25 was the big support. You got to pull out a weekly. Intel's been so bad, you got to pull out a weekly chart. 25 was that big support level that held for the double up into 50. So that was the one spot that you could have been a buyer on this in the long term where it actually gave you good gains was off 25. That's where I'd expect to see resistance. $25 seems obvious, but I do like support turning into resistance and vice versa. So as long as it can hold on to that 22 and consolidate above, I think you've got some room for this to go a little bit higher. So not a heck of a lot. There's no earnings, but that doesn't mean there's nothing that's going to happen in the aftermarket, as I just saw also flashing in. Good luck, Darwin. I was just about to mention this with MSTR. You do have MicroStrategy announcing a $700 million private offering for MSTR, and that's going to send it to the downside. So MSTR going the opposite direction. There's a $700 million private offering for convertible senior notes due 2028, and there's an option for an additional $105 million. The offering is subject to market conditions here for MicroStrategy, down about 6% here, flush through 134 down into a 131. So a bit of a raise here. You saw some weakness in Bitcoin, losing that 60,000 over the weekend, and then that 58 level also getting lost in here today. And you're going to see MicroStrategy lose the 50 period, heading back down. This is not going to help things. That offering is not going to help anything on MSTR. I was going to go over the weed names and all that other good stuff, but I just want to, after giving you guys that news, I want to make sure we keep an eye on the thing that is moving today. It's a weird thing to say, but even without this, Intel was one of the strongest stocks out there in Techland. Like, this was up 5 points and closing near the high of the day before we had this. So you already had a pretty amazing relief rally going 20 to 21, let alone 21 to 22, and then 22 now to 23. So the even dollars have been bangs to the upside here for Intel. I'd like to see how they respond in the actual market tomorrow. Will the buyers want to hold this one up, or they're going to still sell any kind of good news? Obviously good news for them. We'll see if it can hold. I'd like to see how MicroStrategy is going to respond after we did see some pullbacks in a lot of the crypto names. You would have seen on that loss of 60,000 Coinbase. This was a dip and rip. Mara was a dip and rip, while ending down on the day for these two equity names related to crypto. Both of them, while selling off of the open, able to make some lower highs and pull back in and close with some strength. And this is what I was getting at with Apple. When we were talking about Apple in the context of the day, yeah, Apple was down a couple of points on bad news. But sometimes when you're looking at and evaluating the day of a stock, don't just look at the percentage up or down on the day. Coinbase down 1%. But it made the low essentially in the first 15 minutes and then made higher lows after that. So it was trend to the upside, regardless of what it did at that open. And that was the same thing that we saw over there on AAPL. But the real story, MicroStrategy is a minor one, negative. It's Intel up on an expansion of their partnership with Amazon and AWS for some AI chips. It's now clearing the $23 level and continuing to hold higher. So big move to the upside there for Intel. Now 18%. This is obviously going to be the biggest day for them to the upside. Now, it's not the most volatile day that this has had. It hasn't had an up day of now this, or a percent move as big as this, since we were back in like 2023. Downside, it's had some moves like this, but upside, nothing like it. So big move for Intel, up 18%. Let's see if any of the ideas that we're talking about this morning with Mr. Michael Noss have the opportunity to do that. We have Michael Noss coming through. Good timing, brothers. I think you're starting to settle down here on Intel. We'll keep eyes on that because that is the big story after market. But time for a little trade talk because Noss is ready, and let's get right into it. Mr. Noss, good to have you back. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. A lot that I want to go over with you because some of the things that you mentioned this morning, I feel like deserve a little bit of a repeat. And then there's a couple of things I wanted to ask about crypto as well. So we have a lot to talk about. But welcome back, Michael. How was your day?
Fantastic. I swear, before that news, I was going to come on and talk about Intel. Here, I can actually prove it. So I had Intel on, and this is the trade wave indicator that I keep talking about that we just talked about. And it had triggered a buy ticket today for the first time since, like $35. So I actually pulled the trigger on some Intel into my own account before coming on here. So I'm very happy with whatever's going on, but seems like it's going to be missed the move to talk about. But I have a couple other names, but that was the idea that I was working on to bring to you guys.
So just a recap for everybody here, including maybe yourself. Look, they're trading higher because they've announced strategic collaboration, which is a continuation of their partnership with Amazon on some AI chips. So that's, obviously, getting any kind of a deal is great for them because pretty much everything is going to NVIDIA and all the leftovers have been going to AMD. So you're getting any, from a fundamental standpoint, any scraps they can get in a gigantic pool of spending from any of the hyperscalers, it's important. And certainly this does bode well for them. But the other thing to mention is it made a rounded bottom this morning on if I look at a 15-minute maybe, like I'll go from the daily, and I had a 3 up, and I'll pop this to a 15 here, Michael. And the reason that I think a lot of people, ourselves included, were looking at some longs this morning was it was already making a rounded bottom, and then a nice hold, and then a breakout above 20, and now again just continuing to break higher. Like this was making some nice lows. Consolidation, break. It was trending off of some pretty big lows on the daily. Obviously, it's going to look to be overbought in any time frame, in the short-term time frame. But when you consider how badly this is beaten up to make a couple of rounded bottoms and now break it out, it's a gigantic gap to be filled. And I'm not one of those people that say all gaps get filled, Michael, but they do present fantastic opportunities when you start to fill in said gap.
Yeah, and a name like Intel, yes, they've been the dog of the semiconductor space for a very long time, but whether, it's down, I think like 70% or something from all-time highs here, and such a big name, you got to imagine that if they don't recover, that there's going to be these oversold bounces along the way. If I'm a giant hedge fund and I got it right, and I was long NVIDIA and short Intel this entire time, at some point you got to take profits. So the lack of action between here and that gap could be a little bit of a gap fill. Overall, we need to remind ourselves that it's still a downtrend. So these short pops that happen pretty violently in downtrends in major stocks. So we just got to make sure that we're in profit taking mode. And I'm already watching this thing as kind of a bit of a luck, and I guess that's a good lesson to have. Because I bought some of this before the close because I was looking at this longer rounded bottom, this smiley face that's been happening on the daily chart, and then we had a little buy ticket from the trade wave indicator that we're using. So I bought a little bit onto the close. Obviously had no idea this was going to happen, so I'm already up really, really nicely on the trade, and then reminding myself to not get too excited. Intel's in a downtrend. I should look to take profits. Probably will take some tomorrow on the open.
So just a quick question for you, because as you said, you want to look to take some profit tomorrow on the open. The other thing to consider is, Wednesday, obviously, we're going to get the Fed with a rate cut. Now, it's still up in the air how big the cut will be, although at this point, it's pricing at, I think, 2 to 1, like about 65, 66% that we're going to get a 50 basis point cut. What's your approach? Because this morning you said you weren't looking ideally to swing into anything before. So do you change the manner in which you're going to take profits on anything that you take early going into this? Would you always take any profit that you get on that first day going into the Fed on Wednesday just because it's an actual rate change coming up?
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. I am much faster with my swing trades when there's a major event like this going on. We were talking this morning about KBH, and I was basically saying ideally, and it looks like it's kind of holding, ideally KB Homes waits a little bit in order to break out here of $87, give or take. Ideally, it does. I said I would take it if it doesn't wait for me and it just goes. But you're right. I'm going to be very quick to lock a big portion of my trade into cash, because not only it's a Fed rate decision, this is a contested Fed rate decision. So what I think is important to note is that when there's periods of time where every economic news event seems to matter, for a while there was inflation numbers would cause dramatic moves in the market. Now it's more of this Fed rate. And like you mentioned, this is an undecided Fed thing. If we were going in and there was a 99% chance that everybody knew exactly what the Fed was going to do, I would be way less interested in moving a little bit to cash and waiting for a few days after the announcement to take some trades. But when we're in a decision like this, where you're right, I see it kind of flipping back and forth 50-50. Is it 50 basis points or is it 25 basis points? No one really knows what they're going to do. To me, that means that there's going to be a more volatile reaction regardless of what they do than maybe a normal Fed day. So yes, I want to be selling profits when I have them, raising a little bit more cash, and only taking trades that I really, really like going into it, with probably not doing anything on Tuesday night or Wednesday.
Exactly. And when we say that it's contested, the big difference, take it easy, Sean, great look on that Intel. What a move that was. And it's great to see Intel actually do things, because that's an old name that people have been trading for 20 years or so. It's one of the first stocks I ever traded, no lie. When I went live, I think it was the second stock that I ever put an order on was Intel 21 years ago. But just quickly for everybody out here, usually when you get to the week of a Fed decision, you're looking at, okay, what's going to happen here? And the tool is going to tell you it's closer to 100. It'll get in that like 95, 96, 97%. The day before, 98%. Right now, it's like 63% chance priced in that we're going to get a 50 basis point. And then it's 37 that we're going to get. I was just looking it up there. And about 37 that we'll get just the quarter point. The certainty is that we're getting a cut. That's as close to 100% as it can get, but we don't know exactly what will end up happening. So you mentioned KBH. It hasn't broken yet. If it does, you want to have a bit of a tight stop on it if you could. But I wanted to ask you about, I know you've been talking a little bit about natural gas there.
Yep.
Now, my question for you with regards to, say, nat gas. It's not the same as a tech name where you have to worry about the rates, but my concern would be about any kind of a commodity would be if we're getting a 50 basis point cut, some of that might signal the whole theory that it's bad for, it's bad for the economy. They're panicking because they want to make sure that we don't run into issues with employment, and then that goes into demand issues for just about everything. Are you concerned about that? Would you take UNG before we got, if this breaks out, because if UNG breaks out, I know it's something you were looking at, would you take that before the Fed, same rules apply, get in, get out, or would you certainly wait until after for something like a UNG? I always call this one the Widowmaker, and I don't like trading it ever, to be honest with you, but it's been trying to make a bottom here.
Well, I'm already in, so
okay.
To that question, I'm in UNG, but I do see what you're looking at here with a breakout. I took it when it broke through $14 here. However, I do see what you're looking at, that we have this prior area. It's a very clean looking breakout. Right. I have a fairly tight stop on it, but I don't focus too much on the depths of the macroeconomic side of things. I really don't understand a lot of it, so I'm not going to look too much into it. What I'm more interested in is the market is a very smart mechanism, right? So it's very good at what it does. That's why the fact that we don't know if it's 25 basis points or 55 basis points, that worries me, not because I think, if it's one or the other, we're going to get in a crash or anything crazy happening with the market. It's the market generally wants to price one of these things in and price them in a week or 2 weeks or even a month in advance. So the fact that they don't know which one it is, that one's a little bit concerning to me because it could cause this volatility. But with something like UNG, I'm looking at this kind of like Intel, where it's a bit of an oversold bounce, right? UNG got absolutely, killed from all the way $115 down to 14. And I'm essentially just playing the same area that I played back here before, where it found a little bit of support here and then pushed higher, came back in, undercut that support a bit, and now looks like it may push higher again. So I have my stop on this. I'm already in the position. I'm going to either use a stop loss or a trade wave to get me out, and I'm just going to let whatever happens. But you're right. This is a very volatile instrument. I think it's very good to point that out to the audience. It's called the Widowmaker for a reason. So like I talked about when I mentioned it, I will trade this with half of the size that I trade a normal instrument, just because I'm fully aware and prepared for it to gap 10% overnight. It's just, I know it's going to gap for me or it's going to gap against me, but something's going to happen. And the only thing I can control is position size. So I'm in UNG, but it's always going to be a relatively small position compared to what I normally do.
So, and just a quick question there, because when it's something you've traded before, and I know back in the day, I used to have this approach with some small caps whenever I don't swing trade much, but when I first started trading, I started trading penny stocks, and the first thing I ever swung in my personal account ended up being penny stocks. There was something that I would pretty much always do if I found myself taking a swing in a small cap stock more than once, which was so let's just say I don't like it as much. You mentioned here you don't like UNG as much for risk because of its volatility.
Yeah.
Does that change at all? You obviously would have had it before for a win. Do you roll some of the profits into the second trade, or is just every trade completely independent? You don't care just because you happen to win it once before, you don't like it anymore the second time?
Yeah, I'm a super math brain person. So I look at every trade is a separate occurrence. You'll see some people, they'll size up their positions. If they're doing very well, they'll end up taking more. They'll size down. If they're not doing well, they're taking less. I look at it as that every occurrence is a completely separate occurrence. Say my win rate is 55%. I know that every trade that I make, there's a 55% chance it's going to make money. There's 45% chance going to lose money. So for me, it's always a value of my account. So say 1%, say you have $100,000, you're risking 1% of your account per trade, it's $1,000. Now, what I'll do is in something like UNG, I'm hoping that if I'm wrong, I'm going to get out of this around $13. But instead of sizing that $1,000 risk against the $13 level, I know that this thing could gap down to 10 overnight if some event occurs. So I'm sizing that same 1% of my account risk on just a much further level, just expecting that if we have a big gap, I'm okay. So that allows me to shrink my position size, but by keeping that trade size the same, because that's how I look at the market. It makes it easier for me to say every trade is X percentage of my account. And as my account hopefully grows, then I can risk more on a dollar basis, but it's always that same percentage basis so that I don't have to think too much about position sizing. I don't have to get too cute with it. I just look at where I'm entering, look at where I'm looking to see if I'm wrong, and then taking that same percent value of my account on every trade.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Like as long as you have a system in some regard, right? Like that's the most important thing. I just know there's a lot of traders that do approach it the whole, okay, well, if I trade this stock, they might roll their profits from one to another. It's good to get your perspective. I was just curious because, if you traded it before, do you have a different approach the second or the third time through? I wanted to get your thoughts, just maybe finally here, and then you can always go on to anything else. So RSP, I mean, the equal weight S&P here was finally able to, on a daily here, was finally able to punch through. Mm-hmm. And, it had been resisting that top. It made a couple of, higher lows in here. I know it's something you mentioned before that you've been watching. We wait for breakouts, and then the equal weight decides to start to make the breakout like 2 days before we're about to get the Fed. So I don't know if there's, you just already see you're shaking your head. You see where I'm going with this. Yeah. Does this do anything for you, or did this already need to happen? And do you now not care? You want to see how it holds after Wednesday, but it's big. It's the equal weight finally taking out the top here when it had been lagging.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I'm in a wait or see mode. I'll take an Intel, I'll take a KBH, I'll take some of these trades and then try to get out of a bulk of them before the FOMC announcement. But I look at something like the RSP or the equal weighted S&P 500, not something that I'm really interested in trading, but more of an information gathering mission, right? And then what you mentioned is, for those who don't know, just a quick explanation: the RSP is every name in the S&P 500 as opposed to giving more value to the bigger companies like your Intel, or not your Intels, your Nvidias, your Apples, these big names. It weights them all equally. So the smallest S&P 500 stock has the same weight, or will move this index the same as the largest one. And when we see something like the SPY, the big guys not breaking out, but then we have the RSP, which is weighting everything equally, breaking out. That shows me two things. It shows me, one, that it's not the big mega cap tech guys that are leading the charge anymore. It's more of everything else. The easiest way to describe the RSP to me is the average large cap company, as opposed to, again, the big guys. The average large cap company made a new all-time high today, and I think that's fantastic. But you're right, with this looming event, I'm not going to call this bullish until, say Friday. If this closes on a weekly closing high, then I'm going to be more interested, because then they've had time to process whatever the Fed has done and kind of have pushed on from there. So this, to me, is a very healthy sign. It's exactly what you want to see in a bull market, is your average market participant breaking out, not so much being led by those big names that have been leading it all year. It's fantastic for people like me and everyone that uses trade ideas, that scans the markets for opportunity, as opposed to leans into a couple names they like. But I am very weary of all breakouts until like Thursday or Friday of this week.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I even see in the chat a couple people saying the same thing. Yeah, getting a little bit wary. It was a great call to put it on everyone's radar. Certainly on that last dip, because anytime, look, if you get a dip buy that goes back into a 52-week or an all-time high, most people are ringing the register at a level like that when you do a swing trade. Sometimes you might hold for a break of the high, but if you get a swing trade and it makes the move into the fresh high, usually that means you've just bagged a bit of a win and you want to take it off. All the more important, as you said, because we have a contested Fed decision. We know we are getting a cut. We do not know for sure how big it is. And that just means if you've got profits to be locked in amidst that uncertainty, I think, as you've been mentioning, it makes a lot of sense to be able to do that and maybe wait till the other side of it to take some trades. It's the fun thing about swing trading. It's not like day trading where you're looking for something every single day. you can wait a week. You can wait till Monday. You can wait till Friday. You can wait till Thursday after we get the Fed. Any final thoughts in here before we get you out of here, Michael?
One, right, be careful with the market. I won't be watching the market on Wednesday. As you said, the benefit of swing traders, I don't have to, right? I don't have to be here. I'll check out whatever happened on the close. The second is take a look at some of these lesser known names. So this is one that popped up on my scan that I wanted to show you guys after my Intel idea got stolen by whatever news that was. This is Wingstop. I've never been to a Wingstop. I maybe they're delicious. I haven't been here too much. I don't know if they're even in Canada. But this is a nice looking chart. We had this massive move from $160 up to $400. This just absolute crazy trend on this, and it's been consolidating sideways. And it's trying. This is a weekly chart now. It's trying to break out here at over $400. So this is going to be one that I've put on my watch list. If it can stick the landing, if it can hold $400 come weekend, then I think I'm going to give a shot to some Wingstop. And if it ends up making me some money, maybe I have to travel and find one to eat at.
There's 3 in Toronto alone. And I didn't hit the fail. That was Ramin, who is she's all about the Wingstop. And I got to agree, like a good spot there. She just gave a bit of a wave. Great look. Look, I'm always for wings. Just before we get you out of here, I'm going to give you one more in here. Boneless wings, yay or nay? This is important.
See, I gotta go. You gotta go original. I know it's more work. I know it's a pain. I know, but it's there's some flavor lock in or something, or it feels more like it's a real piece of meat as opposed to some processed thing. I get the arguments against the bone in, but I'm bone in all the way.
When it's a real wing, I know it's real chicken. You're not faking it when I'm eating a real chicken wing. And I'm not saying that everybody that does boneless wings is, I'm sure it's all fine, but come on, son. It is not the same thing. I'm with you 100%. It's Ramin that is all for the bites. But Michael Noss from Trade Ideas, thank you very much. Great call on RSP into some fresh highs. Good luck. I mean, obviously Intel working for you. Good luck with UNG. And a good shout out there for Wingstop. So some great ideas. Michael Noss, look forward to talking to you back at the end of the week, and we'll see how some of those plays have done.
I'll talk to you soon. Everyone stay safe over FOMC.
Oh, true words, true words, true words. You better believe it. Everyone be safe. We know there's going to be activity, contested Fed move on Wednesday, and we are getting a cut. We know that's going to be the case. Just a quick recap. There was only 2 stories after market. There was no earnings. It was simply MSTR with the offering. They went to the downside about 6 points. And then we had Intel breaking out on an expansion of their collaboration with Amazon on AI. So 21 broke, 22 broke. It held a bit above 23, now closing, ending at least the first half an hour up 15% on Intel. But you know what we got to do here? And I see it in the chat right now. Harman, any insight on the tape on Intel? It got really heavy at $23. And you can really see. And then the 22 half area has been holding a bit, but starting to dwindle on volume there. That's about the best I could say. It got to that even dollar at 23, got very, very heavy on the offer at that price. And then 22 was a key hold zone. 22 and a quarter was a key hold zone. But you know what time it is? It's 4:30. That means we got to do a bit of a roll call. I'm going to start it off the same way we always do. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, before I do that, we have this question up top that I want everyone to do. So hit the like and subscribe. Got to be a sub to be in here. Got to be a sub to get in the roll call. Got to be a sub to answer this question. Q&A, what new segments would you guys want to see? More crypto, futures, trivia. So you can hit that ask something and get the feedback. We're down to do whatever you guys want here. Trade TV is for the people, for the trading community, and we got a great one in here. So without further ado, starting with Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in YouTube, in the business. Thank you so much for everything you do. He's even saying put your name in the chat so we can see it. Rivian Millionaire, what up? We got Sharu72, Neo Rob in the house, Mary S. Lyman, Savage is there as well, Bitcoin Trader, Chef Joe, RFID Trader, Jiggly Buns, there we go, I love that name, K Fry in the chat, Bears versus Bulls, Andrew Chow, we got Michael Spadafora, CompuCare team, and Andrew Chow, Zion Lala, Real Deal. Oh, every time someone says the real deal, I just think about my slogan in high school when I lost for student council. I said real deal. They didn't vote me in, for shame. Brandon Townsend, BGZ, Raymond Delgado, Ronnie Rosabal. We got Bora Hout, Derek Thompson, Darwin, Heinrich, again, Muy Consando, The Piper in the chat, JD, Matt Carnes, Daryl Flinch, Devon Wade. We got Jersey Sean. Jersey Sean, I like it. Andrew again, Bedston Burrell, Vancouver Canucks 64, John Angelchini. We got All Quicksilver in the chat. Easy peasy. Hans Beer, William Knight. We got Enchantress Wonderland W, J Digital Reactions, Bright Awakening, Forex AU, Real Johnson, Janik Patel, Michael Storm, Mike Breeze, Automatic, Cam Magnificent, Vlad Lynn, and I'm out of breath. So good luck. Now we're getting some repeats in there. Thank you, everybody. Yannick Patel, we'll end it off with you because I saw you just throw it in there. It's been a fun one, but I say it every single time. The best thing about all this, we get to do it again tomorrow. We got Fed on Wednesday. The meeting starts, 2-day meeting for the Fed and our rate cut. But the big day is going to be Wednesday. But you saw what just happened on Intel. We're expecting some continuation, volume, and volatility right back tomorrow morning at 8:30. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll be trading some Intel tomorrow morning, that's for sure. And we'll see you then.